728. Updated a little late. There is a big chapter on the 28th. When Jaime of the Wasteland left the northernmost ferry port of the Tongyi continent and used his supernatural powers to find Kuyu and Fei Ran. One of them was casually strolling around the mountains. After suffering 2 losses in a foreign land and in her hometown, the round-faced girl in cotton clothes became more cautious. She began to diligently gather and refine the moonlight everywhere. The other one was admiring the moon at the peak of Xiaoping Peak outside the Great Spring Mirage City. Zhou casually brought one of the 10 young people to his side and accompanied him to admire a materialized building and a parasol tree that was hiding behind it. Embroidered Tiger Cui Liao was an expert in not competing with other people's strongest points. He liked to make up for his weaknesses first, and then unleash his own strengths to the extreme. This caused the fight for the Aquarius continent. No matter how Zhou schemed or used his methods, there was not much meaning and he could only use offense against offense. Both Firen and Jiayu bowed to Mr. Zhou. Zhou smiled and nodded. He then looked at Firen and smiled. "You are finally willing to use the name of senior brother Che Yun." Firen said, "I am sorry for making a fool of myself." Firen is willing to take the initiative to apologize to Wuxia's military camp and exchange benefits according to the size of the military merit. "If Firen does not have enough, I will borrow from senior brother." The capital of Daquan was temporarily safe. It wasn't because the mountain and river battle array of Mirage City was difficult to shake, nor was it because the border army of Daquan had gathered and shrunk into a city that was difficult to attack. Rather, it was because after Firen had left Peachleaf Ferry earlier, he had a whimsical idea at Xiaoping Peak. He had sent a flying sword message to the old Wuxia tent, requesting that Mirage City of Daquan be his newest territory in Tongye continent. Furthermore, Firen was occupying the city by himself. It wasn't even the Guiyu tent where Firen was located that wanted this place. This created a great conflict with the Wuxia military tent stationed in the old capital of southern Qi. The title of one of the 10 youths was not enough to make the entire military tent fear him. In the end, the two sides did not fight because Firen had used one sentence to convince the other side. "Che Yun is my senior brother." Firen did not need to say anything about using Che Yun's military merit to exchange for Mirage City. The cultivators of the upper 5 realms in Wuxia's military camp closed their mouths and left silently. They did not leave behind a single harsh word. Swordsman Jia Shenying? Tan was the direct disciple of the king stage great demon Yangji. Yuxi was even addressed as young master by the great demon Fei Fei. In addition, Fei Ran and Che Yun were martial brothers. These were all top secrets of the Jiazi tent. In the wilderness, reasoning was the easiest. However, since Mr. Zhou was making fun of her, Firen was willing to use another method to reason with him. In the wildlands, the reason was simple was because the rules were too simple. There were big and small reasons and right and wrong could all be covered. Zhou waved his hand and said something that Firen didn't understand. "It's nothing. I'll settle the score for you personally later." Not to mention Mirage City, even the entire Great Spring Dynasty is something that Firen deserves. The demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the Tongyi continent had already sensed the changes in the weather of the continent. Fortunately, he didn't feel too much fear and was slightly comforted. In the middle of the Tongye continent, a majestic building appeared. It should have appeared a long time ago, but it didn't. It was one of the 9 majestic buildings built by the Confucian Temple, the demon-subduing tower. It suppressed the entire Tongyi continent. This demon-subduing tower drew a circular boundary that encompassed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Zhou, Kuyu and Firen happened to be standing outside the boundary. Zhou stretched out his fingers and gently pressed them against the screen of the heaven and earth forbidden formation. Ripples appeared, and the scenery within thousands of miles began to shake. As demon cultivators, Firen and Kuyu instantly felt a kind of suffocating pressure from the great Tao. Firen used her sword qi to eliminate the natural suppression, while Kuyu condensed moonlight around his body. Only Mr. Zhou didn't feel anything. However, it wasn't because Jiaxing wasn't a demon. On the contrary, for some reason, even though Zhou hadn't set foot in the demon-subduing tower's territory, the ripples of light and the scenery of heaven and earth seemed to have condensed into substance and continuously condensed at Zhou's finger. It was obvious that Firen and Kuyu both took a few steps back. This was because the demon-subduing tower's formation had been suppressed by Zhou. Otherwise, Firen and Kuyu would have had no choice but to quickly retreat. Zhou Mi retracted his 2 fingers, and the formation gradually dissipated. He looked up and said to Jia Yu, "The Lotus Nunnery's abbess had to die, but she died a little early. Do you know that you're the bright moon's predecessor? That's why the moon-supporting mountain has always looked at you with a whole new level of respect." The great ancestor's direct disciple Exin Zhuang, who stayed behind to guard the moon-supporting mountain, often went to visit you in the bright moon. However, she always looked at the Lotus Nunnery's abbess coldly. That's because Exin Zhuang's true body used to be the Moon Palace's goddess who watered and chopped osmanthus. That's why Exin Zhuang looked down on the Lotus Nunnery's abbess. Jia Yu said, "I've guessed and thought about it, but I'm not sure." Zhou Mi suddenly laughed and said, "If you advise a gentleman to raise his heaven-lifting hand, how many bystanders will look at you coldly?" His heart was full of schemes, but his chest was blocked by 10,000 pieces of ice. He cooled his warm heart and burned the sage's book in his heart. Jia Yu pretended he didn't hear anything. Fei Ran asked, "Can Mr. Zhou destroy the Xianxia tower?" Zhou Mi said, "I can, but the gains don't make up for the losses. That's why there's no need for it at the moment." However, compared to the Xianxia tower in the South Pasua continent that can only be used as a decorative shelf, it's indeed an eyesore and a hindrance. Fei Ran truly admired this Mr. Zhou from the bottom of her heart. In the early years, Fei Ran had studied under Zhou Mi for many years. However, the two of them weren't master and disciple in name. Before they parted, Zhou Mi had jokingly said to Fei Ran that he would only read half of the sage's book. If he read too much, he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a sage. If he read too much, he would be a true sage. Half of the book was just right and he would gain both fame and fortune. Zhou Mi looked at the sky as if waiting for something. Fei Ran's sword heart suddenly trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to distance herself from Zhou Mi. However, in the next moment, Fei Ran felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. However, Jia Yu had disappeared without a trace. Zhou Mi lightly shook his sleeves. On one of his sleeves, the snow-white moonlight shone brightly. Zhou Mi looked at the bright moon in the vast heaven and smiled, just in case. The true trump card of Fuyao Continent's 3 mountains and rivers restrictions, other than trapping Bai Yi, was Zhou Mi's heaven-reaching method to forcefully imprison that continent's river of time, turning it into an almost still lake. Zhou Mi suddenly said to Fei Ran telepathically, "Your senior apprentice brother wants me to pass a message to you. He has already done well enough to accept a disciple on behalf of his master. From now on it's up to you." Fei Ran's expression was indifferent as she stared at this wasteland world's one high. However, Zhou Mi's figure instantly disappeared. A sword gleam split open the sky, heading from Qingming Tian to the vast heaven. In the world, immortals could control the wind, and it was extremely difficult for them to be faster than flying swords. This was common sense, and as one of the 4 immortal swords, the Taoist scripture was naturally faster. At the highest point of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Chen returned and sat on the railing. He looked at his second senior apprentice brother who didn't listen to his advice with a faint smile. The second senior apprentice brother frowned unhappily and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen raised his hands and touched the slightly tilted lotus crown on his head that symbolized his status as the chief. "Aren't you afraid of ending up like the Tai-Bai sword? True invincibility is true invincibility. Senior apprentice brother, are you going to throw away your reputation that has not fallen for 8,000 years? No matter how much Bai Yi cherishes old friendships, Bai Yi still needs to survive to be able to return this huge favor." "I don't think so. Senior apprentice brother's transaction has made me confused. May I ask the reason why senior apprentice brother gave me the sword?" Once he lost that handy Taoist scripture of the immortal sword, the title of senior apprentice brother invincible might fall to someone else. The second senior apprentice brother asked, "Junior apprentice brother, do you need a reason to break the rules by transforming into the sky demon and infiltrating Jiang Yunxing's Taoist seed?" Lu Chen said helplessly, "Of course I do. I just know that senior apprentice brother is too lazy to listen. Junior apprentice brother is too considerate to tell you." The second senior apprentice brother said, "Then there's indeed no reason for me to throw away the sword to the vast heaven. Scheming and scheming, doing something is near doing nothing. It's not tiring at all. I've wanted to say this to you for a long time. It's just that you've always been one who doesn't listen to other people's opinions. As your senior apprentice brother, I've always been too lazy to say anything to you." Lu Chen turned his head to look at the ethereal 5 cities and 12 buildings and lamented, "Senior apprentice brother doesn't need a reason to do things. This is probably the reason why I still acknowledge you as my junior apprentice brother even though our daos are different." The relationship between the 3 leaders of the Bakokekyung building in the past was actually very subtle. From the fact that the 3 of them each took charge of the Bakokekyung building for 100 years, it was enough to tell that they had 3 different daos. Especially Lu Chen and his senior apprentice brother, the second senior apprentice brother, made all the cultivators in the entire Qingming world confused and uncertain. When the second senior apprentice brother took charge of the Bakokekyung building for 100 years, the world had to obediently obey the rules of the Bakokekyung building. The one who refused to obey the rules the most was the genius from the Deshiendu temple who had gathered countless Taoist meridians. In the end, he was personally defeated by the second senior apprentice brother and his Taoist meridians disappeared from the world. From then on, the Bakokekyung building and the Deshiendu temple became mortal enemies. When it was Lu Chen's turn to take charge, the world would have its own daos after 100 years. Gathering and dispersing, chaos and peace were uncertain. The meridians were complicated and a mess. As for Lu Chen and the Deshiendu temple, or the other Taoist sacred grounds other than the Bakokekyung building's 3 meridians like the Sui Gong, the relationship between them was not bad. Lu Chen often traveled among them and talked freely, drinking and enjoying the scenery. However, he did not spar with them. It was rumored that the Sui Gong's palace lord had been in seclusion for many years and the 22, one of the 10 young candidates in the world, was able to marry an ascendant realm female cultivator from a mortal enemy sect. In the end, they ended up as a pair of immortal Taoist companions. In fact, all of this was inextricably linked to the most carefree third leader of the Bakokekyung building. When the head leader of the Bakokekyung building returned, the hidden situation of the world would be revealed. Many Taoist officials of the various orthodoxies, dynasties and immortal mansions would be able to recuperate and strengthen themselves. On the other hand, his 2 junior brothers had a relatively harmonious relationship with the Taoist ancestors' first disciple, who was accepted as a disciple on behalf of their master. Before Lu Chen ascended from his hometown and came to the Bakokekyung building, he had long listed the future head leader's senior brother as the Taoist master of the ancients alongside the Taoist ancestor. Even before Lu Chen took the boat out to sea, he specially went to find the ancient ruins of Tianshui that were lost in the long river of time. Because of that, the Taoist ancestor passed through the pass on a green ox scooter. Someone forced him to write a book and left behind 5,000 words for the future generations. This person was the Taoist ancestor's first disciple, a Taoist master of the ancients who made Lu Chen praise him as, "The celestial phenomena and geography are clear when looking at them from a bird's eye view." In short, Lu Chen felt that his senior brother's Taoist techniques were very high and the great Tao was close to Taoism. However, in the eyes of the peak cultivators of the Qingming world, Lu Chen did not necessarily approve of the Taoist master of the ancients who claimed to be the best in literature and the second best in martial arts. Lu Chen closed his eyes and used a secret technique to observe the mountains and rivers through the eyes of a direct disciple. He sensed the flow of fate in the vast world for a moment. After opening his eyes, he held the back of his head with both hands and laughed. "It's a pity that the proud and arrogant great celestial master Zhao Tianlai was one step ahead of you in delivering the sword. Otherwise it would be quite a big joke." The Taoist master of the ancients sneered, "Then let's see whose immortal sword will enter the Fuyao continent first." Taoist master Gao waved his sleeve casually and a majestic Qingming Qi of Tao, like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, followed the immortal sword and broke open the sky once again. Lu Chen could not help but turn his head and ask, "Senior brother, are you also competing for who is first?" The Taoist master of the ancients asked in return, "Do you really want me to mention my honored master before you are willing to go to the heavens beyond heaven obediently?" Lu Chen was about to stand up slowly and leisurely leave with the wind. Suddenly he chuckled and said, "I'm really the matchmaker. There's no one better than me." It turned out that in the 5th world there was another immortal sword, Innocence. It followed closely behind the famous 10,000 arts and Taoist scriptures and finally appeared in the world for the first time after 10,000 years of silence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Back then, Lu Chen worked hard to set up a stall in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. In order to connect this immortal sword, Lu Chen spent a lot of effort to finally push the handcart to the clay bottle alley. However, later on in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, half of the Immortal Sword's immortal sword was cut off by Qin Qing. However, it was unknown what Qin Pingon was thinking. He had intentionally left the immortal sword unsevered. Human nature was complex and unpredictable. It swayed between divinity and bestiality in the first place. Only through a tug-of-war in the hearts of people could the human race be the one to shatter the great Tao of the ancient heavenly court in the end. The gods saw it as the worst, but the human race did the best. Each went to the extremes and the other went to the top. From then on it was a change of one. The Taoist master of the ancients glanced at his junior brother Lu Qin, who was full of pride. Lu Qin was about to continue speaking. A young Taoist priest with a young face and figure appeared beside the railing. Oh! Even the second Taoist priest and Lu Qin were caught off guard and did not notice. Lu Qin immediately shut his mouth and restrained his expression. The second Taoist priest bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Disciple Yu Dou pays his respects to master." The second Taoist priest of the Baek-ok-kyung building was known as Yu Dou. His hometown was Qingming Tian. He had cultivated for 8,000 years. Lu Qin hurriedly leaned back and landed on the ground. After straightening his back, he bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu Qin pays his respects to master. The third Taoist priest of the Baek-ok-kyung building was known as Lu Qin. His Taoist name was Xiao Yao. His hometown was vast. He had cultivated for 6,000 years. He had been in the Baek-ok-kyung building for 5,000 years. However, the Taoist priest's appearance in the Lotus Grotto heaven was not that of a young man. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "It's a pity that I can't see by draw his sword with my own eyes." It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling to break the rules. The Holy Master, Taoist priest, and Buddha had set the rules for heaven and earth together. Since then, none of them had broken the rules even once. Beside the young man, a visitor who was visiting the Baek-ok-kyung building for the first time appeared. He was the old Taoist priest of the East Sea Monastery in Tongyi Continent. The second Taoist priest obviously did not care about the 14th level old Taoist priest. He did not even look at him. Lu Qin smiled. The old Taoist priest was so powerful that he could even wrestle with my master. How did he lose to the old Xianxia back then? He even lost a hairpin and the sun and moon essences of the lotus flower blessed land. I'm very surprised. The old Taoist priest sneered. Lost? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a superiority in Shuzhou? The old Taoist priest seemed to be speaking casually, but his words were so powerful that the entire Baek-ok-kyung building's 5 cities and 12 buildings could feel it. Especially Divine Cloud City, where the position of the mayor was temporarily vacant, was the most shaken. Lu Qin said in realization, "Thank you for your advice." The second Taoist priest snorted and the abnormal movement in Divine Cloud City stopped. The Taoist priest said, "Lu Qin." Lu Qin immediately understood and said with a smile, "I will follow master's orders." However, the third chief did not go to the heavens beyond heaven but to the Dashuan temple. The second Taoist priest went to the heavens beyond heaven and was destined to help his junior brother Lu Qin clean up the mess. The old Taoist priest said, "The fifth world is going to change. In a brand new world, the pressure of the Great Way was the heaviest. Whoever was under the pressure would have to shoulder it." However, Ningyao was too full of vigor previously, so much so that even the great Tao of heaven and earth had to temporarily avoid its sharpness. Originally, if there were no accidents, Ningyao would ascend to the ascendant realm. At that time it would be the key to the great Tao. After all, the first ascendant realm in the world and the first 14th realm in the world had accumulated a huge difference in the size of the heavenly Tao tribulation. However, when that little girl brought out an immortal sword traveling far and wide under the heavens, a single move would affect the entire situation. The variables were extremely great. Those ancient existences who were ready to make a move would not turn a blind eye to it. They would probably stop hiding in various places and swarm up. The Taoist priest said, "Not necessarily." The old Taoist priest nodded and said, "Even if the world changes, it may not change." The Taoist priest smiled and said, "That's true." In the Ascendant City, looking at the pale Ningyao, Twisted Exen asked, "Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this?" Twisted Exen did not agree with Ningyao's choice. It was too rash and too radical. She even regretted showing the secret letter to Ningyao in advance. Be it the Taoist priest of Dragon Tiger Mountain or the second Taoist priest of Beko Keikyung building, Ningyao was still at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Not only did she have to take out the real natal flying sword and travel the world, but she also had to take part in the well-deserved fight of the immortals. It was not worth it. Once the celestial sword, Innocence, was damaged and returned with injuries, it would be a great loss. If the celestial sword was broken and lost in the battlefield of Fuyao continent, Ningyao's realm would fall to Yupu. Ascendant City would lose the great sword Celestial Ningyao, who was firmly on the throne of the world. Ningyao was far from being the #1 Ascendant Realm cultivator in the New World. In the end, not only would Ningyao's great path be blocked, but Ascendant City would also lose the opportunity to fight for the world. Ningyao sat on the threshold and did not say anything. She just reached out and wiped the blood between her eyebrows. No matter how she weighed the pros and cons, Ningyao should not act so impulsively. Twisted Xen shook her head and said, "If Qin Pingon was here, he would definitely stop you. For the sake of Ascendant City, I will do everything I need to do." Ningyao said, "But Ascendant City is Ascendant City and I am me. If Ascendant City does not have an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, it will lose the power of the world. I don't think Ascendant City can really fight for the world with Ningyao. If Ascendant City really loses power, I will not owe Ascendant City anything. He would only owe him so much for planning." And Ningyao did not think that he would stop her from taking out her sword. Besides, if he was a hidden official in Ascendant City, she would only have more free time. Why would she need to work so hard? He could just take out her sword. Ningyao reached out and pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. The sword's sacrifice this time was no small matter. Before this, besides Qin Qingdu, only Dong Sangying, Qin Shi and a few other old sword cultivators knew that she actually had a second natal flying sword besides Cutting Immortal. Besides, even if it was the natal flying sword Cutting Immortal, Ningyao was not willing to take it out, because it was easy to be attracted by Innocence, and cause Ningyao's sword heart to lose control. At that time she would really become the sword servant of the immortal sword, Innocence. The sword spirit of an immortal sword was untamed and its sword heart was pure to the extreme. Cultivators could only use their realm to suppress it or use a tough sword heart to temper it. There was no other way. Good and evil people intimacy with the great Tao were all false. Ningyao nurtured the two flying swords to refine them, but also to test the sword Innocence with Cutting Immortal. In fact, Ningyao had privately asked the eldest sword Immortal a question. Was Qin Pingon really okay for the 60-year promise? At that time, Qin Qingdu did not answer the question. It depended on the senior's mood. Twisting Xen suddenly frowned and said, "You have to be careful of the great Tao in this world." Ningyao turned to look at the tailor. It was as if someone was reminding Twisting Xen, and then Twisting Xen was reminding herself. Twisting Xen shook her head. "I still have to keep my promise on this matter." Ningyao nodded. "Without Innocence, I still have Cutting Immortal." Twisting Xen suddenly laughed. "The only person who can make him like is Ningyao." That year in the prison, the young hidden official did not mention to anyone about his meeting and reunion with Ningyao. He was like a miser. It was as if saying one more sentence would cost him a lot of money. Instead, it was the Ascendant Realm demonic Frost Descent who knew some inside information because of his scheming with the young hidden official. He was really anxious and told Twisting Xen more. In fact, Frost Descent did not clearly see Qin Pingon's complex and deep state of mind that was like a maze. He only told Twisting Xen two relatively vague mental scenes. One was the youth walking with heavy steps towards a small house in a shabby alley. The world was dark and only the ancestral house seemed to be lit by a lantern. It was bright and warm. The youth in straw sandals paused at the door and looked at the light in the house. He did not dare to believe it, but he could not help but feel happy. After the youth crossed the threshold, his steps became lighter, but he carefully walked slower as if unwilling to walk faster. The second scene was of the youth walking alone towards a covered bridge. His steps were unsteady and the world was so dark that one could not see his fingers. But when the lifeless youth slowly raised his head, he saw a person sitting on the steps. The youth's eyes, which were originally as dark as ink and as deep as an ancient well, suddenly seemed to see the light of the sun and the moon. Ningyao bid farewell and left. Twisting Xen put the lantern back on the table. Celestial Master Residence on Longhu Mountain. After the old scholar left the star-picking platform, Zhao Tianlai said, Thank you for making a trip to Fuyao continent. We can't let the world laugh at our Taoist master residents for not having a sword. The little Taoist nodded and turned into a streak of sword light, heading towards Fuyao continent. When the old scholar appeared in the Taoist master residence, the situation in Fuyao continent was at its most dangerous. Therefore, when the old elementary scholar left Mount Sui and returned to the Taoist master's residence, he was not just a headless fly. However, before the old elementary scholar rushed to Mount Longhu, the holy master gave him a strange explanation. When he arrived at the Taoist master's residence, he was not in a hurry to catch up. Therefore, the old scholar was ordered to find wine. What's wrong with drinking some wine from Zhou Xian? How many words were written in the couplet? Especially the words oneness of heaven and man on the horizontal board. How could it be given out so casually? It was not that the Confucian temple did not quarrel about it. They felt that it would take away a part of the Confucian orthodoxy's literary aura, but the key was that it was not appropriate. Especially the two Confucian temples head and vice head who had the merit of reshaping the Confucian orthodoxy. In the end, they listened to the old scholar's reasoning and did not treat him well. Therefore, the old scholar only drank a jar of osmanthus wine. It was not enough to make up for the several jars of saliva he drank. As for the dozens of jars of osmanthus wine that he accidentally forgot to return, it was to help the Taoist master residents. Besides, even if he gave it to anyone, it did not matter who drank it. So what if the Taoist master residents had an endless stream of guests? Could there be the first lord of Mount Hauran, the great god of Sui Mountain? Could there be Baizhe? Could there be the holy master or the sage of rites? One had to have a conscience. It was not a good habit to pretend to be innocent after taking advantage of others. It should be changed. After the old scholar was thrown out of the star-picking platform by Zhou Tianlai, the battlefield in Fuyao continent was divided into two. In the ancient battlefield where Bai Ye's heart was partially manifested, the Middle-earth talisman Zhou Xian and the withered bone throne great demon Bai Ying were fighting each other. One of the 14 thrones of the desolate world was confronting one of the 10 lords of Hauran. The talisman's puppets that formed soldiers from beans and the white bone army under his command were everywhere. This caused Bai Ye's heart to be in tatters. It was only supported by Zhou Xian's tens of thousands of talisman puppets. This kind of celestial technique to mend heaven and earth could be said to be very powerful. In fact, it was even more difficult than creating a small heaven and earth. Bai Yi was still holding his sword Tai Bai. With one slash he cut down 5 thrones. When Yang Ji finally said where Bai Ye's 14 realms unification was located, it was the heart poem of this unrivaled Hauran poem. Almost at the same time, Bai Ying, who was in a small heaven and earth with the talisman Zhou Xian, was sitting under the sword attendant Long Jian. He held the long sword that was refined from the soul of clairvoyance. He lightly shook the sword and a string of golden words trembled and turned into ashes. However, there was not a trace of spiritual energy in the world. Qie Yun helplessly held her forehead and said with a smile, "My dear mother, Sister Yangji, you finally saw it. But is this the problem now? Don't you want to guess how many poems and lines are left in Bai Ye's heart? 14 realms unification. It could be roughly divided into 3 types: timing, geographical, and human. Realms unification was a land of mountains and rivers. It belonged to geographical advantage. It was similar to the secondary sage and literary sage of the vast world. The Lotus Nunnery Master, the talisman Zhou Xian, belonged to the time of Tao unification. It was related to the sun, moon, and stars that were unchanging and undisturbed by the river of time. Bai Ye's 14 realms unification belonged to human. In addition, if a sword cultivator wanted to reach the 14 realms, it was probably the same. Timing was not an extravagant hope. Geographical advantage was meaningless. Moreover, sword cultivators pursued the principle of heaven and earth cannot restrain their sword. Why would they take the initiative to harmonize with the heaven and earth? Bai Yi did not stop attacking. Not only did it ignore the stagnation of the river of time, the sword light was untraceable. More importantly, it caused Bai Ye's spiritual energy to be consumed extremely slowly. No matter how many times he attacked, other than the spiritual energy consumed by the sword, the only thing that was truly consumed was the poems in his heart. A waterfall came from the heavens. The yellow river descended from the heavens and traveled to the East Sea. It landed in the mortal world and fiercely collided with the Yeluo formed by Yangji's great Tao. Huge waves surged to the heavens. In Bai Ye's painting of mountains and rivers, 10,000 li of land turned into a lake. Its momentum was not any weaker than the battle between Yang Ji and imperial concubine Fei. Bai Ye's sword slashed Yang Ji's Dharma image, which no longer maintained a human head, into two. Yuan Shou's 10,000 zhang true body charged over with his staff. He was only 100 li away from Bai Yi, becoming one of the sovereign great monsters closest to Bai Yi. Tai Bai's sword swept across. With a dazzling sword light that could split the heavens and earth, he forcefully blocked Yuan Shou's staff. The staff in Yuan Shou's hand shattered once more. He shook his right wrist and made a grabbing motion. A staff with the inscription "See Calming" appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Bai Yi could not use the poems in his heart again. Otherwise, wouldn't this battle go on until the end of time? Not only that, Bai's sword will lingered and his heart image was born. This made Yuan Shou, who was getting more and more ferocious, swing his staff wildly, wanting to shatter the heavens and earth. As for Wu Yu, who was the first to approach Bai Yi, he was in a similar situation as Bai Ying. Floating clouds and setting sun, green mud, sorrowful birds circling the forest, withered pine trees hanging upside down, Dang Dao high and steep, Dang cliff 10,000 turns. The great Dao is the blue sky, but one cannot come out. Even I, Bai, cannot come out, let alone the great monster Wu Yu in the heart image world. Such a phenomenon made Wu Yu's Dharma image, which had 3 heads and 6 arms, seem to be able to support the heavens and earth. However, his fists and weapons could not split open the heavens. Bai Yi also visited the immortal. Yang Ji broke the Yellow River with much difficulty, but he didn't expect Bai to slash at him once more. 3,000 feet of white hair. I used to fish the white dragon, drawing my knife to cut the flowing water and placing the dragon beside the stream. 3,000 snow-white flying swords landed in the stream like rain. The sword slashed the great serpent true body Yang Ji. On the other side of the stream, there was a general on a white horse crossing the river. The iron cavalry was in formation as dense as snow mountains. Arrows shot out, iron spears advanced, and sword energy fell like rain. Bai Yi at the border. It made Yang Ji suffer unspeakable pain. The great monster Niu Dao, who had already broken free from the golden armor cage, was about to get close to Bai Yi. The heavens and earth changed. Clouds covered the sky, the colors of autumn spread out for 10,000 miles, the vast wilderness, and the wind blew. Where the wind rose was where the sword energy rose. The sword energy was as heavy as mountains and ridges. One by one they blocked the galaxy and fought like a bull. Qian did not move at all. He pulled open his leather bag again and slightly avoided Bai Ye's sword. He waited and watched. He glanced at the sky and thought that it was the sword energy of the white jade coffin that fell from the sky. He then looked down at the human world and guessed that it would be the scenery of the green wheat fields in March. He did not expect that it was not the case. It was beside the downtown wine shop. The youth learned swordsmanship, drunk on the willow. With a cup of wine he carried the wind of this life. The young swordsman traveled, drinking and laughing in the city of murder. The ranger Bai Yi. This time, Qian could not avoid the young ranger's sword. In the next moment, Qian had just closed his body when he found himself in the starry sky and night sky again. He smiled bitterly. Even he felt annoyed. The other sovereigns were probably even more determined and full of killing intent. In his dream he rode Bai Lu to the mountains. There were 4,000 mountains, 32 peaks, and 1,000 maidens followed him in the sky. He sang the Zixia immortal scripture. Everyone open the heavenly palace for me. The true spirit refined you Xianxia. The bridge walked on the rainbow. The banished immortals walked around the blue sky. Tai Bai Yi was boundless. The stars were lined up. He was drunk. He leaned on the ancient pine tree with his sword. Who knew that the Milky Way under his feet was so wide? He suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to beckon Qing Tong with a smile. On another battlefield. The talisman Zhou Xian did not need to roll up his sleeves to fight. Plus, Bai Ying was of a similar style. Therefore Zhou Xian taught Bai Ying a lot of common sayings. What do you mean by snatching something? Don't snatch a coffin. The frog wants life and the snake wants to be full. What do you mean by I'm a hairless bird? You're so huddling in the corner and snorting 3 times. Nonsense did not delay Zhou Xian's important task. First, 2 golden talisman were quietly hidden among thousands of talisman of different grades. They hung at the east and west ends of the small world. They were the sun talisman and the moon talisman respectively. Finally they turned into a bright talisman. The sun and the moon reflected each other's radiance. Their bright light illuminated the world. Therefore there was a praise on the mountain. Once Zhou Xian used this talisman, there was no need for the lantern lighting talisman in the mortal world. However, the reason Zhou Xian had taken out these two talismans was to confirm one thing. Was the flow of time in the Fuyao continent's heaven and earth restriction faster or slower? If there was indeed a difference in speed, then what was the exact difference? But even if the sun and the moon matched to form a bright talisman, he still could not find out. It was not easy and difficult to accurately see the scale of time in the many layers of restrictions and cages of the small worlds. The talisman Zhou Xian threw out another 2 green talisman. He did 2 things at once. He chanted incantations. 1 sleeve 2 worlds. He used the sun talisman and the arrow leaking talisman. The sun dials stop flowing. The starlight stops moving. The fragrance rain flows beside. The sweet dew hangs above. The sun's shadow appears in time. The flowing water settles at the moment. Urgent as the law commands. The light is in the candle. The water is in the arrow. Shining in the sky, the elites circle each other. The sky is completely white. The sun is small. The clouds break through the sky. Go. Zhou Xian clenched his teeth and threw out another green talisman. It was the pavilion rising talisman that Zhou Xian had created himself. There are no runes in the mountain. Immortals in the clear spring water stand 12 hibiscus leaves. They flow with the waves. They set the 12 hours. The sun's shadow is not different. Once the 3 talismans were thrown out, the great Tao was revealed in an instant. Although the 3 green talismans were burned to ashes in an instant, Zhou Xian had already seen through the heavenly secrets with just a glance. He reminded be careful. The river of time flows in reverse. The talisman Zhou Xian was suddenly speechless. It turned out that when the talisman Zhou Xian shouted out his inner thoughts, 3 immortal swords had broken through the 3 layers of restrictions of the Fuyao continent. The 3 immortal swords had dispelled the talisman Zhou Xian's words of be careful, the river of time, and flow in reverse. Not only that, the Jie Yun in Bai's heart also happened to smile at Bai and say, the proudest thing in the human world, Bai also lives up to his name. This, Jie Yun, obviously could not control the 3 immortal swords. However, Jie Yun could control the 3 layers of restrictions and the river of time. Therefore, even if the talisman Zhou Xian saw through the heavenly secrets, he could not tell Bai a part of the truth. Bai also said, Jia Sheng. The death substitution technique was in Bai Ying. However, the death substitution technique was in Jie Yun. Therefore, the current Jie Yun could be said to be alive or dead. Another heaven and earth or another true human world. The 4 immortal swords gathered beside Bai. Bai also held a Tai Bai Taoist scripture, naive and 10,000 laws. The 4 swords killed the 4 sovereigns other than Bai Ying and Jie Yun. The 4 swords killed Wu Yu Yangzhi Yuanshou and Niu Dao. They could not be more dead. Jie Yun's figure dissipated. She did not suffer a single sword, but her great Tao disappeared. Zhou smiled and said, using the sword of the future to kill the present. Bai can only go. Zhou finally said, in the future if you and I still have a chance, let's fight again. The sword slashed down. Bai did not hesitate to use the sword of the present to slash Jie Yun. Zhou allowed the sword light to land on his body. The heaven and earth of the continent flipped, and the river of time was in chaos. Yangzhi and Yuanshou looked at each other, as if they did not understand why they were still alive. Niu Dao and Wu Yu had solemn expressions as they looked at Bai Ying, whose great Tao had suddenly collapsed. The biggest question was where was Bai Yi? Moreover, why was Jie Yun's aura the same as Bai Ying's? It was like the great Tao was completely cut off, but it was also slightly connected. It was like Jie Yun had mysteriously turned into Zhou. As for where the talisman Zhou Xian and the 4 immortal swords went, it made the group of revived sovereigns even more confused. Then how did Bai Yi kill Jie Yun and Bai Ying under Zhou's nose? Lu Cha sheathed his sword with a complicated expression. There was no more 14th realm Bai Yi in the world. As for the immortal sword Tai Bai, apart from the sword sheath, the sword itself had been split into 4 and scattered all over the place. One of the Tai Bai sword tips went near the ruins of the inverted mountain. The gray-robed elder seemed to have been slapped on the head as he fell into the whirlpool beneath his feet. In the Middle Earth Divine Continent, Zhou Xian suddenly grabbed a blade-strengthening gourd from Lu Kai and kept one of the sword lights in the gourd. He returned the blade-strengthening gourd to Lu Kai and let this direct sword cultivator thank the scholar. Fei Ran, who thought that she only protected the Mirage City out of boredom, suddenly widened her eyes as she saw a sword body hovering in front of her. The third sword light followed the immortal sword heaven and broke through the sky of the fifth world. It fell rapidly and finally landed beside a green-robed Confucian, Zhao Yao. The great sword immortal Zhang Lu, who was guarding the door, turned a blind eye to the last sword light. Guarding the door was only to stop people. What was there to stop a broken sword? Besides, Zhang Lu admitted that he could not stop it. That sword light went towards half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon suddenly looked up. Although he was separated by the jiazi tent, he could still feel the presence of the sword qi. Li Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. He did not say anything in the end. He just silently looked at the gray-robed figure who had crossed the northern city wall for the first time in order to stop the broken sword from falling into Qin Pingon's hands. Qin Pingon staggered. A Dharma idol stood up. It was Qin Qingdu, who held a long sword and slashed at the gray-robed figure. "Dragon God, take my sword." Qin Qingdu's last sword attack was to slay the dragon god many years after his death. Li Zhen squatted on the city wall and covered his head with his hands. He did not want to look at the scene that he had already seen once. In the Middle Earth Divine Continent, plum flowers bloomed in white. Under the tree, a child appeared out of thin air. He looked around slightly confused. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the plum flowers. A tiger-headed hat was suddenly placed on the child's head. An old scholar touched the tiger-headed hat that he had carefully prepared and laughed heartily. "Such is the fate of the heavens. Brother Bei, shall I take you out for a drink?" In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon sat up with difficulty. He saw a gray-white rag wrapped around a sword tip, hovering in front of his eyes. What's going on? The old dog dragon god and the thief Li Zhen knew how to scheme? Looks like they have a lot of capital. An old man appeared beside Qin Pingon. He bent down and patted the young hermit on the head. He said, "Take it as compensation for not keeping our promise." Qin Pingon turned his head. He only saw the dissipating image of his boss. Before Qin Pingon could get up, Qin Qingdu took the initiative to sit on the ground. He placed his hands on his abdomen and gently clenched his fists. The old man smiled and asked, "How was that sword?" Qin Pingon thought about it. "Who cares?" he said sincerely. "Impressive." Qin Qingdu smiled. "You really know how to speak. Just like me in the past." In the past, the young sword cultivator said, "Let's fight." Qin Pingon said, "Don't worry." Qin Qingdu nodded. "Very good." Qin Pingon did not say anything else. Qin Qingdu disappeared from the world. A young hidden official in a bright red robe clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. A moment later, Qin Pingon's robe suddenly turned white. He stood up and walked to the top of the city wall, looking at the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi opposite him. Then a figure landed beside him. It was the swordsman Lu Cha with a sword on his back. 729. Updated an hour late. Sorry. 23,000 words. Qin Pingon had seen 3 sword cultivators who called themselves swordsmen. The first was Alliance, then the Ghost House Valley's Puchong, and finally the bearded ranger beside him. The pressure Lu Cha gave Qin Pingon was greater than the dragon god, who had been his neighbor for many years. On one hand, Lu Cha's swordsmanship and sword intent were more profound. The dragon god's body was incomplete, so he had never returned to the peak of his realm. On the other hand, the dragon god was a human sword cultivator while Lu Cha was a demon. Qin Pingon's Tao of Sowing, which carried his true name, had a mysterious relationship with Lu Cha. Lu Cha sized up the white-robed hermit with interest. His first disciple Bamboo Box had suffered at the hands of this young man before. It's good. It'll save him from overestimating himself and thinking that there are no more sword cultivators outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon did not move, but his robe turned red again. He asked, "How's Ascension City?" Lu Cha took out a flask of wine and drank a mouthful. He glanced at the young man who seemed to be moved and asked, "Do you still have the ability to care about others?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Indeed, I don't have the strength." The gray-robed dragon god had been killed by Sword Immortal Boss. Qin Qingdu had once said that the dragon god would die if he dared to take a step north of the city wall. That was the truth. It was a pity that Qin Pingon did not see the dragon god's death with his own eyes. However, Qin Pingon did not know what the sword tip was. Was it a sword from the dragon god that had never appeared? Or was it a relic left behind by Sword Immortal boss? Based on the strange phenomenon from before, it seemed to have come from the gate of the inverted hanging mountain. However, who would throw a sword tip at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? If it was a traveling item, why did Sword Immortal Zhang Lu and the Savage World not stop it? As for the grayish-white tattered cotton cloth, it was wrapped around the sword tip. It was a clear proof of the dragon god's death. The remnants of the gray robe was similar to a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword that had been stripped away by a great divine power. Therefore it was definitely not a magic robe. Boss Sword Immortal only wanted him to keep it properly and refine it with his heart. However, he didn't want him to refine it into a natal item. Instead, he wanted him to refine it into an external sword. He wanted to refine the sword tip into a long sword and the cotton cloth into a scabbard. When the time came, it should be a pretty good sword for a swordsman. Qin Pingon asked another question. Is Lu Ji dead? Don't die, please don't die. Too many sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Qi had died. It was not easy for them to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Ji and the others who had traveled far and wide with a clear conscience should not have died just a few days later. Qin Pingon admired Lu Ji's temperament as a female great sword celestial, as well as the future of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon hoped that Lu Ji could live for thousands of years. Even if Lu Ji established her own sect in the vast realm and completely broke away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi in Ascension City, it would still be a good thing. The style of the founder of a sect would often determine the atmosphere of a sect for hundreds or even thousands of years. If there was a chance to meet Lu Ji again in the future, Qin Pingon's first sentence would be that Lu Ji was indeed a beauty. Whoever denied it, he would *ck their mother. Wuxia said, "No, Lu Ji is currently fighting with Yang Ji and Yuan Shou. However, your senior brother is near the battlefield." In addition, Xiao Chua had a good relationship with Lu Ji when he was a hidden officer. Lu Ji returning to the South Hassa continent is not a big problem. Qin Pingon immediately asked, "Fuyao continent?" Wuxia said, "Bai also fell into Mr. Zhou's trap. The immortal sword Tai Bai has been broken. However, the price of the wilderness was not small. Bai Ying and Qie Yun were sacrificed. After this battle, there would be more and more new faces for the 14 thrones of the wilderness. On the righteous world side, Xiao Chua's sword killed Sun Yuan of the Tongyi continent. Yao Jia killed Zhou Xian of the Central Plains. Bai Ying refined Wanyan Laojing of the Gold Armor continent. And a native ascendant of the Fuyao continent escaped with heavy injuries. He almost dropped 2 levels and barely managed to keep his immortal status. If Qi Tingji did not save him, he would have been carved on the city wall. He was now hiding in a small white porcelain cave in the Liuxia continent to recuperate. Qin Pingon seemed to be deep in thought. No wonder that sword tip was a part of the immortal sword Tai Bai. No wonder the dragon monarch flew over the city wall to stop the sword tip from approaching him. However, why would Bai Yi give this item to him? Moreover, it was the sword tip with the greatest killing power. The thrones of the wilderness had died one after another. The Lotus Nunnery Master Huang Wan, Yao Jia, Bai Ying and Qie Yun. Bai Yi, who was the pride of the human world, had died. Why was the battlefield at the Fuyao continent in the southwest instead of the Gold Armor continent, which was closer to the Central Plains? How did the Central Plains Confucian Temple plan this battle? However, it made sense. Bai Yi did not have a good relationship with the Confucian Temple. The Confucian Temple did not seem to have the right to tell Bai Yi what to do with his sword. Moreover, Qin Pingon did not have the ability to predict the situation in the Fuyao continent and the Gold Armor continent. He could only deduce from the words Zhou Xian and Wanyan Laojing carved on the city wall. However, Lu Cha said that 2 king stage demons were killed, and Lu Cha followed the tip of Tai Bai's celestial sword. Did this mean that the battle that could be said to be the pinnacle of the human world was an unprecedented siege that would never be repeated in the future? Did the Confucian Temple and the Central Plains Divine Continent have a countermeasure? Did Lu Cha participate in this or not? Or did he use a divine ability like Cui Dong's reversal of mountains and rivers to send Lu Cha here? Did he kill Meng Chao to prevent any accidents? There were too many questions, but there were no answers. He did not know the truth because there were too few clues. Moreover, he could only believe 70 to 80% of Lu Cha's words. However, Qin Pingan was very clear about one thing. The more the wilderness world and the Jiazi camp wanted to eliminate half of the city wall, the better the situation in the world would be. At least the South Whirlpool continent and his hometown, the Aquarius continent, were still firmly defended. Otherwise, with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and an Earth Immortal sword cultivator like him, there was no need for Lu Cha, the third highest thrones, to come here personally. Qin Pingan's body and soul were shattered by Lu Cha's sudden punch. Lu Cha did not use his sword. He only used the body of a sword cultivator to punch. Moreover, he was holding the wine pot with one hand. Qin Pingan could have blocked it, but he did not. He took the punch and gathered not far away. He was very confused and did not know what Lu Cha's intention was. The result of such a punch was the same as the result of the Dragon King's sword in the past. Could not kill Meng Chao, who had merged with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It could even be said that it was similar to the previous hidden officer Shao Chua's punch. What Qin Pingan lacked the most now was precisely this kind of body tempering. However, Qin Pingan did not have any wishful thinking. He did not dare to be greedy for another punch from Lu Cha. Lu Cha drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. No wonder you could endure the Dragon King's sword so many times. The foundation of a martial body is very good. Sword many times? Damn it, the Dragon King had attacked 179 times. Qin Pingan asked, "How's the Ascension City?" He could not help but ask the same question again. Lu Cha answered, "The Ascension City has not only gained a firm foothold in the New World, but it is also the one who has expanded the most among the 5 major forces." Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Then he sighed. Since Lu Cha answered all his questions, it seemed like his situation was not good. He was just a small Earth Immortal sword cultivator who could not go anywhere. Was it necessary to trouble Lu Cha to personally attack the Great Wall? As expected, Lu Cha smiled and said, "I'll attack you a few times when you ask me a few questions. So you can ask a few more questions. Anyway, as long as there are more than 3 strikes, the difference will not be big." Qin Pingan actually asked again, "Did Zhou have an agreement with the Moon-Bearing Mountain's Grand Ancestor, so that Zhou would not only be the mastermind behind the scenes, but also the person with the highest combat strength in the wilderness?" Lu Cha smiled and did not say anything. Qin Pingan said, "Including Bai Ying and Xie Yun? More like half." When I asked the 3rd time, Mr. Lu did not answer. When I asked the 2nd time, Mr. Lu was even worse. He asked a lie, so he only attacked once. Otherwise, if I continued to ask, Mr. Lu might owe me a few more strikes. Lu Cha no longer paid any attention to Qin Pingan. He casually used earth-shrinking mountain and river and walked on the city wall of this half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan had always been following this swordsman who used to be the 3rd highest sovereign. Lu Cha squatted down and placed his hand on one of the city walls. He pressed down lightly and quickly stood up and went to another place. Lu Cha said casually to the white-robed official beside him, "I'll just take it as I owe you 2 swords. You only need to attack 20 times. After that, I'll attack again." As Lu Cha spoke, he looked around. The world changed and the sword aura became strict. Lu Cha drank a mouthful of wine and smiled, "You're really not polite." Lu Cha threw a pot of wine. "All right, I was just scaring you. I also said it on purpose for the old blind man to hear. Zhou wanted me to use you as bait to lure the old blind man to come here and die." Lu Cha had already been told by Zhou about the greater good of the world. In addition, the Grand Ancestor of Mount Tua had ordered him to be reasonable. After going against his will once, he would not attack a young man on the Great Wall of Sword Qi again. However, Lu Cha did not mind attacking an old blind man of the 14th realm. As long as the old blind man left the 100,000 mountains, Lu Cha would attack with all his might. The wine pot did not fall to the ground. Instead, its whereabouts were uncertain and it suddenly appeared everywhere. As for the young official, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Cha smiled. This kid was so cautious that it seemed like he was too thorough. On the opposite wall, Li Jun stood up with a puzzled expression. Zhou suddenly appeared and smiled. "You should thank me for causing the river of time to deviate slightly from its original riverbed." Li Jun sighed. "In the end, I'm the fool." Zhou shook his head. "In my early years, when I was flipping through the old almanac on Mount Tua, I always believed that among the ancient sword cultivators, regardless of whether they had died in battle or survived, Their clairvoyance had been underestimated. You should have a place in that riverside meeting. However, I don't think anyone would be willing to have an existence that seemed to be waiting for someone at the lower reaches of the river of time by their side. Back then, I had calculated many outcomes for you, including how you could save yourself and how you could survive until you reached a further ferry. However, it was difficult for me to come up with a foolproof plan. The pleasant surprise was that I was inspired. Thus, I came up with this plan to kill you. However, the person I had envisioned back then was the Sage of Rites, who had crashed into the vast world from outer space with many ancient gods. Once we succeed, there will be no more little teacher in this world. Bai Zhe might change his mind. Li Zhen frowned. Bai Zhe has an extremely good relationship with the Sage of Rites. Will he completely rebel against the wild world because of this? Zhou Mi smiled. Victory and defeat are uncertain. It's difficult to help either side. However, when the wild world has a 60% chance of winning, Bai Zhe will only have one choice, be it for the sake of fewer deaths in the vast world or for the wild world to gain a foothold. Direct and efficient. Only when the world is stabilized will there be a chance to recuperate. Of course, before that, I will definitely take the initiative to look for Bai Zhe and agree to some things. Zhou Mi turned his head to look at the 100,000 mountains in the far south. He smiled. Bai Zhe of the demon race speaks for the vast world. Jia Xing of the human race seeks power for the wild world. Do you think there is a more suitable natural ally than us? Li Zhen said, it's a pity that it didn't work out. Zhou Mi said, it's indeed a pity. Li Zhen sighed, Jia Xing's methods are really insidious. Zhou Mi smiled, overt schemes can be used. If one can use an overt scheme like an overt scheme, one can be considered a master of the art of war. Li Zhen muttered softly, back then the Confucian temple shouldn't have let you leave the vast world alive. At the very least, they should have let Jia Xing die inexplicably at the Great Wall of Sorqi. Zhou Mi only shook his head. Li Zhen asked, how many demons are you going to eat before you stop? I'm very curious. Are you really only at the 14th realm now? You, my master. Zhou Mi waved his hand, don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. Don't think too much. The sword that Lu Cha used all his strength to slash Bai Yi was the stagnant lake of the river of time. However, it seemed to have returned to the original riverbed. This allowed Bai Yi to wield 4 celestial swords and slay 4 sovereign stage demons. After that, Bai Yi had completely exhausted his spiritual energy and the poem that he was most proud of. Then Zhou Mi reversed the flow of the river of time again. Only Bai Yi, whose body and sword were broken, was left at the crossing of the river of time. The rest of the beings in the continent, including the 6 sovereign stages and Lu Cha who killed Bai Yi, all returned to the lake of time. However, during this period when Bai Yi realized that Qieyun was Jia Xing, he was already wielding Tai Bai and slashing Qieyun with his sword. Not only that, Bai Yi, who was killed by Lu Cha, also used his Yin spirit to travel far away. He gave Lu Cha a taste of his own medicine. He reversed the flow of time and went against the flow. At the cost of destroying his celestial swords, he slashed Bai Ying again. It was only at this moment that Zhou Mi removed the restriction on the lake. The river of time returned to normal and flowed between the heavens and earth. Therefore, after that, the river of time of a continent became so broken and chaotic. It was to let the future Bai Yi stay as far away from the present Bai Yi as possible. Without the cultivation of the 14th realm, he had completely lost his celestial sword Tai Bai. From then on, Bai Yi would no longer be a hindrance to the general trend of the world. After that, Zhou Mi was not afraid of whether Bai Yi could return to the peak in the next 100 or 1,000 years. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Li Zhen suddenly asked tentatively, Bai Ying is your Yang spirit's external body? Then, in the process of cultivation, he mixed many souls and made Bai Ying think that he is Bai Ying? Zhou Mi smiled and said, why did Guanzhao say that he is a fool? I don't think so. Therefore, I have always valued you, the direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain. If not for the small accident where the young hidden official fought in place of Ning Yao, Li Zhen would have known more inside information. Of course, one of the 4 immortal swords, naivety, would either be destroyed or become one of my natal items. Li Zhen asked, Zhou Mi, in the past few thousand years, how many great demons have you fused with the Tao? The so-called Tao fusing of the 14 realms of Zhou Mi was eating. He ate the master of the Lotus Nunnery, ate the Yao armor, ate the Qieyun, and fused with the Yang spirit Bai Ying. In fact, there was also a great demon Huang Wan who fell to the nascent soul realm. As for the ascendant realm Wanyan Laojing of the Golden Armor Continent, he thought that he could drag out an ignoble existence. What happened to him? He fell into Zhou Mi's hands. What else could he do? In the wilderness it was not easy for anyone to see Zhou Mi. Most of the people Zhou Mi met were young people who were worthy of cultivation. Otherwise there was no need for Zhou Mi to stop them. The direct disciples of the moon-supporting mountain would help to stop them. Therefore Zhou Mi's second highest position in the wilderness always gave the feeling that it was intentional by the moon-supporting mountain. It seemed that the moon-supporting mountain needed someone with a good brain to help pass on the message. Therefore when Hai Zhou Mi had always been considered to be at the peak of the ascendant realm at most. He was a sovereign with a very high ranking but relatively weak combat power. The great demon Bai Ying of the Withered Bones Throne almost never fought with other sovereigns or ascendant realms. He liked to sneak around and scheme. He especially targeted those great demons who were secretly recuperating. It was rumored that he refined them into puppets. Therefore, although Bai Ying's combat power was not high, he was famous for his deep family background and shrewdness. Bai Ying not only had the sword attendant Long Jian transformed from the dragon monarch's head, but also the long sword refined from a part of the remnant soul. Bai Ying's actions could really be said to be unrestrained. Li Zhen was quite helpless and felt powerless. He squatted down again and sighed. Even if Li Zhen's life-flying sword was the river of time, he did not dare to say that what he saw was the truth. Many times, seeing a part of the truth made people think that they were infallible. However, the more self-righteous an ordinary person was, the easier their life was. It was the same on the mountain and under the mountain. Li Zhen was an exception. Li Zhen suddenly remembered something and almost laughed to tears. It was said that in history the great demon Bai Ying once asked when Hai Zhou Mi if he wanted to be the lord of culture and education in the wilderness. Zhou Mi seemed to have just smiled and said, "Not enough." Li Zhen raised his head and stared at the scholar in a green scholar's robe in a daze. Were scholars so scary? Zhou Mi just quietly waited for the old blind man's choice. The old blind man was still the same. As long as the old blind man did not leave the mountain, Zhou Mi would not go to the 100,000 mountains. Zhou Mi laughed in his heart. Li Zhen, think about it. When you think it through, go to the Tongyi continent to find me. If you don't think it through, it's okay. You can just stay in the old wilderness. During the Fuyao continent battle, in order to kill Bai Yi apart from using all kinds of methods, Zhou Mi also paid a price. That was half of Bai Ying's and half of Qian's Daos. The former came from the wilderness while the latter came from the vast world. In the conversation between the young hidden official and Lu Cha, he accidentally revealed the truth, but it was actually a guess. How to guess? It was very simple. Put yourself in the scholar's shoes and imagine that the scholar was full of evil tricks. You might as well use the greatest evil to guess the intentions of others, and think of all the methods as thorough and meticulous as possible. There were actually a few clues. For example, the death of the master of the Lotus Nunnery. If the great ancestor of Mount Tuya and Qinqing were superior in terms of Daos and could not make a move, then as the hidden official of the wilderness, Zhou Mi should have at least stopped them. He should not have watched Elder Dong kill the big demon with his sword and drag a bright moon into the human world. As for how Zhou Mi convinced Qing, Li Zhen could not guess. Zhou Mi seemed to have guessed Li Zhen's doubts and took the initiative to dispel them. In my big picture, the sword cultivator Firen is an extremely important existence, far more important than the likes of Kui Yu and Yu Si. Zhou Mi then said something that made Li Zhen's heart tremble. Clairvoyance is the same. In my heart, it is second only to Firen. Therefore, the clairvoyance of all the remnant souls has always been under my control. Zhou Mi then said, annoyed? Is there a need? Li Zhen, who has been complaining on the city wall for so many years, do you really not want to leave the riverbed constraints of the river of time and not be a sword cultivator clairvoyance anymore? Zhou Mi pointed at the battlefield where Qinqing killed the dragon monarch. Yes. On this city wall there were once judicial officers and hidden officials. In the past, Jiaxing was even the former judicial officer. Even earlier in the ancient heavenly court, there were sword bearers and armor bearers. However, Bai Yi actually gave a sword to Firen, which made Zhou Mi a little unhappy. He needed to divert his attention to kill a big accident. In the past, although Firen did not have the title of teacher and student, Zhou Mi taught Firen much more diligently than the direct disciples like Shurchen and Lu Bai. In fact, there were only 3 people left in Firen's sect. Under the arrangement of the great ancestor of Mount Tua, They were already Zhou Mi's chess pieces. Zhou Mi originally planned to appear as Firen's teacher, in a sense one day, and return half of Firen's senior brother Qian to make Firen follow him wholeheartedly and walk towards the seemingly endless path together. Would there be Li Zhen and Yu Si behind the two of them? Shoal Current followed from afar. In the past at Mount Tua, Zhou Mi found the great ancestor of the wilderness, who had been recuperating for 6,000 years. Zhou Mi proposed 3 plans to him. The first was that the Great Wall of Sword Qi flew up and landed on the 5th world. Otherwise, Savage World would have suffered far fewer casualties in the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The second was that embroidered tiger Cui Dong swallowed a continent and stopped the demons of Tong Yi continent from going up north. Apart from that, when the 14th realm Bai Yi attacked, the temple head helped out from both sides and watched from the sidelines. Of course, there was also the young man next door who was the hidden official. Otherwise, Zhou Mi's plan would have been completed long ago. He would have broken through the southwest Fuyao continent and attacked the weak southeast Tongyi continent. He would have attacked the weakest Aquarius continent and taken down the weakest north continent. He would have taken down the weakest north continent and the weakest continent. After that, he would have confronted the Central Plains Divine Continent, Drifting Dawn Continent and South Swirling Continent. During this period, he would have returned Fuyao continent to the Central Plains Confucian Temple. However, the wilderness would have taken Fuyao continent and Golden Armor continent in the end. However, as long as Zhou Mi took down Aquarius continent, it would be a major turning point. The most interesting thing about the 3 plans was that the wilderness's plan was the complete opposite of Zhou Mi's Great Tao. Zhou Mi did not hide anything from the gray-robed elder. The latter laughed heartily. Not only did he not kill Howren Jiaxing with a slap, he allowed Zhou Mi to do whatever he wanted. Thousands of years later, Jiaxing became Zhou Mi and Zhou Mi became Bai Ying. As for the war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhou Mi had been secretly plotting. Other than the gradual defection of sword immortals and sword cultivators, his focus was on the hearts of the people. For example, the Rain Dragon sect, the Flood Dragon ravine, the Mountain Water Cave of Fuyao continent, and the 3 great demons of Tongyi continent. As for who came up with the best plan, the great ancestor of Mount Tuyue and Zhou Mi could accept it. A wilderness without any education could treat Howren Jiaxing as a great scholar. This was the biggest joke in the world. How could Zhou Mi not have racked his brains for thousands of years to plan for Mount Tuyue? Zhou Mi suddenly frowned. Then he smiled and said, "What a talisman, Zhou Xian. He ruined 2 of my small plans. I will have to reason with him one day." Outside the gate of the Bright Moon Palace, the white-haired old man in purple who had ascended to this place was on the verge of collapse. He almost fell to the ground, but he still had a thought. He roared angrily and endured his injuries. Without hesitation, he crushed tens of thousands of remaining talisman. One of the Bright Moon talisman made of golden material suddenly turned into the figure of a Confucian scholar. He smiled and disappeared. Zhou Xian scolded, "Dog Jiaxing, I can't give you dog shit to eat." In order to break away from the restriction of the River of Time in Fuyao continent, Zhou Xian held the Tai Bai scabbard that Bai Yi threw at him. The old man did not hesitate to break the entire heart image galaxy in a wine pot. He used half of it as a gift to protect Bai Ye's soul so that the holy master who was guarding the peak of Mount Sui would have a greater chance of success. The remaining half of Bai Ye's soul would be more complete. As for the remaining half of the galaxy, the number of talisman was still more than 400,000. They pulled together with the celestial phenomenon galaxy and turned into a long bridge of talisman similar to the ascension platform. It dragged Zhou Xian away from the mortal world and finally came to the ruins of the Cold Moon Palace, one of the Howren forbidden grounds for 10,000 years. Even so, it was still very dangerous. If it were not for the sword immortals outside of Bai Yi blocking with their swords, Zhou Xian would have been beaten down to the mortal world by a girl with pigtails. However, he did not expect that Zhou Mi would use some unknown method to deceive everyone. He attached a piece of his mind to the talisman and followed it all the way here. Even after Zhou Xian landed, he only sensed that something was wrong based on his intuition. He did not say anything and would rather destroy the remaining talisman of a great Tao life item than let that chance appear. Reality proved that the talisman Zhou Xian's gamble paid off. Zhou Mi did not even bother to retract the piece of his mind that was covered by the light of the moon's life. He chose to dissipate along with the golden talisman. He did not want to be captured by the Holy Master. Outside the ruins of the Moon Palace, The talisman Zhou Xian sat on the ground dejectedly. He held the Tai-Bai scabbard that Bai Yi asked him to return to the Deshiendu temple. The old man laughed and said, "Damn it, I don't want to be a hero anymore." However, the old man quickly stroked his beard and laughed, "To hell with the 14th realm, I feel great." He looked down and saw that his snow-white beard was stained with blood. He stroked his beard as if he was pulling it. He started to curse Jiaxing again. After cursing, Zhou Xian wanted to get up and leave this place. However, he did not expect another page to appear out of nowhere and land in front of Zhou Xian. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed. He was dragged far away. It was as if the talisman Zhou Xian was about to be brought into the vast galaxy by a page of a book. There was a poem on it. The stars were bright as if they were out of the world. There was also a sentence that seemed to be a side note. The talisman Zhou Xian merged with the Tao here. Zhou Xian stood on the talisman that was suddenly as big as a boat. It was as if the great Tao was traveling far away and an immortal was riding a boat in the sea of stars. Zhou Xian cupped his fists. There were ripples in his heart lake. Zhou Xian's immortal energy is vast. Zhou Xian laughed and said, "The Holy Master is too kind, too kind." At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhou opened the restriction of the small world and stepped into the caged bird on the opposite side. Zhou could not help but laugh. The two swordsmen seemed to be on different sides of the world as they drank their wine. Wuxia got up first and broke the restriction of the caged bird. He returned to the vast South Whirlpool continent. According to Zhou, since they had already taken down the 3 continents, the next thing they had to do was to take down the South Whirlpool continent and the Eastern Bottle continent at the same time. The battlefield of the Whirlpool continent would be handed over to Wuxia. Only Q-Sword and Qin Chunan would be needed. There was no need to care about the rest. Qin Pingon stood up and said with a smile, "It's not easy to kill the old blind man, right?" Zhou looked around and nodded, "It's harder to kill him than Master Hidden Official." Qin Pingon kept the wine pot in his sleeve and asked, "How can I kill Bai Yi?" Zhou did not answer the question. "You are a sword cultivator, but you can't see Bai Yi use his sword. It's a pity." Qin Pingon said, "Bai Yi can see me use my sword in the future." Zhou smiled. The young hidden official's words sounded very heroic. If ordinary people heard it, they would only think that it was a young man who was arrogant and didn't even put Bai in his eyes. However, Zhou knew that this was the same principle that the scholar Qin Pingon and the scholar Hao Ran Jiaxing had said. Unfortunately, people are often disappointed. But I still have to not let others down. Zhou looked at this homeless dog who was boasting shamelessly. He was very patient and said slowly, "That's because a person has never been really disappointed." Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "There was once a little girl who was fleeing for her life. She saw her mother hiding from her husband and daughter and secretly eating steamed buns. The little girl just looked at that scene numbly. Do you think she was not disappointed? Was she not desperate? It can be changed. It can be changed. Is it great to be a scholar? Will the disappointment be greater? I don't think so." Zhou shook his head and said, "It's a good principle, but it's still too small." The young hidden official suddenly laughed. "Of course. I'm young and lacking in knowledge. How can I compare to Zhou when high? Dao. Reason." Zhou put his hands behind his back. "How many copies of yourself do you have to kill before you can truly accept your fate and change the world step by step?" Qin Pingon was expressionless. Zhou's figure had already disappeared. Even the intrinsic flying sword caged sparrow did not notice his arrival and departure. Qin Pingon took out a talisman to confirm whose world he was in. Zhou appeared behind Qin Pingon and laughed. "How did you become a hidden official when you're so timid?" Qin Pingon put away the talisman. Zhou said, "I'm looking forward to your martial 10 realms vigor." Qin Pingon was silent. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi outside the 2 worlds, the sword immortal heroic spirits that had walked out of the painting began to take up formation. They could wear down as much of Zhou's Tao as possible. Zhou laughed. "You only reached the peak after your golden core was shattered again and again. What about your nascent soul? Why don't you use the fall of a Qi refinement warrior to exchange for the limit of a pure martial artist?" Qin Pingon took a deep breath. If there was no other way, he would give up half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was Qin Pingon's final trump card. He would use his life and half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to exchange for a sovereign's Tao. Actually, the value of half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was still extremely high. This trade was not worth it, but it was extremely interesting. Who would be willing to exchange their Tao for a sovereign great demon? The dragon god was probably the most willing, but he was still trying to confirm if his boss, the Sword Immortal, had a backup plan. Zhou seemed to be confirming the young hidden official's determination. In the end, Zhou disappeared in a flash. He first removed the restrictions of the world before breaking the sparrow-caged sparrow. Before returning to the Tongye continent, Zhou used his sword qi to carve the words by Yi on the city wall. Not only that, Zhou even removed the mountain and river restrictions of the Jiazi tent, allowing the young hidden official to see the light of day again. Qin Pingon appeared at the edge of the cliff. On the other side was Li Zhen. With the death of the dragon god, only Li Zhen, the 100-sword immortal of the moon-supporting mountain, was left on that half of the great wall of sword qi. They looked at each other from afar. Li Zhen's expression was complicated. He seemed to be smiling. Qin Pingon asked, "Are you so happy to eat such tea?" Li Zhen asked, "Share some with you?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Give it to me." Li Zhen was stunned on the spot. He asked doubtfully, "Qin Pingon, have you been crazy since you were young?" Qin Pingon said, "A hungry dog is not afraid of a stick. You are like a chicken in a flock of cranes." Li Zhen looked at the vast land in the south and then turned to look at the gate in the north. Finally, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingon. He said, "Let's go." Qin Pingon said, Li Zhen, clairvoyance is clairvoyance. Li Zhen is clairvoyance, clairvoyance is Li Zhen. Is it important? Who is the person in front of you? If you can't even figure out this, where can you go? Li Zhen was stunned. Damn it, the hidden official can speak human language. Qin Pingon said again, "You can understand human language?" Li Zhen held his fist and shook it hard. This was the first time he admitted defeat. Qin Pingon suddenly sat on the edge of the cliff. Li Zhen did the same. He said to himself, "When I leave, Li Zhen's clairvoyance will be gone. Qin Qing is dead. Dragon God is dead. They are all dead." The history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and even the whole history of sword cultivation seemed to be divided into two. Compared to the real Great Wall of Sword Qi that was cut open by the grand ancestor of the moon-supporting mountain, it was even more broken. Qin Pingon said nothing. He took out a pot of wine and gently threw it out. He then shattered it with sword energy. A pot of wine spilled on the ground. He worshipped the sword cultivator dragon god from 10,000 years ago. Together with two close friends, he worshipped the moon-supporting mountain. The Yu clan of the Central Plains joined forces with the Lu clan of the Snow Mountain continent. One provided manpower, and the other provided money. Then they used up the qi of the mountains and rivers of a beautiful land in the Xuanmi dynasty. As a result, the spiritual qi within a radius of 100 miles was exhausted. In the end, they built a temporary gate from the north of the Jinjia continent to this place. Of course, to do this, someone had to use his sword. It was the word-engraved sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qi Tingji. Rumors about this foreign sword immortal were like mushrooms after a rain in the Central Plains divine continent. Almost all the different mountains and rivers of the imperial palace more or less mentioned this Qi Tingji who appeared out of nowhere. All the imperial palace reports did not deny one thing. If Qi Tingji did not use his sword to kill demons, the Fuyao continent and the Golden Armor continent would have fallen even earlier. The old scholar was furious at the academy. He went to find Old Man Yu and asked for some wine. He also wanted to see if Old Man Yu had anything he did not need. Pei Qian brought Sister Baoping to meet Sister Zaishi Yujuanfu. Jin Jinming and Zhu Mei, the two sword cultivators, were the first to leave the battlefield of the Golden Armor continent. They retreated to the northern gate. Yujuanfu and Pei Qian, the two pure martial artists, left even later. In the end, only Chao Xi remained in the northern part of the Golden Armor continent. Pei Qian and Chao Xi's 4 matches had to be put aside for the time being. Pei Qian was very clear about the big and the small and the urgent matters. In the end, the 4 of them returned to the Yu family together. They did not expect Lin Junbai to be nearby. Lin Junbai had traveled from the Shaoyuan dynasty to the Xuanmi dynasty and stayed in the capital for more than half a month. However, Lin Junbai did not leak any information to the outside world. If Yu Zhuanfu and the other 2 did not return to the Central Plains divine continent, Lin Junbai would have to return to the Shaoyuan dynasty in another half a month. The Yu family was one of the top aristocratic families in the Central Plains divine continent. The Yu family had many branches and leaves, and their family tree was filled with boxes. Yu Zhuanfu was also the daughter of the first wife with high hopes. Otherwise she would not have been betrothed to the Qilin of the Huai family. Lin Junbai, Jin Zhenming, and Zhu Mei were all sword cultivators and people of the Shaoyuan dynasty. They were very close. Currently they were all living in the Yu family residence of the Xuanmi dynasty's retired emperor. Yu Zhuanfu once again played the role of a crappy matchmaker. He dragged the girl of the same age, Yu Qingqing, to Lin Junbai for a round of chess. Yu Zhuanfu looked at the two of them. The more he looked, the more compatible he felt. It would be a pity if they did not give birth to a bunch of beautiful children. As for the girl in red who was said to be from the Cliff Academy, Yu Zhuanfu was just being polite. That was all. She and Pei Qian were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Li Baoping was just a friend of a friend. Moreover, Yu Zhuanfu was never good at building relationships. Yu Zhuanfu led a group of people to the Gall Cypress Pavilion. This was the Yu family residence's famous scenic spot. The white jade table in the pavilion was a chessboard. There were only 2 stone benches and 2 chess jars on the table. When the players sat down, the others stood and watched. It was very particular. Of course, there were benches for sitting in the pavilion, but they were slightly further away from the chessboard. As the pillar of the huge family, the Yu family's ancestor was born a prodigy. He was known as the beautiful wind god, rarely ambitious, never tired of learning and well-read. This Gall Cypress Pavilion was a scenic spot personally built by the Yu family's ancestor, Yu Panshui. However, more than 100 years ago this place was sealed by Yu Panshui for a full 300 years just to play an unprecedented game of chess. 160 people placed their pieces on the chessboard. Because each person could only make one move. As for whether they would play white or black, it depended on their luck. The first move of the black pieces was exquisite and unparalleled. Then the middle game collapsed. The white pieces were in a good position until a white-robed Confucian entered the pavilion. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the chessboard. Then he said, "There's no need to play anymore." When the group entered the pavilion, they looked around. It was a completely different world. The ancient cypresses were dense. It was said that each of these priceless cypresses had been transplanted from an immortal residence called Jingguan City. The bamboo grew from Azure Immortal Mountain while the cypresses grew in Jingguan City. Pei Qian had no interest in Go. He had always been like this. When he was young, he was too lazy to use his brain and couldn't earn any money. Later on, he would watch Old Wei and Little White kill each other on the chessboard. Li Baoping stood behind the woman, silently watching the game. Jin Zhenming and Zhu Mei stood behind Lin Junbai. Of course, they had to protect each other. If it wasn't for Yu Zhuanfu saying that his family's old ancestor was a terrible chess player who liked to pretend to be cultured and only wanted to do some superficial things, Pei Qian would have thought that the Yu family's old ancestor could win against his little senior brother. According to Yu Zhuanfu, even the young prodigy and beautiful wind god, never tired of learning, were all made up by her old ancestor after he became the head of the family. In fact, when he was young, he was a little fatty who regarded money as his life. At a young age, he learned how to earn money to make a living. Yu Qingqing smiled and said, "Junbai's chess skills are becoming more and more refined." Lin Junbai played the real void point to perfection. A few years ago, Lin Junbai was a guest of the Yu family. At that time, Lin Junbai's chess skills were forcefully pursuing the so-called profound and mysterious changes of the divine dragon. However, when the weapons clashed on the chessboard, his killing intent seemed to be too heavy. Now his style of chess had changed. It was deep and precise without missing a step. His killing techniques were interlinked, but his chess skills and killing intent were not heavy. That was why she had such a refined evaluation. Yu Qingqing's chess skills might not be that great. At most, she could be considered a first-rate chess player in the Xuanmi dynasty. Compared to the top immortal masters who were proficient in chess, the gap was still very obvious. However, her eyes had always been very good. She was jokingly called the Yu family's flower of understanding by the old ancestor. When Yu Qingqing was playing chess with Lin Junbai, she glanced at the extraordinarily handsome and focused young man. She sighed in her heart. When the country's fortune rose, so did his chess skills. In the flourishing Shaoyuan dynasty, Lin Junbai was bound to be the future imperial tutor. One day, Lin Junbai's chess skills would reach the realm of one breath clear, rise high. Not everyone who was proficient in chess could really achieve great things outside of the chessboard. However, the young man in front of her seemed to be connected with chess. Yu Zhuanfu and Pei Qian sat side by side. Yu Zhuanfu took off his boots and sat cross-legged. He took off the wine pot at his waist and handed it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian hurriedly winked at Yu Zhuanfu. He quietly raised his chin and pointed at the serious Bao Ping's sister. Yu Zhuanfu smiled and drank by himself. He was very curious. Apart from her master, there was someone Pei Qian was afraid of? Yu Zhuanfu stretched and put his hands on the railing behind him. He focused his voice and said to Pei Qian, Chao Ci fought a lot on the battlefield between the two continents. It has a lot to do with your master's ascension to the top of the mountain. After entering the pavilion, Pei Qian sat upright. He clenched his fists on his knees and gently nodded. Yu Zhuanfu said, Cliff Academy's reputation is not small now. It's all thanks to that dolly Xiaohu. Pei Qian didn't want to talk about Xiaohu. He just smiled and said, I've known Bao Ping's sister for a long time. My master said that Bao Ping's sister has been wearing red since she was young. Yu Zhuanfu nodded. Although she still didn't understand why Pei Qian was so close to that woman in red. But she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Just like how Pei Qian never mentioned Huai Qian in front of her. Yu Zhuanfu drank and occasionally glanced at the chess game. Anyway, he couldn't see the outcome of the game. She knows how to play chess, but that's all she really knows. She prefers to play chess. In the Yu family's library, there was the first draft of the Elephant Sutra, written by a military ancestor. The Qi cultivators on the mountain were far more thoughtful and far-sighted than the people below the mountain. But other than military cultivators often praised chess and looked down on elephant play. Yu Zhuanfu asked, Do you know how to play chess? Pei Qian shook his head and said, No. In the past, Old Wei and Little Bai often played chess. But once they were mocked by their little senior brother. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian recalled the exact words he had said earlier. One of them was the most insulting. The depth of chess is Wei Xian's drinking capacity. Aren't you too ashamed? Of course, Yu Zhuanfu didn't know this. He said casually, Among the 10 young candidates there's a young man called Zhou Bai. He's proficient in chess. Half of his reputation as Zhou Xian comes from this. When Zhou Bai was young, he once sleepwalked to the straight hook platform in the ancestral court of the School of Military Strategy and played 10 games with Elder Jiang, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Zhou Bai won 4 and lost 6. Therefore, Zhou Bai was already very famous among the cultivators at the peak of the mountain before he became one of the 10 candidates. Before he became Zhou Xian, he was already nicknamed Young Grand Duke Jiang. Yu Zhuanfu drank a mouthful of wine. If there's a chance, I must ask him for advice. Losing is certain, I just hope it won't be too embarrassing. Pei Qian was even more interested in Zhou Bai and Zhou Xian, so he said, I've only seen the talisman Senior Xian. He's really like an immortal. School of Poetry by Xian, School of Poetry Zhou Xian, Talisman Yu Xian. Cha Zhou Xian? Pei Qian suddenly grinned. Sister Zaishi, and I'm just saying, if I'm Yu family's ancestor, I'll secretly hide the 100 or so black and white chess pieces and engrave the names of the cultivators playing. It's valuable and can be treasured. Yu Zhuanfu's expression was strange. Pei Qian asked, You've already done that? Yu Zhuanfu sighed. Let's just change identities. Pei Qian shook his head. She couldn't bear to change identities. After Lin Junbai and Yu Qingqing finished a game, it took nearly an hour and they still had to replay the game. Pei Qian asked Yu Zhuanfu in advance, and after getting permission he took Sister Baoping for a stroll. After walking away, Li Baoping rubbed Pei Qian's head and said, You don't have to be so reserved with your friends. Pei Qian thought for a bit and nodded. I'll listen to you. Li Baoping continued. You just came back from the Jinjia continent battlefield, it's normal for you to be nervous. But you can't always be like this. When Marshal Uncle took us to travel, he would occasionally slack off, let alone a disciple like you. Pei Qian said sullenly, Even if Master slacks off, it's to save energy and spirit. It's not the same. Li Baoping smiled but didn't say anything. The old scholar suddenly appeared with a child wearing a tiger head hat. The old scholar laughed and introduced them to the child. You can call me Sister Baoping, Sister Pei. The child glanced at the old scholar, who immediately said resentfully, You're drunk, you're drunk. You can't blame me. Old Yu's treasured wine is really strong. Then the old scholar handed Pei Qian a small and exquisite bamboo paper cutter with inscriptions engraved on both sides. He smiled and said, "Pei Qian, this is a gift from Senior Yu. Take it. You don't have to be so polite. Don't refuse a gift from an elder. Something close to you. To Senior Yu, it's just a drop in the ocean. It's just a seed from Luopa Mountain. Just take it, otherwise old Yu will be anxious." Pei Qian was about to say something, but Li Baoping pulled his sleeve. Pei Qian scratched his head and took over the extremely precious paper cutter. He did have some belongings. If he didn't have something close to him, he would have a headache about how to bring it home. He couldn't always owe Sister Zaishi something close to him. He said he would return it to her after leaving the Xianxia continent. Then the old scholar said he had to leave for Sui Mountain. From beginning to end, the old scholar didn't say the name of the child wearing the tiger head hat. After the old scholar left, Li Baoping and Pei Qian also left the Yu family. Li Baoping wanted to return to the academy. The students of the Cliff Academy were studying there. Pei Qian had finally returned home after traveling for many years. But they had to cross the continent to reach the Baifeng continent and then take a detour to the North Lu continent before returning to the Baoping continent. Li Baoping gave the narrow knife to Pei Qian and left with the blade's strengthening gourd hanging from her waist. Pei Qian stood at the door and called out to Sister Baoping. Li Baoping turned around and smiled brightly. She stomped her feet lightly and waved her hands quickly. Pei Qian scratched his head. In the end, he didn't have the nerve to be so childish. Pei Qian stood at the door for a long time before returning to the residence. She first asked a steward to help her inform the Yu family's patriarch if she could thank him and bid him farewell. The steward agreed with a smile. After Pei Qian met the Yu family's patriarch, she went to bid farewell to Yu Zhuanfu. Yu Zhuanfu wanted to send her to the immortal fairy. Pei Qian brought along the unnamed disciple named Aman. When Yu Zhuanfu arrived at the ferry, he suddenly had an idea. He said, "Since Pei Qian is going to Leigong Temple, I also want to go there and see if I can ask Senior Pei Xianpei about fist techniques." The Yu family's patriarch stood in a pavilion in the private garden with a plaque that read, "Wood Fox." Beside Yu Panshui stood a handsome young man in white. Yu Panshui grinned and rubbed his hands. "Thanks to Brother Qi, I'm lucky that old Xiuzai didn't hit me too hard today." This young master, who was temporarily a guest of the Yu family, was Qi Tingji. In the mountain water cave of the Fuyao continent, he couldn't save Zhou Xian. Fortunately, he later killed Wanyan Laojing in the Jinjia continent. Although that Ascendant Realm cultivator most likely didn't die completely, this battle merit fell on this old sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for that Ascendant Realm cultivator of the Fuyao continent, he was extremely grateful to Qi Tingji. He made an appointment with Qi Tingji to find a place to drink when he came out of seclusion in the white porcelain grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent. Old Sword Immortal referred to Qi Tingji's cultivation years. Although the words were carved on the city wall, Qi Tingji's appearance was extremely young. Qi Tingji first rose to fame in the Central Plains Divine Continent, then became famous throughout the continent. However, Qi Tingji disappeared without a trace. There were rumors that the Lu family's wealth god of the White Snow continent wanted to invite Qi Tingji to be the family's grand consecrator. The Lu family's wealth was definitely beyond imagination, so Qi Tingji was now the Lu family's guest of honor. The merit accumulated from the war between the two continents was enough for Qi Tingji to establish a sect in the vast heavens. However, Qi Tingji was still hesitant. Once he took root in the vast heavens and established an ancestral hall as the founder, it was equivalent to giving up on Ascension City and the Fifth Continent. The two gates of the Fuyao continent and the Tongya continent hadn't lasted for many years. The vast heavens news about Ascension City was almost completely blank. Otherwise, it was just some randomly fabricated news. Previously, when the old scholar came to visit, Qi Tingji actively avoided meeting him. He didn't expect to miss out on the child wearing the tiger head hat. Yu Panshui didn't even dare to mention names. Qi Tingji could roughly guess the final result of the Fuyao continent battle. The Confucian Temple of Confucius must have paid a heavy price. Yu Panshui smiled. That Lu Jubao fellow is rich and overbearing, and his heart is even fiercer. That's why he didn't spend a single coin to let Brother Qi become a guest of the Yu family. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Qi Tingji dismissed it with a smile. Yu Panshui's smile faded. He asked, How do you plan to reply to the Liu family? Qi Tingji said, I'll meet this Liu family's god of wealth first. Yu Panshui nodded. In the garden, hundreds of flowers bloomed. The next moment, a slender middle-aged man in simple clothes walked into the pavilion. He cupped his fists and smiled at Qi Tingji. Lu Jubao greets sword immortal Qi. Qi Tingji cupped his fists in return. Yu Panshui smiled. You guys chat. I'm going to meet a junior and see if that kid can be tricked into marrying into the Yu family. Lu Jubao's mouth twitched. Yu Panshui slapped his head and snapped his fingers. A wisp of green smoke appeared on the plaque. Finally, it condensed into a graceful and beautiful woman who followed behind the Yu family's patriarch. In a study. After Lin Junbai crossed the threshold, an immortal cultivator gently closed the door. There was only an old man in the study. He sat on a chair facing the window. Lin Junbai took a few steps forward and bowed. If he sat in the pavilion, he could forget about sitting in the study. The Yu family's patriarch, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looked like a wealthy old man. He was chubby, and when he squinted, his small eyes made his face look even bigger. Out of nowhere, he looked a little oily. It was hard to imagine that this old man, who was only at the unpolished Jade realm, could support a stronger Xianmi dynasty after the Deshang dynasty was destroyed. Whether it was Deshang or Xianmi, they were ranked higher than the current Xiaoyuan dynasty. In a slightly dark and cold study room. Since the old man didn't speak, Lin Junbai just stood there. Yu Panshui finally spoke with a smile. I heard that you're proficient in chess. You're about to surpass your master? Junbai's chess skills are still not as good as yours. These words are too greasy. I'm asking about the outcome, not the style of chess. According to your words, I'm even more domineering than Xiuhu. Is it interesting? Junbai and you both have their wins and losses. This kid is shrewd. His nurturing technique is better than his chess skills. The imperial tutor of Xiaoyuan dynasty has taught a good disciple. Don't give me any less than I deserve. I'll return what I don't deserve. How will you return it? Do you think that people's hearts and reputation are like money? Greasy. You're so young and old, yet you're so greasy. Within the rules, I ask my heart and I do my own thing. Didn't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for Yu Zhuanfu? Are you disheartened and retreating in the face of difficulties, or are you still unwilling to give up and want to cast a long line to catch a big fish? This question is not easy to answer. You either have to admit that you have ulterior motives, or you have to admit that your master's heart is too dirty. Every move placed outside the chessboard is a dirty move. So why don't I help you find a reason? Wouldn't that make you more refined? The old man held a jade handle that was as cold as congealed fat. It was thinly carved and very shallow. There were only 2 engravings that were deeper. They were both seal styles. One was the word jade, and the other was the word cut. Exhaling, he clenched it with both hands and gently twisted it. Then he habitually rubbed it against his face. Lin Junbai turned a blind eye to this. Yu Zhuanfu doesn't like me. I'm not suitable for Yu Qingqing. Yu Panshui sneered. Silly girl, how did you like Qin Pingan? Lin Junbai asked back. Why did Yu Zhuanfu not like the hidden official? Yu Panshui narrowed his eyes. He raised his wrist and gently grasped it. In the next moment, a seal appeared in his palm. He pinched it between 2 fingers. The words on the side of the seal read, a stone in a stream, how can it not be a mainstay? Beautiful clouds in the sky, fist still in the sky. The seal read, a female martial god by Qin Chao's side. Yu Panshui asked, you lost to this person in chess? Do you know who he is? Lin Junbai said, it's good that Mr. Yu knows. Yu Panshui raised the other jade handle in his hand. Curse this guy a few times and I'll give this to you. Heaven, earth, you and I know. If I don't say anything, you won't say anything. What are you afraid of? Let me remind you, this handle in my hand is an old item from Shui Hua Garden. It's equivalent to half of Shui Hua Garden. Not to mention you, even your husband won't dislike it. This item came from Lao King Blessed Land. This kind of strange stone, Tian Huang, was the essence of Lao King Blessed Land's mountain root. It was a unique item of blessed land. It was priceless. 1 tael of Lao King stone was 1 tael of grain rain money. There was also a saying, half of the world's seals and inkstones came from Lao King Blessed Land. It was a famous first-class blessed land with rolling in money. It was controlled by a sect under the Xian Mountain Talisman. The talisman Zhou Xian had 5 sects in one mountain. He had 1 first-class blessed land, 1 small grotto heaven and 2 medium-class blessed lands. Among them the Cloud Dream Grotto Heaven had the Green Grass Lake. Just the Flood Dragon Grotto Heaven alone had several Flood Dragon Grotto caves and countless aquatic monsters. What was rarer was that they were naturally docile and were most liked by the fairies on the mountain. Thanks to the chaotic mountain and river gazettes in the vast world, the fairies selected many must-have items on the mountain, such as the dragon fairy dress, the pearl of the palm bracelet with 12 dragon beads, a dressing mirror made by the Luli Pavilion in White Emperor City, a copy of a cloud sticker or a flower sticker that was known as a second-class authentic work, a jade spring bottle from Wuxia continent with a branch of plum blossoms from Baihua Blessed Land. How could Zhou Xian not be rich? How could the talisman not be rich? Even Yu Panshui, who controlled the treasury of the Xianmi dynasty, was ashamed of his inferiority. At this moment, the god of wealth Lu of the Snow-White continent who appeared in his garden once took the initiative to offer a price. He wanted to buy half of Lao King blessed land from the talisman Zhou Xian. It was said that at that time, Lu Jubao carried a pile of things with him which was full of Guyu money. In addition to the mountain of immortal money, the Lu family was also willing to take out half of their tree shade blessed land and give it to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian did not agree. So what if you Lu Jubao are rich? But do I look like a person who lacks money? In the end, half of Lao King blessed land, half of tree shade blessed land, and Lu Jubao giving money to Zhou Xian were all superficial. It was similar to a marriage alliance between the aristocratic families at the foot of the mountain. In fact, the Lu family of the Snow-White continent just wanted to hug another thigh. Of course, both sides could indeed make a lot of money in the long run. One side was making money and the other side was losing money. It would not last long. It was just a flowing road of wealth. It would go when one said it would and it would disappear when one said it would. Lin Junbai seemed to have a script in mind. Without hesitation, as if she was reciting a script, she really scolded Cui Dongshan. Yu Panshui laughed and was very happy. He threw the handle to Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai put it in her sleeve and said, "It's a pity that I can't open the stone into a square stamp." Yu Panshui turned his head and said, "Go back and tell that Xiu Hu." A cold voice sounded, "This servant accepts the order." Lin Junbai did not look sideways from beginning to end, turning a deaf ear. There were too many rumors about this Yu family's ancestor. His temperament was just one of them. Yu Panshui suddenly asked, "That young hidden official, can he really make you Lin Junbai admire him?" Lin Junbai nodded and said, "I can't, but my heart yearns for him." Yu Panshui laughed and said, "Let's talk around?" Lin Junbai said, "Winning or losing is all up to Mr. Yu." Yu Panshui shook his wrist and put the seal back in place. He stood up and said, "Let's go to Gall Cypress Pavilion to kill a round. This kid's tone is really big, as if he can beat me." At the ferry port of the capital city, Pei Qian and Yu Zhuanfu took an immortal ferry to the White Snow continent. A man stood by the railing of the observation deck, watching in a daze as the magnificent capital city grew to the size of a palm, the size of a mustard seed, and finally disappeared. Pei Qian asked, "You first make up for yesterday's practice, or else you'll have to pay me back for a piece of snow." The child just stood on his tiptoes and kept looking at the distant land. Pei Qian was not angry, nor did he scold him. He just said, "According to the agreement, if you don't practice for 2 consecutive days, you'll pay me back half of the snow. If you don't practice for a total of 3 days, you'll pay me back all of it." Only then did the child say vaguely, "Let's watch a little longer." Qin Lingjun finally arrived at the mouth of the Great Blasphemy near the Spring Dew Garden. He successfully left the suppression and restraint of a continent's mountains and rivers. His momentum was vast and mighty. Like a dragon entering the sea, he set off monstrous waves. However, just as Qin Lingjun was about to take advantage of the situation and charge forward for thousands of miles, he did not expect to slightly raise his huge head and see that in the distant sea, there was a man in a green robe standing at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. He looked very confident and at ease. Then, in the huge waves, he immediately returned to his original form. He threw out spells randomly, but he could not suppress the stormy waves caused by the turbulent water. This made Qin Lingjun's heart tighten. On both sides of the Great Blasphemy, near the mouth of the Great Blasphemy, There were already several immortal masters helping to suppress the water so that it would not spread to the shore to avoid harming the innocent. Unexpectedly, there was still a fish that escaped the net. Qin Lingjun saw the young immortal master who was dumbfounded in the end. Qin Lingjun made up his mind and shook his badly mutilated dragon tail, changing the trajectory and crashing into the depths of the sea. His entire head smashed onto the seabed. Rocks, cliffs, bridges, embankments and all the land belonged to the flood dragon. The invisible great Tao of the river blocked the flood dragon. When the flood dragon traveled the river, it was all about moving forward with indomitable will and crazily absorbing the water. The flood was monstrous, and the faster it traveled, the easier it would be. However, Qin Lingjun walked with bumps and bumps all the way. He held on until here in a spurt of energy, and finally he was completely exhausted. If it was not for the small boat blocking the way, Qin Lingjun could have charged at least 1,000 miles out of the sea. Qin Lingjun shook his head dizzily. At this point, there was no benefit in continuing to walk on the sea. He endured the severe pain all over his body and condensed into a human form. He took out clothes from the square-inch item and put them on. With the bamboo box on his back and the mountain walking stick in his hand, he walked shakily on the waves to find the drowned rat. Looking around, he saw the drowned rat lying on the capsized boat with his upper body. He shouted, "What happened to the water?" Seeing that the person was fine, Qin Lingjun heaved a sigh of relief. Then he felt a mixture of sadness and joy. He could not help but burst into tears. "I will never catch water again in this life. No one can say anything about it. Not even the old master's words." After howling a few times, Qin Lingjun plopped his butt on the surface of the water and laughed. He had finally succeeded in walking the desecration path. Fortunately, old Taoist Jia, Baijun and the other good brothers were not around. Otherwise, Qin Lingjun would have dragged them along to finish the desecration as if it was wine. Qin Lingjun immediately wiped his face. He saw that the Qi refinement warrior who looked like he was only at the cave abode realm had finally turned the boat over. He was squatting there and pouring water into the sea with both hands. It was probably because he had used a lousy spell to resist the huge waves and had exhausted his spirit Qi. Qin Lingjun did feel a little guilty in his heart. He was admiring the scenery, but he became a drowned rat. Above the sea of clouds, Li Yuan held his forehead. My brother Lingjun caught water. Did water enter his brain as well? How can he be so desecrated? The successful desecration only allowed a flood dragon of the Golden Core realm to have a nascent soul. It was not the nascent soul bottleneck that Li Yuan and Shenlin had expected. To cultivators, a nascent soul and a perfected nascent soul were worlds apart even if they were in the same realm. To flood dragons who had a harder time ascending the realm, the disparity between the two was even greater. Moreover, could something like desecration happen again and again? If the opportunity was gone, it would be gone in this lifetime. Originally, according to Marquis Long Ting and Duke Ling Yuan's deduction, as long as Qin Lingjun succeeded in his desecration, the worst outcome would be that he was at the peak of the perfected nascent soul realm. If he was lucky, it was not impossible for him to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and ascend to the upper 5 realms. However, this created a bleak situation for Qin Lingjun. Li Yuan was already starting to worry about his future. Would Qin Pingon take his anger out on his Tao protector when the time came? The water god of Nanshuan Hall, the current Duke Ling Yuan Shenlin, stood side by side with Marquis Long Ting Li Yuan. She smiled and said, "I think this is not bad. I'm starting to understand why Qin Pingon is willing to take care of Qin Lingjun." Li Yuan still felt heartache for his good brother's loss of the great Tao. Being a good person is really too expensive. Li Yuan frowned and asked, "That Qi cultivator who always gave me a strange feeling appeared here coincidentally and caused Qin Lingjun to fall by half a realm. Is he really only an earth immortal?" Shenlin was also a little worried. Other than the cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden on the shore, there are also our water officers patrolling the sea together. Logically speaking, no one should appear here. Further away, 1,000 miles away, there was actually a fishing immortal from Lushui Pit. According to the deduction of both parties, after Qin Lingjun rushed into the sea with the great blasphemy water luck, he would temporarily rest in the temporarily opened underwater residence to consolidate his foundation and cultivate his primordial spirit. A plump woman in a green robe appeared out of thin air beside the 2 Marquis of Great Desecration. She said, Master asked me to pass the message that you don't have to investigate the origin of that person and let him go. Not only that, if someone wants to investigate the origin of this person, such as the Xian Bureau of the Great Origin or the Water Dragon Sect, and comes to sound you out, you can persuade them or stop them. If you can't stop them, just let me know. The woman smiled and said, wanting to flood the Thunder God's residence in the Baby Mountain, Marquis Long Ting is so bold. Li Yuan laughed and said, Lady Tantan, I don't deserve it. This Lushui Pit Ascendant Realm Demon was called Qing Zhong and called herself Lady Tantan. She also liked to claim kinship with the most proud person in the world. It was rumored that outside the Lushui Pit, there was a golden couplet, striking the long sky of Qingming, treading on the waves of Lushui. So what if you're in the Ascendant Realm? So what if you've written a poem for Lushui? Look at you, you're so arrogant. If you're really capable, then go and be arrogant with my good brother, Fire Dragon Immortal. The woman smiled and left. She could not help but glance at the young Qi refinement warrior on the sea. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was actually scared. It was not better than meeting Immortal Fire Dragon. A dragon slayer. Wouldn't it be easier to kill the water descendants? Qin Lingjun was very smart. He casually found an excuse and cursed the treacherous water situation here with that brother. Soon they started calling each other brothers. He did not expect that brother's surname was also Qin and his name was Zhuliu. This name was similar to his good brother Bai Jun. Moreover, it was obvious that he was a person who failed in the imperial examinations. Qin Lingjun laughed heartily. Your surname is Qin and mine is Qin. Aren't we brothers from the same family 500 years ago? Qin Zhuliu smiled slightly. Previously, he found a fragmented secret realm and casually found an immortal's remains. He then returned the previous skin to the young coachman from the North Continent. The coachman worked for nothing and received a bag of immortal money. Qin Lingjun exchanged it for a successful desecration, instead of failing at the last step and working for nothing. If the desecration went smoothly and the heavy rain attacked the two shores, it would not be difficult for Qin Lingjun to reach the pure Jade realm. He would not have the current nascent soul realm and would have the embryonic form of a true dragon. However, Qin Zhuliu might not be able to hold it in and return the money first before cutting off his good brother's head. Moreover, if Qin Lingjun chose to crash into the boat and kill the passers-by in order to achieve a higher level of Dao achievement, then Qin Zhuliu would not have to worry about it and save energy. Qin Lingjun felt that he wasn't the kind of person who would randomly acknowledge someone as his brother. He bade farewell to Qin Zhuliu, mainly because he wanted to quickly thank Li Yuan and Duke Ling Yuan before finding Bai Huan and returning home together. On the way back, Qin Lingjun went to the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven to thank his good brother Li Yuan, and then strolled around the Spring Dew Garden. However, he did not meet Qin Zhuiliu, who was squatting at the Spring Dew Garden Ferry and eating tortoise jelly. Such a coincidence, it would be a pity not to make friends with him. As a result, they hit it off even more. Qin Zhuiliu took out an old money pouch and pretended to treat him to a meal, which made Qin Lingjun feel sad. He heard that Qin Zhuiliu wanted to go to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the Upper Five Realms heroic spirit in the capital city was gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Qin Lingjun heard that Qin Zhuiliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the Upper Five Realms heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Qin Lingjun heard that Qin Zhuiliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the Upper Five Realms heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Qin Lingjun heard that Qin Zhuiliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the Upper Five Realms heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Qin Lingjun heard that Qin Zhuiliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the Upper Five Realms heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Qin Lingjun heard that Qin Zhuiliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the Upper Five Realms heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Qin Lingjun heard that Qin Zhuiliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck. Li Yuan stood at the shore of Great Blasphemy and looked at the ferry. Suddenly he was shocked. He saw the blue-robed scholar standing on the railing smiling at him. Xin Lin immediately bowed and Qin Zhuiliu turned and left. After strolling through the skeleton beach, Qin Lingjun persuaded Qin Zhuiliu not to go to the Ghost Valley to be a wild cultivator, but to follow him to the Aquarius continent to eat and drink. However, when they arrived at the Spring Dew Gardens ferry, Qin Zhuoliu suddenly said that he would go to the Oxhorn Mountains ferry later. Qin Lingjun agreed to meet him at Luopa Mountain and went south alone. When they arrived at the Oxhorn Mountains ferry, Qin Lingjun could not help but wipe away a lot of bitter tears. After hanging the sword talisman, Qin Lingjun arrived at his own mountain gate. When he saw Chao Qinglang, Qin Lingjun laughed loudly and strode towards Chao Qinglang. "Qinglang, I haven't seen you for a few years, but your realm is still climbing like an ant. This won't do." Chao Qinglang stood in place and nodded gently, smiling without saying a word. Qin Lingjun laughed and asked, "In the years that I wasn't in Luopa Mountain, did anyone bully you? Tell me now, it's just a matter of Brother Qin slapping you." Chao Qinglang shook his head, "Never." Qin Lingjun was slightly disappointed, but he quickly started to climb the mountain. He did not see Xin Yuanji, he was not diligent in walking. But Qin Lingjun quickly saw the young lady in black who was patrolling the mountain. His face stiffened, he held back his laughter and stood in place with his walking stick. Using the melon seeds as hidden weapons, he jumped and twisted his waist, shouting, "Let's go." He threw out a hidden weapon. Patrolling the mountain, "Let's go." He beat the flowers and trees to the point that they could not retaliate. Pei Qian had not returned from his travels, and the right law protector was truly invincible in Luopa Mountain. Qin Lingjun coughed, "Xiao Mili." Zhou Mili was stunned on the spot, then hugged the golden carrying pole and walking stick. She ran all the way to Qin Lingjun's side and shouted, "Jingqing, Jingqing, Jingqing." Hearing this name that could only be heard in Luopa Mountain, Qin Lingjun's eyes turned red. Xiao Mili said timidly, "Were you bullied? Who was it? If they can beat me, then they can beat me. I'm not afraid to go down the mountain." Qin Lingjun laughed and patted Xiao Mili's head. He bent down and asked, "Master hasn't returned home yet?" Zhou Mili nodded. "The road is so long, the good mountain lord will definitely walk slower." Qin Lingjun nodded. Qin Lingjun let Xiao Mili lead the way to find Qin Wanshu, that silly girl. He first went to Jisei Peak's ancestral hall to burn incense. Along the way, Xiao Mili told some stories about her family and finally whispered, "The good mountain lord's senior brother, Great Sword Immortal, misunderstood you at first, worried that you would bully Sister Wanshu." The little girl did not notice that the high-spirited Uncle Chen. At this moment, his teeth were chattering and he asked with a trembling voice, "Left and right." Zhou Mili nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I helped you clarify the truth. Great Sword Immortal is laughing." Qin Lingjun felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was rumored that Great Sword Immortal left and right never laughed. Then there must be a deep meaning. Even if you don't like me, you should at least look at me. So what if you're a Great Sword Immortal? Can't you be more reasonable? Qin Lingjun suddenly felt sad. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, wailing in grief. "I finally succeeded in transforming into a flood dragon, and then the matter of a punch became a matter of a sword?" After reuniting with Qin Wanshu, Qin Lingjun was sickly. However, when he reached Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, Qin Lingjun took a deep breath, placed the bamboo chest and mountain walking stick outside the door, and stepped over the threshold. After that, Qin Lingjun quickly recovered some of his elegance. He went to Mount Huimeng to find little brother Yunzi, or to Mount Huanghu to find Hongxia. The 3 flood dragons were coincidental, and they all succeeded in transforming into water one after another. Mount Luopa did have the meaning of Great Tao being close to water. In fact, Hongxia had a good impression of Qin Lingjun, but he was selfish. He always felt that even if the sky fell, Qin Lingjun would be in front of him to take the punch first. However, Hongxia was cold and did not show his emotions. He was too careful in Mount Huanghu, so he seemed to be more polite and distant with Qin Lingjun. In terms of cowardice, Hongxia, who quietly built the water residence in Mount Huanghu, was far better than Qin Lingjun, who was in Mount Luopa. It was not that Hongxia was a coward, but a giant python in Mount Huanghu who could compete with Little Loach for the Great Tao opportunity in Mount Liju Grotto Heaven was a natural flood dragon. His temper was definitely not good. Qin Lingjun even scolded Wan Ting to his face. That was at the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, which was Wan Ting's territory. Would his master dare? Absolutely not. Of course, Qin Lingjun corrected his mistakes and kowtowed to Sage Wan many times. Blacksmith Wan did not do anything, but his face was a little ugly at that time. On this day, Qin Lingjun was playing with the Yumi brothers and Xiaomi at the stone table by the cliff. Qin Lingjun had his only little brother Yunzi reveal his true form. His head was placed on the edge of the cliff and his body was hanging off the cliff. Xiaomi closed her eyes, turned sideways and punched non-stop. In the end the python fell off the cliff. Basically they would do this every day. As for what Yunzi was thinking, he probably even had thoughts of dying. It was not that playing with the little water monster of Mute Lake was difficult, but that the unpolished jade bottleneck sword immortal who was all smiles and munching on melon seeds made Yunzi panic. Today, when Yunzi was about to slide down the cliff, he suddenly found that the green-robed Yumi had a strange smile. He turned his head and found that there was a stranger with a familiar breath on the side of the cliff. It was a slender young woman. She was also holding a mountain walking stick and carrying a green bamboo box. Xiaomi opened her eyes wide and stared blankly for a long time. She quickly walked to her side. The little girl raised her head and murmured, "Where is Pei Qian?" He was still a little girl in black. She seemed to be looking at Pei Qian in front of her, but asked where the familiar Pei Qian was. Pei Qian was now so tall that Zhou Mili, who used to tiptoe to talk, forgot to tiptoe. As soon as she said that, Xiaomi knew that she was wrong. She lowered her head and scratched it. Pei Qian reached out and pressed Xiaomi's head. He also asked, "Where are the melon seeds?" Zhou Mili hugged Pei Qian and cried. She sobbed and complained in a low voice that Pei Qian was so tall that he was willing to go home. After Pei Qian returned to Luopa Mountain, there was a little mute named Ah Man on the mountain. However, he was not close to anyone. In the end, Pei Qian let him go to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley to help as a waiter. Miyu, also known as Yumi, was a bottleneck sword cultivator of Jade Realm. Cui Wei, who went down the mountain to travel at the sword worship platform, was a nascent soul sword cultivator. From the looks of it, Sui Yuyu, who wanted to take over the sword reverence platform, was a bottleneck sword cultivator of Aurus Core Realm. According to the legends of Aquarius Continent, there were 3 sword immortals, Great Sword Immortals and Old Sword Immortals. Qin Lingjun, Hongxia, Pei Xiang, 2 water dragons and 1 fox demon, a total of 3 Yuanying. Yunzi successfully walked on the river. He did not cause as much of a commotion as Hongxia. He only walked on the Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River. There were many other changes, big and small. Pei Qian was not used to it. On this day, Pei Qian walked to the sword reverence platform. There was once an extremely beautiful female Taoist sister, Tongyi Continent's Taiping mountain sword cultivator Huang Ting. He taught Pei Qian the white 8-back sword technique in the dragging blade style. But for so many years, it had always been bamboo blade and bamboo sword playing around. It would not happen again. At the sword reverence platform, Pei Qian found Sui Yuyu, who was cultivating there. Now that the nascent soul sword cultivator Cui Wei had rushed to the southern mountain boundary, Jiang Chu and Zhang Zhezhen had moved to Luopa Mountain, it was very peaceful. When Sui Yuyu saw Pei Qian, he was surprised. He was unable to connect the calm young woman in front of him with the unscrupulous and cunning charcoal girl of the past. He was even more unable to connect the little girl who was in so much pain that her face was covered in snot and tears with the pure martial artist in front of him. Although he had heard some small things about Pei Qian practicing martial arts from Nuanshu and Mi Li, such as liking to jump off cliffs, Sui Yu still could not believe it. Pei Qian cupped his fists and greeted Sister Sui. Sui Yu smiled and nodded. Pei Qian went straight to the point. "I remember Master lent you a sword, right?" Sui Yu narrowed his limpid eyes and said, "What do you mean?" Pei Qian smiled. "Sister Sui, since you are a sword cultivator with that intrinsic flying sword, why don't you lend the heart-eating sword to me?" Pei Qian patted the narrow saber auspicious symbol on his waist and said with a smile, "The saber and sword are wrong. I have the saber, but I am lacking a sword. I will return it to Sister Sui soon, at most 3 years." Sui Yu shook his head. "Go somewhere else to exchange for a sword. Don't lend that infatuation. Let your master come and get it himself." Pei Qian said with a smile, "It's not like I won't return it." Sui Yu simply stopped talking. Pei Qian asked, "Sister Sui, do you know why among the 4 people in the painting, I have a good relationship with Old Chef, Old Wei and Little White, but only with you?" Sui Yu began to frown. Pei Qian answered his own question, "Because my master is not the teacher in your heart. Don't think that my master will become that person one day." Sui Yu said with an indifferent expression, "You want to ask the sword-worshipping platform?" Pei Qian said, "Why not? It's just a spar. It won't kill anyone." Zhou Xian sighed and appeared outside the wooden door. He did not enter and only said, Pei Qian, don't be so aggressive. We are all family. Even if you have resentment, you shouldn't use your fists before reason. Pei Qian did not turn his head. Are you my master? Zhou Xian was speechless. Difficult, it was really difficult. In fact, Zhou Xian knew that this day would come, but he did not expect it to come so early. The worst way was to use his fists to stop Pei Qian. The best way was to block the disaster for Sui Yu and not fight back. Then he might be beaten up by Pei Qian and Sui Yu. It was a good way. A woman in a snow-white robe appeared beside Zhou Xian. Pei Qian hesitated and turned to cup his fists. Chang Ming said, when the fist technique is good, the reason is great. You are worthy of being the first disciple of Luo Pa Mountain Lord. Pei Qian narrowed his eyes. Chang Ming looked casual and sneered, your master asked me to pass a message to you. You can save anything but chestnuts to eat. It's up to you whether to listen or not. I just need to pass the message. Pei Qian was skeptical. Chang Ming seemed to have recalled something. Your master added, don't run too fast. Pei Qian suddenly felt guilty and subconsciously scratched his head. She sat on a small bamboo chair under the eaves and looked at old chef, wanting to say something but hesitated. Zhou Xian smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Pei Qian did not need to take it to heart. Anyway, this Sui Yu was not easy to deal with even if he wanted to. He was also an eyesore. Chang Ming said, I will help you remember what happened at the sword prayer platform today with the Mountain Lord. Pei Qian nodded, likewise. Zhou Xian and Chang Ming left together. Sui Yu asked, Pei Qian, let's not talk about our grudges for now. What is going on with your state of mind? If Pei Qian visited the sword prayer platform today and acted shamelessly or slyly like little charcoal, it would have been fine if Sui Yu borrowed the sword. The infatuation sword was, as Pei Qian said, lent to her by Qin Pingon. As the first disciple, not to mention borrowing it for 3 years, it was reasonable for Pei Qian to take it back. Pei Qian crossed his arms and said, you already know the answer. There was only one bamboo chair in the cottage. It was clear that Sui Yu did not welcome any disturbances at the sword prayer platform. So when Pei Qian sat on the chair, Sui Yu could only stand. But Pei Qian finally looked a little familiar. Sui Yu laughed. Pei Qian had actually started to doze off. But after a while Sui Yu sighed in his heart. What a sleeping body but not sleeping spirit. Was Pei Qian in the far travel realm or the peak realm? Pei Qian's fist intent seemed to be still sleeping, but he had already opened his eyes and spoke. The 5th day of the 5th month at Calligraphy Lake is an unusual day. Sister Sui, you are now a sword cultivator of the True Realm sect. You should know, right? Sui Yu nodded and said, if I remember correctly, Qin Pingon was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. You can call him Pei Qian your master. Don't call my master by his name. Pei Qian reminded him and then took out a bag of stir-fried chestnuts and a foreign snack called 5 poison pancake. The centipedes, toads and scorpions on the pancake were all made with wooden molds. He handed it to Sui Yu, who shook his head. Pei Qian ate half the bag of chestnuts and finished the 5 poison cake. He put the chestnuts back into the bag and clapped his hands, saying, some words keep running around in my head. I can't get rid of them. As long as I don't practice martial arts, I will be upset. I thought I would be better after returning home, but I didn't expect to be so upset that I can't even practice martial arts. I was afraid that Sister Wanshu and Xiaomi would be worried about me, so I came to the sword-worshipping platform to get some fresh air. Sui Yu laughed and said, am I easy to bully? Am I the most outsider in Luo Pa Mountain? Pei Qian said, Sister Sui is from the same hometown and also an elder, so you have the final say. Sui Yu asked, what kind of words can make a peak realm grandmaster's mind unstable? Pei Qian said, it's a restriction stele I saw in the countryside of Jinjia continent. It's a very ordinary object, nothing strange. He didn't want to say more. Pei Qian left, cupping his fists and lowering his head. Sui Yu sighed, no need for that. You should be careful. Pei Qian returned to the cliff near the bamboo tower of Luo Pa Mountain. Today he sat sideways and looked at the sea of clouds outside the cliff. Xiaomi lay on the stone table and stared blankly at Pei Qian. Qin Wanshu was busy with her needlework, helping Xiaomi mend her boots. A small wooden tray was placed on the table filled with various items of various sizes. A tiny person from Incense who had rushed all the way to Luapa Mountain for the roll call saw the unfamiliar figure from afar. As he ran, he could not help but say furiously, "Who are you? How dare you sit beside our protector of the right? You've infuriated me. How dare you?" Pei Qian turned around and raised an eyebrow. The tiny person threw himself onto the ground without saying anything else and called out, "I'm currently serving as the protector of the right of the Dragon Rider Alley to see the branch master. In the past few years I've been diligent in the roll call, rain or shine. I've worked quite hard." Without seeing Pei Qian do anything, the tiny person was dragged onto the stone table. As the tiny person from the city god's pavilion of the Dragon Province, he was even more obsequious than the protector of the left of the Dragon Rider Alley right now. He laid on the table with his bottom sticking out and said with a slightly choked voice, "Branch Master Pei, I've been waiting for you for so long and you've finally come. Those hornets' nests on Chestun Mountain are huge now. They need to be dealt with. Everything is ready. All that's left is Branch Master Pei's immortal sword technique." Qin Wanshu tilted his head slightly and bit off a thread. Looking at how the tiny person was putting on an act, he could not help but laugh. Xiaomi coughed, reminding the tiny person that it was about time. Pei Qian looked at Xiaomi. Xiaomi snickered and blinked her eyes. Pei Qian looked at the tiny person and said, "From today onwards, you'll officially be the protector of the right of the Dragon Rider Alley for our Bamboo Tower's minor register. Guard against arrogance and rashness. Keep up the good work." Pei Qian said to Zhou Xiaomi, "Go and get the minor register. Remember to bring pen and paper." Zhou Xiaomi leapt to her feet. Understood. The tiny person was grinning from ear to ear. His master was going to have a meteoric rise. And a few years ago, according to the protector of the right of the Luapa Mountain, Pei Qian might set up the position of the protector of the Dragon Rider Alley in the future. Tonight, Pei Qian walked down the mountain alone. During this time he met Sun Yuanji, who was climbing the mountain by stacking. Pei Qian stood sideways and waited until Sun Yuanji climbed the mountain by stacking before continuing down the mountain. Chao Qinglang moved a bamboo chair for Pei Qian. After the two sat down together, they were silent for a long time. Then Chao Qinglang said, "It seems like a long time has passed." Pei Qian gently nodded. Chao Qinglang did not know what to say. Pei Qian did not say anything, so she had to be silent again. Pei Qian suddenly said, "Do you know about the Forbidden Tablet?" Chao Qinglang said, "In the past there were many blessed lands outside the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Now in the vast world there are even more." Logically speaking, Pei Qian's memory was so good that he should not have asked this question. Pei Qian said, "When I was traveling, I saw the inscription on a tablet in a rural village." Chao Qinglang was puzzled but did not ask. She quietly waited for Pei Qian to continue. Pei Qian slowly said, "There was only one sentence written on it. It is forbidden to drown female babies and male babies born on the first day of the 5th month." Pei Qian clenched his fists and looked into the distance. His expression was indifferent as he said, "Little Xixiang, let me see the painting of time. But until now I still can't overlap the childhood master with the master I know. I don't understand why this world wants me, Pei Qian's master, to not return home for a long time. Do they all want to die so much? And why am I learning martial arts so slow? It's too slow." Chao Qinglang accompanied Pei Qian and looked into the distance. She said softly, "Pei Qian, don't think that master will return home if you make a mistake. Even more so, don't think that master will scold you or even expel you from the sect. As long as master returns home you don't care. A disciple seeks a master, a student seeks knowledge. No matter if master is around or not, we have to do something and do something." Pei Qian sighed and stood up. Chao Qinglang did not stand up. She said, "Pei Qian, master always hoped that you would not be in a hurry to grow up. On Luapa Mountain master thought about you the most. In my opinion, anyone can disappoint master but not Pei Qian. Do you know why I didn't have much resentment towards you back then? It's really not because I'm magnanimous or tolerant. Back then master took me to school with an umbrella. After walking out of the alley, master handed me the umbrella and asked me to wait for a moment. In fact, master secretly went back and secretly saw you. After master came back, I will remember master's appearance clearly for the rest of my life." After master took the umbrella again, he lowered his head as if he wanted to say something to me. But in the end he didn't say a word. At that time master was really sad. But I still don't understand what Master wanted to say at that time and why he was so sad. After that, Master's disciple and Master's student, for some reason, sat on the bamboo chair and just remained silent. Pei Qian stood up first. Chao Qinglang wanted to say something but stopped. Pei Qian asked, "What if I reach the limit of martial arts earlier than Master?" Chao Qinglang thought for a moment and replied, "At that time I'll ask Master to help you punch." "7:30. When Pei Qian ascended the mountain, she held a bamboo paper knife in her hand. She pressed her thumb against the handle of the bamboo knife and pushed it out of the scabbard before pressing it back. Although it was a paper knife made from the ancestral bamboo of the Azure Immortal Mountain, if it was used against an enemy, it could be considered a magic treasure that could suppress demons and ghosts due to the fact that the Azure Immortal Mountain's ancestral bamboo came from this bamboo sea grotto heaven. Sun Yuanji happened to walk down the mountain. Pei Qian stopped again and stood sideways to make way for her. At the same time, Pei Qian kept the bamboo knife in her sleeve. Zhou Xian and Mi Yu sat on the steps at the peak of the mountain, drinking wine. Zhou Xian looked at the scene and sighed. Even if she walked the same Jianghu as she did back then, even if it was the exact same route, there would still be no charcoal girl with talismans stuck on her head and the words walking arrogantly, "Demons will panic," in her mind. In Mi Yu's original impression, Pei Qian was still the little girl he met at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She was mischievous and unrestrained. When Mi Yu met Pei Qian again at Luopa Mountain, he was indeed surprised. Mi Yu's feelings were not much different from Sui Yu's. After Mi Yu ascended the mountain, all his understanding of Pei Qian came from Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili's daily chats. Of course, Zhou Mili and Mi Yu patrolled the mountain every day in private and chatted more. Every time Mi Yu did not go out early in the morning, there would be a little girl dressed in black outside the door. She would not rush him and would just wait there. Mi Yu once advised Xiaomi not to wait at the door, but the little girl said that waiting for someone was a very happy thing. Then it would be even happier to be able to see the person immediately. Xiaomi's simple and unintentional words almost caused the lazy sword immortal, who had been drunk in his hometown for hundreds of years, to tear up on the spot. After Sun Yuanji walked to the mountain gate, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a break. She sat on the bamboo chair beside Chao Qinglang and whispered, "Pei Qian has changed so much?" Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded without saying anything. Chao Qinglang did not even need to look back to know that Pei Qian must be looking at the foot of the mountain. If she said one more word, she would be recorded. In the past, Mr. Liu had said that many children grew up in an instant, and many people ended up as white-haired children. At that time, Chao Qinglang could not understand it at all. On the steps at the top of the mountain, Mi Yu took a sip of wine and suddenly said, "Compared to rice and warm trees, I don't really like Pei Qian. Of course, I don't hate him." Zhou Xian nodded. "It's very normal. Pei Qian is too smart. Many times, excessive intelligence is like a sword without a sheath or handle. It hurts others when it's drawn, but it hurts when it's held." Mi Yu said self-deprecatingly, "To say something shameless, the fact that Luopa Mountain has a pure martial artist like Pei Qian is something that inexplicably makes me feel more at ease." On Luopa Mountain there were not many rules, but each one was big. The way people conducted themselves was very reasonable. Mi Yu was used to being lazy and indifferent. The only thing he could do was to hand over the sword. It was inevitable that he felt that his hands and feet were tied. However, if Pei Qian left the mountain first and did not reason with others, he only needed to follow Q-Sword and whoever. Otherwise, when Master Hidden Official returned home, it would seem that he, Mi Yu, had been living in Luopa Mountain for so many years. After all, Master Hidden Official's sword immortal words were not something that many sword immortals could handle. Julian smiled. Sword cultivators and martial artists are not scholars in the end. One beheads the head with a flying sword, the other opens a fist to fight the enemy. There's nothing that they don't dare to admit. Both sides seek unrestrained and great freedom. Regarding this matter, I've talked a lot with the young master. Mi Yu had a headache. He raised the wine pot and said, "You guys talk. No matter what the result is, don't say a word to me. My head hurts." Julian said, "Yunji, that girl, and Qinglang, that child, are two of the few clear streams in our Luopa Mountain. Where the two of them stand is where the Luopa Mountain style is." Mi Yu was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Julian smiled but did not say anything. Mi suddenly understood. He clapped his hands and praised. He clicked his tongue and said in a low voice, "That makes sense." Pei Qian did not go to the bamboo building. Instead he hiked up the mountain. The bamboo paper cutter in her hand, which was given to Pei Qian by the old ancestor of the Yu family and given to her by old master Wen Xing, was a great help to her. Otherwise, Pei Qian would have to travel across 3 continents on his way back to his hometown. Many of his belongings would have to be entrusted to Yu Zhuanfu. Otherwise, the principle of not showing one's wealth was the tacit understanding between the master and disciple. With this item close at hand, Pei Qian could clean up his belongings and help the ants move their nest. Now it contained the 69 items that Pei Qian picked up from the demon cultivators in the Xianxia continent battlefield. Previously, at the Thunder God Temple in the Horse Lake Mansion in the Snow Mountain continent, Pei Qian took out the iron spear of a demon cultivator in the pure jade realm. It was a half-immortal weapon which was given to him by old immortal Zhou Xian. Pei Qian broke the tip of the spear with his fists in the deity beating drum style. It was as if the tip of the spear had suddenly become 3 weapons, a double saber and an iron rod. Coupled with the refining of the thunder technique in the Thunder God Mountain, its grade was slightly damaged, but it was not much. In the end, Pei Qian got half a half-immortal weapon for free. At that time Pei Xiang was stunned. Did this little girl surnamed Pei fall into the eyes of money? However, Pei Xiang intended to give Senior Pei a magic weapon to help refine the 3 items in the Thunder God Mountain to make up for the loss of the Thunder God Mountain. Pei Xiang was not so calculative and refused Pei Qian. She only said that in the future the martial arts practitioners in the Thunder God Temple and the Luopa Mountain should practice more fist techniques and sharpen their martial arts. If there was a chance to meet in Jianghu, maybe they could take care of each other. The disciples of the 2 sects only needed to tell each other their names and they would be friends in Jianghu. Pei Qian was in high spirits and asked, "Senior Pei, is it really okay?" Pei Xiang smiled and said, "Why not? Does the Luopa Mountain look down on the Thunder God Temple?" When Pei Qian slightly untied the knot in her heart about the restriction tablet, she re-examined her trip to the 4 continents. Pei Qian realized that she seemed to have done something and did not really achieve nothing. Just like helping the Luopa Mountain and the Mahu Mansion's Thunder God Temple, the 2 sects that were originally strangers became closer because of this. Moreover, the 7 Qi cultivators of the upper 5 realms, 31 Earth Immortals from the Xianxia continent who retreated with her and Yu Zhuanfu from the battlefield, as well as many other cultivators who had fought side by side, all knew that Pei Qian, a martial artist from the Aquarius continent, was a young woman who was once the strongest in the central part of the Xianxia continent and was the first disciple of someone from a certain mountain. She treated people well and at least did not lack the necessary etiquette. She was not the kind of person who had a bad upbringing. At least, Pei Qian's fists were only aimed at the strong enemies on the battlefield. As for who that person was and where that mountain was, Pei Qian had always been hiding. She was not willing to say more and did not dare to say more as she was afraid that it would bring some unnecessary trouble to her master and the Luopa Mountain. Old Chef had once warned Pei Qian that many accidents and troubles caused by Golden Body Realm cultivators could only be resolved by those at the distant Wander Realm or even those at the Peak Realm. This was actually similar to her master's teaching. To walk the Jianghu, I must first drop 2 or 3 realms as a form of respect. Near the mountain peak, Pei Qian was still a few steps away from Old Chef and Miyu. Pei Qian stopped and cupped his fists. It was mainly because this sword immortal senior of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had not been worshipped in the ancestral hall of the Jisei Peak. Otherwise, Pei Qian would not have to deliberately pay attention to the complicated formalities. Then Pei Qian threw the paper cutter in his hand to Zhou Lian. Using telepathy he told Old Chef in detail how to open the mountain. Zhou Lian's mind was immersed for a moment. He smiled and said, "More than 70 treasures on the mountain. If you fight with Li Huai in the future, won't you win for sure?" Pei Qian gently shook his head. This kind of childish quarrel when they were young would definitely not happen again. Perhaps the so-called growing up meant that the interesting events of one's childhood had become less interesting as they lined up one by one. Pei Qian no longer used telepathy to talk to Old Chef in private. Instead he said directly, "Other than the paper cutter itself, I'll keep the 2 knives and the iron rod. The rest will be confiscated. I'll have to trouble Mr. Wei to check the quality of the goods and estimate the price. It's up to you to sell them or keep them." Zhou Lian asked, If I remember correctly, you didn't give any gifts to Nuan Shu and Mi Li. Pei Qian smiled and said, I've already prepared for it. Zhou Xian nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. In a few days something big will happen in Lotus Root Blessed Land. It's about to be promoted to a high-grade blessed land. Don't be in a hurry to go down the mountain and travel. Master Zhong will return to the mountain soon. At that time we'll go to the blessed land together. Other than Wei Shanjun and Island Master Lu, old Longqing Fan Heir and Sun Jiaxu will also come to watch the ceremony. Everyone will witness the promotion of the blessed land. Pei Qian said, no problem. Just as Pei Qian was about to turn around, Zhou Lian suddenly said with a smile, Sword Immortal Mi said he doesn't like you very much. Pei Qian only said, oh. It's enough that Senior Mi really likes Nuanshu Jiejier and Mi Li. Mi Yu's face was covered in yellow mud and his crotch was covered in it. He had an awkward expression on his face. Pei Qian cupped his fists to both sides again and left. When Pei Qian turned from the fork in the mountain to the bamboo building, Mi Yu said helplessly, Brother Zhu, you're not being kind. Zhou Lian smiled and said, it's good that you've talked it out. Do you think Pei Qian doesn't know about this? Do you think Pei Qian cares about whether Brother Mi is pleasing to the eye or not? Mi Yu was relieved. I'm the one who thinks too much. Zhou Lian comforted him. Since ancient times too much affection has caused too much trouble. The taste of this place is that of a heartless and unromantic person. Late at night near the bamboo building, Pei Qian sat alone on the edge of the cliff. His feet hung over the edge. Little Mi Li didn't seem to be able to sleep, so she decided not to sleep. She picked up the golden carrying pole and green bamboo cane and went to stand at Pei Qian's gate. She dozed off while waiting for daybreak. Her ears twitched and Zhou Mili immediately opened her eyes. She saw a piece of snow on the ground and shook her head. After confirming that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, she quickly looked around and furrowed her brows. Then she picked it up at lightning speed, got up and jumped. She spun around and gently threw the piece of snow into Pei Qian's yard. She clapped her hands lightly and completed the task. When Zhou Mili turned around, she realized that there was another piece of snow on the ground. This time the young lady lay on the ground and walked around in a circle. After much difficulty, she confirmed that this piece of celestial money was most likely a sibling that had gotten separated from the one in front of her. Zhou Mili lay on the ground, propping her cheeks with her hands as she stared hard at that piece of celestial money. This was too strange. Money fell from the sky the moment Pei Qian came home. She had to think about it carefully. As for the golden carrying pole and the mountain walking cane, they had worked together with the black-clothed young lady to build a temporary nest for the celestial money, lest it grew legs and ran away. Pei Qian had vowed in the past that all the silver in the world would really grow legs to visit him. Someone asked from above, what? There's money on the ground? Zhou Mili first lay on the celestial money like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Then she suddenly laughed. It turned out that Pei Qian was sitting on the wall of the yard. She immediately grabbed the piece of snow and jumped up. Just as she was about to claim credit, Pei Qian picked up a piece of snow and shook it gently. He asked with a straight face, who threw money at me just now? Xiao Mili, did you see who it was? Zhou Mili shook her head vigorously. I didn't see anything. I swear to God, what if it was Sister Nuanshu who passed by and picked up the money? God knows. I was standing at the door taking a nap just now. If I didn't sleepwalk to the ground I wouldn't even know. Pei Qian asked, Sister Nuanshu would throw things around? Zhou Mili immediately corrected herself. Jingqing Jingqing. Maybe it's Jingqing. He said that he treats money like dirt. It must be Jingqing who ate so many of your fried chestnuts and was too embarrassed to give you money, so he secretly came over to give you money. Sai Jingqing was just being kind. It's my fault for not guarding the door well. Pei Qian jumped down from the wall and brought Xiao Mili back to the bamboo house. They sat by the cliff together. In the end the little girl in black was really tired. She lay on the young woman's lap and fell asleep. The sky turned white. First it was the light of rice grains. Then it shone brightly. After Pei Qian left, Zhu Lian got the bamboo paper cutter and immediately went to the accountant's office to find Wei Wenlong. He calculated the value of the items in Pei Qian's paper cutter. However, Wei Wenlong's realm was not high enough, so he couldn't determine the rank and price of some magic treasures with unknown origins and strict restrictions on the mountain. He was worried that they would be sold at a low price at Oxhorn Mountain's ferry and then be picked up by outsiders on the mountain. Even if Luopa Mountain eventually chose to keep it for themselves, they couldn't not know how rare it was. If they just left it there to collect dust, it would make Wei Wenlong's Dao heart unstable. Everything had to have a definite price to make Wei Wenlong feel at ease. As for whether they would sell it for money or keep it for a high price in the end, it was not important. What Wei Wenlong enjoyed was the process of making money. Therefore Zhou Xian could only trouble friend Chongming to come here again. This Luopa Mountain's patriarch of discipline had some of his original supernatural powers related to money and fortune. He was indeed unreasonable. Chongming helped Wei Wenlong find and fill in the gaps. He re-evaluated 3 treasures that were mistaken for high-grade spiritual weapons. However, there were still a few items on the mountain that Chongming didn't dare to determine their true value. In the end, Chongming gave a final estimate of 69 items on the mountain. It was a sky-high price. It needed to be converted in Guyu money. Moreover, it had 1,000 characters. Chongming smiled and said, "One matter is another matter. The sword-worshipping platform will record a small mistake. This matter must record a great merit for Pei Qian. In the matter of making money on Luopa Mountain at present, other than the master, Pei Qian is the most hardworking." Zhou Xian rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "After all, he is my master's first disciple." Zhou Xian then asked, "Why don't I call Brother Wei and Brother Mi to confirm again?" Friend Chongming's total estimate is definitely correct. At most, it's a difference of 100 Guyu money. However, it's still a fly in the ointment of a single item. Once it's finalized, we might be able to earn another 200 or 300 Guyu money for free. After all, friend Chongming's estimate was only the estimate of the value of the 70-odd items themselves. As for the transactions on the mountain, especially the immortal masters who came from the sect, the younger they were, the more money they had. They were generous, and it only depended on whether they liked it or not. Chongming was in a good mood when it came to the increase of Luopa Mountain's fortune. He joked, "You really feel sorry for Pei Qian." Zhou Xian was so careful. Other than earning more Guyu money for Luopa Mountain, in the end he still didn't want Pei Qian to suffer any losses. Zhou Xian laughed loudly. A moment later, other than the butler of Luopa Mountain, the patriarch of discipline and the accountant, another 2 people came. One was Mi Jianxian and the other was Wei Shanjun, who was always on call without complaint and had come to the other mountains without any complaints. Wei Pai inspected many spiritual weapons on the mountain one by one. Among them, Wei Pai was more interested in 2 items. They were a strange stone roller and an even more inconspicuous square towel. Wei Pai smiled and said that since they were a pair, they should be regarded as 2 magic weapons. It was an ancient seal script that had been lost in the vast world for a long time. The 2 items were the seal script Jin Fa Chao and Si Jiafeng. In addition, Zhou Lian's hometown was the blessed land of lotus flowers in the past. He didn't know why there was no custom of tea competition. If not, Zhou Lian would never let Wei Pai pick up the leftovers. Because Zhou Lian was the real expert when it came to music, chess, calligraphy and painting. After Wei Wenlong learned about this inside story, he immediately looked at Zhou Lian. Without Wei Wenlong's words, Zhou Lian had already put his hands behind his back. It seemed that he had already prepared a draft. He immediately blurted out, "On both sides of the tea roller I will add 2 inscriptions. The rolling sound is sonorous, each has its own law so that the strong cannot follow the wrong path. I am Jin Fa Chao. The sound of the zither and the zither surrounded by the 4 mountains, so that the weak can walk on this path unharmed, laughing with the wind. As for this square towel, I can do the inscriptions. Let Mr. Cui write it in cursive. In the scorching heat of the mountain, feather fans and silk towels, cool shade trees, bamboo chairs, red sleeves, light makeup, green tea blended with the wind, green mountains brushed against one's face, the moon and stars fell on one's shoulders. White clouds, several boats crossed the ferry, birds fluttered in front of the mountain. What a pair of kind-hearted people." Wei Wenlong nodded and said, "In this way the 2 items are not sold separately. They are priced as magic weapons and the price has to be doubled to be fair." Miyu stood aside dumbstruck. "Mother Ker, you can make money like this? How did you guys come to such a tacit understanding? Didn't I come to Luopa Mountain with Brother Wenlong?" Fortunately, Sword immortal me didn't make a wasted trip tonight. Two of the old magic weapons that had fallen to high-class spiritual weapons were raised to the rank of genuine first-class magic weapons. One of them was a sheathless longsword with the inscriptions of Slender Eyebrows and Moon Halo on both sides of the sword. It was once the beloved sword of a sword immortal of the demon race in the wasteland world. Later, when the sword immortal's cultivation level was high, it became a useless item and was given to a disciple of the sword immortal of the wasteland world. In the end, it was passed down to another family and lost its inheritance order. Now, even the scabbard had disappeared without a trace. However, it was rumored that the true beauty of this long sword, which was not known for its great killing power, was that the moon halo sword light could condense into a puppet sword servant named Slender Eyebrows. A female sword immortal of the wasteland world had the combat strength of a sword immortal of the Dragon Gate realm after she appeared in the world. To a certain sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, such a female puppet was naturally only pleasing to the eye. However, to any Earth Immortal Realm cultivator once they were caught in a fight and had a combat strength equivalent to that of a Golden Core Realm cultivator, who was completely fearless of death and could reincarnate many times, it was an unreasonable move and a winning move. Miyu held the sword with one hand and brandished it. 2 fingers of his other hand were pressed together. He first captured some of the moonlight outside the window on his fingertips before gently pressing it against the sword hilt. Then he used the moonlight and sword chi to cleanse the sword, together. The sword chi and moonlight flowed together and poured onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, a woman with slender eyebrows stood gracefully in front of everyone. She was wearing a snow-white robe that was covered in clouds and mist. Her face was cold and her eyes were slightly dull. In the end, she looked at Miyu and her movements were stiff as she gave a salute. When Miyu withdrew all the sword chi, the woman's figure dissipated and returned to the long sword. Miyu put the long sword back on the table, grabbed the originally dim and tattered robe, and slightly placed it near the window. Miyu gently shook the robe and in an instant the golden and emerald colors intertwined, like the plumes of a peacock. Under the light of the faint moonlight, they became bright and dazzling. Miyu then revealed the secret of heaven. It was true that the robe was badly damaged. However, it was meticulously woven using the technique of the Jin Chui City, a sect in the wasteland world. The foundation of the Jin Chui City was the dragon robe of the sovereign stage great demon Xianxia. It was the icing on the cake so that the Jin Chui City, which had a majority of female cultivators, could not be attacked by the numerous great demons. Miyu smiled and said, "Under the illumination of sunlight and moonlight, the intersection of gold and emerald will be transparent and sparkling like water ripples." Through the robe, the 2 types of water ripples at night are different. It is known as the waterway divides yin and yang. The waterway at night is murmuring, while the waterway during the day is clear and bright. It can allow some chi cultivators who practice unorthodox secret techniques and are not suitable to be exposed during the day to practice both day and night. Therefore, the Sparrow Mansion in the North Continent is a little similar to the Jin Chui City. The foundation of their foundation is the robe. Wei Wenlong and Wei Shanjun asked tentatively, if the officials of the underworld like Lord Xing Wang and the heroic spirit of the civil and martial temple wear this robe, won't they be able to openly patrol the world of the living in their human body in broad daylight? Wei Pai nodded and said, of course they can. It's just that we can't master the true secret technique of the Jin Chui City and can't sew the real Jin Chui City robe. Except for the day-wandering god who is in charge of patrolling during the day, the other officials of the Xing Wang Pavilion and the civil and martial temple wear this robe, but the effect is not obvious. Wei Wenlong nodded and said slowly, the most valuable thing is the art of weaving silk hidden in this robe. Even if it can't touch the foundation of the Jin Chui City's robe, as long as it has a slight touch, there will be no need to worry about sales. Even if the effect is small like what Wei Shanjun said, it's a good thing that the night-wandering god leaves the yamen for a quarter of an hour before the change of day and night. With extra money, it's also a good thing to show off to your colleagues. At this point, Wei Wenlong's tone was obviously stagnant. In the territory of the Northern Mountain, the immortal Master Fuji might be able to make it. Whether he was really poor or not, he still dared to complain to his brothers in distress. However, in the entire northern region of Dali, All the big and small gods of the mountains and rivers were officials under the jurisdiction of Mount Biyun. Who dared to say that they had extra money? Would they go to Mount Biyun to drink Wei Shanjuan's night-wandering banquet and ask for a few cups of wine? Most importantly, they were all so pitiful that they didn't even have the guts to complain about being poor. Wei Wenlong could only quickly change the topic. We can make a deal with the Sparrow Manor. Friendship is friendship, business is business. We'll use this ancestor robe and the Jin Chui city weaving technique. After the deal is done, we can ask for 30% of the profits from the Sparrow Manor. This weaving technique, since we were able to disassemble it, we can't hide it. It will definitely be imitated by others soon. That's why the Sparrow Manor wants to push out hundreds and thousands of pieces in one go. Then they will ask the hemp sect, the floating duckweed sword lake, or the Tai Hui sword sect to help sell them. When the time comes, the other immortals will buy a few pieces to disassemble the technique and imitate it. Some small hills, we in the Sparrow Manor will definitely not be able to stop them. There's also no need to stop them from making money. However, if an immortal mansion like the Jadewood sect of the North Continent wants to sell this kind of robe openly, they'll have to consider the consequences of our joint efforts. Zhou Xian smiled. There's no need to trouble Tai Hui sword sect and floating duckweed sword lake with this deal. After all, it's a debt of gratitude. It's not worth it. Later we'll ask Brother Mi to go to the Sparrow Manor and be a nominal guardian there. When the time comes, if the Jadewood sect dares to sell the robes, Sword Immortal Mi will go ask Mount Biyun. Something really happens, Brother Mi can fly on his sword and find someone to drink. It's not a problem to find Sect Master Lu or Sect Master Li. Just treat it as avoiding the limelight. Miyu smiled and said, "Excellent, excellent." Zhou Xian said frankly, "But this way we'll be using the Sparrow Manor's nominal guardian Yu Mi's favor. We'll have to be careful not to implicate the Sparrow Manor." Miyu smiled. "What's the use of Yu Mi saving that favor? It's meaningless. As for the fairy sisters of the Sparrow Manor, how can I bear to let them be injured in the slightest? Before and after the sword, I'll think about it carefully." Zhou Xian glanced at the golden jade city robe and the long sword, slender eyebrow on the table. He asked softly, "Changming, Mr. Wei, other than taking the initiative to reduce the reasonable 30% profit to 20% from the Sparrow Manor, I also plan to give this sword to the Qi cultivator Su Xingjiu of the city above the clouds in the name of Luopa Mountain as his guardian artifact. What do you think?" The city above the clouds was actually on the southeast trade route of the North Continent. Although it could be considered as a follow-up edition, it was still relatively weak. This was because the city above the clouds was far inferior to the great immortals like the Skeleton Beach and the Spring Dew Garden in terms of the foundation of the sect or the cultivation realm of the cultivators. Even compared to the Sparrow Manor, the city above the clouds did not seem to have a deep relationship with Luopa Mountain in terms of money. However, the city above the clouds, from the city lord Xinzhenzi to the two direct disciples, the Taoist companions Su Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan, were extremely friendly and close to Luopa Mountain. They had a lot of strength and would provide a lot of financial and material resources. However, they would never puff themselves up at their own cost. Even Wei Pai said that such a mountain ally could not be bought with thousands of gold. In addition, Mr. Fisherman, who was traveling to the North Continent, left his direct disciple outside the Sparrow Manor and brought his unofficial disciple Zhou Xian to the city above the clouds. After all, the Sparrow Manor was a little too feminine. There were many female cultivators on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The old man ultimately had to avoid arousing suspicion. The trend of Wen Jiupian Ran Peak began with the young mountain lord of Luopa Mountain. Then the first outsider from the Tai Hui sword sect added on. It was Su Xingjiu from the city above the clouds, the new nascent soul sword cultivator from the Golden Crow Palace. Lu Jiqing followed closely behind. After that, on the way to the Skeleton Beach in the south, he specially brought a martial artist from the realm of limits and a sword immortal to the Tai Hui sword sect's martial artist, Li Er. The martial artist was the old martial artist Wang Dunyang, who had gone berserk while practicing martial arts. The old man was first at the boundary of Lion Peak. Because of a few words from the bottom of his heart, he was beaten up by the junior, Li Er. Fortunately, he was able to accompany the sword immortal along. At the Tai Hui sword sect's Pianran Peak, they had a drink that said, "Wen Jiupian Ran Peak is better than Wen Jiupian Ran Peak." With the two big mouths, Wang Dunyang and the sword immortal adding fuel to the fire, when Jiupianran Peak gradually became a bad trend in the North Continent. As a result, the first thing Li Kai did when she returned to the North Continent was not to return to the floating duckweed sword lake. Instead, she directly brought the wine to the Tai Hui sword sect. Fortunately, Lu Jinglong had already left the mountain and traveled far away at that time. Changming asked, "Is it a long-term business or a personal relationship?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's purely a personal relationship. It's not a business transaction." Changming said, "Then I have no objections." Wei Wenlong nodded and said, "I agree, Minister of Law. I will tell the two of you in detail about the old incident at the city above the clouds later." Then Zhu Lian looked at Great Sword Immortal Yu was quite happy. Today was really an auspicious day. He finally helped the Luopa mountain a little. He had to remember it when he went back. At this moment he laughed and said, "Same reason, same reason." After speaking, Miyu was in a daze for a moment and returned to the summer palace. Changming left first. Several sword talismans made by the Dragon Spring Sword sect were hanging on her waist. They were almost the same as the keys of the little butler Qin Wanshu. Since there was nothing on the mountain, Changming bought them for fun. In the future, when there were more disciples in the ancestral hall, she could distribute them according to the rules. Changming and Wanxiu were naturally close. Therefore, Wanxiu must have informed the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to this. Moreover, every time Changming spent money to buy sword talismans, she followed the rules set by herself. Every time she bought a sword talisman, the price would be doubled. Changming was not willing to spend immortal money and used her own gold and copper coins to exchange. Wan Ting was famous for not smiling at anyone in Luopa Mountain. In the past, only Pei Qian was an exception. Now, Longevity Fellow Taoist was half an exception. He still did not smile, but when the two sides occasionally met on the mountain, he would nod to Longevity Fellow Taoist. Finally, Zhu Lian said to Wei Pai, "Brother Wei, it's rare for you to come. As usual, melon seeds and wine?" Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Rare?" Zhu Lian smiled and replied, "Isn't this to set off Brother Wei's identity as a mountain lord?" Wei Pai and Changming used their magical powers one after another and left the Luopa mountain. Zhu Lian handed the robe and sword to Miyu. "Thank you for making a trip to the North Continent, Brother Miyu reminded. "Brother Zhu, once Master Hidden Official returns to the mountain, remember to send a flying sword message to the Sparrow residence immediately." Zhu Lian smiled and agreed. After Zhu Lian left the accounting house where Wei Wenlong was, he strolled alone on the Luopa mountain. He went to the peak of the mountain and had not thought of how to deal with the old mountain temple. It was at the peak of the Luopa mountain and there were more taboos on the mountain. He missed Brother Defeng. It was better to be happy together than to be happy alone. Many of the key pages of the immortal books had colorful patterns that were gently folded. This was Zhu Lian's understanding. In the past, every time Brother Defeng went up the mountain to borrow a book, he could tell whether the book was good or bad with just a slight shake of the hand. Brother Defeng went up the mountain in a hurry and went down even more hurriedly. At dawn, Zhu Lian went down the mountain and went to the bamboo house. He saw Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, one big and one small. Zhu Lian walked softly and sat at the side. Little Mili was still sleeping soundly. Adults had their own complicated thoughts and little water monsters had their own worries. Both of them had the same weight. Zhu Lian used telepathy to tell Pei Qian about the results of last night's meeting in the accounting house. Pei Qian knew old chef's intention. He did not want him to ignore the efforts of ruler Changming and sword immortal Miyu. Zhu Lian said, "Do you feel better?" Pei Qian nodded. Zhu Lian smiled. "There's something I need to ask you." After old chef finished, Pei Qian said, "I have no objections." Zhu Lian looked at the scenery outside the cliff. Our little Mili is probably the only one who doesn't get tired of the scenery. On the road of life, some people walk faster while others can walk slower. Some people were tall and their hearts were inclined towards the sun. Their shadows were elongated and spread out on the road behind them. This allowed the children behind them to hide in the shade to avoid the sun, to avoid the wind and rain. Then the regret of a person having to grow up will not be so hard for you and me to let go. Pei Qian gently rubbed little Mili's head. "I understand." After a moment of silence, Pei Qian turned his head and said with shame, "I sincerely apologize for the sword prayer platform." Zhu Lian's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. His expression was gentle. Unnecessary. Are you underestimating old chef's breadth of mind? Is that so? Pei Qian looked into the distance with old chef. Whether old chef minds or not, and whether Pei Qian is willing to apologize in person are two different things. Zhou Xian smiled. Young master is good at teaching fist techniques and even better at teaching principles. Pei Qian smiled knowingly. I've traveled a lot on this trip. Old chef is still the best at talking. Zhou Xian smiled. He's always been firm and never changes his rudder according to the wind. Pei Qian chuckled. Pei Qian suddenly asked, that Fox Kingdom, do you want me to sneak around before I go down the mountain? Zhou Xian shook his head. There must be some pawns planted by the Su family in Clear Wind City hiding there. Pei Xiang has already detained some of them or sent her confidants to spy on them. As for the rest, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom can't detect them, so it's best to settle the Fox Kingdom in Lotus Root Blessed Land. There won't be any trouble. You don't have to worry too much. The reason is very simple. The Su family would never expect the Fox Kingdom to move elsewhere. So the most important pawns of the Fox Kingdom have more of an advantage in strength. They're mainly used to restrain the nascent soul realm ruler of the Fox Kingdom. To put it bluntly, let Qin Lingjun and Hong stay in the Fox Kingdom to prevent any accidents. As for some schemes, as long as those pawns dare to make a move, I can track them down and find them one by one. I'm not afraid of them fighting a battle of wits and strength. When the new Fox Kingdom is established, many people and things that were originally variables will naturally be integrated into the general trend. Pei Qian was hesitant. Zhou Xian smiled. Do you think I'm too wishy-washy and that the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, Lady Pei Xiang, is not decisive enough? Or do you think I'm too selfish towards Pei Xiang because I'm worried that she won't gain favor in Luopa Mountain and will instead accumulate hidden dangers? In the future, when many small accidents accumulate, it will become a big change. That's not the case. To truly convince people, strength and power alone aren't enough. If Luopa Mountain was when you and I first arrived, I would naturally suppress all kinds of thoughts with a thunderous force. But now, Luopa Mountain has the confidence and foundation to slowly plan. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. Not only do we have to treat the world like this when the world treats us like this, we also have to understand and accept it. Of course I understand this principle, but I don't care too much. Zhou Xian inside and outside Lotus Root Blessed Land is the same. It's just that young master cares a lot, so the entire Luopa Mountain naturally cares. Within the rules, we have to give people enough flexibility and allow them to have some right and wrong between right and wrong. Originally, I would have to wait for Pei Xiang to take the initiative to mention the literary luck of the Fox Nation to Luopa Mountain before I would say these sincere words to her. Now just treat it as me nagging you for a while. It's fine if you listen. Pei Qian nodded. I won't hold you accountable for the matter of Chao Qinglang losing Qian Blessed Land. Zhou Xian smiled angrily. If I didn't say these words, you would hold me accountable? Pei Qian said righteously. Even my master won't look through those boxes of account books of mine. Old chef, you can't do anything about it. Zhou Xian asked curiously, where did you reach the peak stage? Snow Peak Continent? At Thunder God Temple, Pei Qian had sent a flying sword letter to Luopa Mountain. That was the last letter Pei Qian sent. At that time Pei Qian was still in the far travel realm. Pei Qian shook his head. Other than Sword Immortal Xia, whom I met at the northern ice plains of the Snow Peak Continent, there was also Ma, who mansions Thunder God Temple, who helped me send the letter. Senior Ah Xiang and Sister Sui, you were both really good people. Plus, my foundation in the far travel realm wasn't very solid, so I didn't think about breaking through. I broke through in the Gold Armor Continent because Sister Xiaoxi said that she couldn't hold on to it. Instead of leaving it to those beasts in the wild world, I might as well snatch it for safety. I didn't have the ability to break through consecutively. Otherwise, according to Sister Xiaoxi, once I reached the peak stage as the strongest in the world, my martial luck would be unimaginable. It was impossible for me to reach the 9th stage from the 8th stage. At that time, the Gold Armor Continent was half vast and half savage. As long as I got the word strongest, I could learn from my master and fight for martial luck from the savage world. There was no better deal in the world than this. So at that time, whether I was practicing boxing alone or going to the battlefield to kill enemies, I was very focused, just like. Pei Qian turned his head and looked at the second floor of the bamboo building. The worst years of practicing boxing were there. It was so bitter that it felt like he had suffered all the hardships in his life. After Grandpa Cui left, Pei Qian traveled across continents alone. Even in the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, no matter how bitter the fighting was, Pei Qian did not feel that it was torturous. After Pei Qian retracted his gaze, he asked, "Old chef, Grandpa Cui can be considered to have traveled far, right?" Zhou Lian sighed, "Probably so." Suddenly, a head popped out from the edge of the cliff. A teardrop was squeezed out from the corner of each of their eyes. Then they raised their head and said with grief and indignation, "That guy who is as beautiful as a celestial fairy and not charcoal, quickly return my respectable and adorable eldest senior sister." Xiao Li shuddered and woke up in an instant. With a blank face she said, Pei Qian, why did I hear the big white goose's voice?" Pei Qian smiled and said, "It's nothing. That big white goose was kicked down the cliff by Pei Qian just now." Cui Dongshan was lying on a bed made of white clouds that came out of nowhere. He slowly rose into the air and rowed his boat over. He laughed and said, "Eldest senior sister Xiao Li, old chef, did you miss me?" Xiao Li sat up straight and clasped her hands together. She muttered, sweet dreams. I'll take another nap." Cui Dongshan squatted beside Pei Qian, one of his shoulders high and the other low. He leaned back and looked at Pei Qian. "Eldest senior sister, what's wrong with you? You're even taller than little senior brother." Xiao Li immediately opened her eyes. She got up and ran to Cui Dongshan's side. Standing at the side, she stretched out her hands and gestured their sizes. She laughed and said, "A series of oh-hos. Big white goose, it's really you. How pitiful. You went from the first tallest to the second tallest. My ranking didn't drop at all." Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. "Xiao Li is still the best." Xiao Li acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She quickly winked at Pei Qian. Her account book was the one with the least entries. Of course, Sister Nuanshu didn't even have an account book. Cui Dongshan groaned and shook his shoulders. He was about to get up when Xiao Li quickly held him down with both hands. Cui Dongshan struggled for a while and could only give up. Zhou Lian looked at Cui Dongshan and then at Pei Qian. Pei Qian looked at Zhou Lian and then at the big white goose. Cui Dongshan smiled. "Chao Qinglang is fine. I don't have any objections." Zhou Lian said, "So the blessed land is starting work today? The people who were supposed to come to watch the ceremony are all busy. Although they aren't here, the gifts aren't missing." Cui Dongshan smiled. "Today is a good day to move the earth and light the beam. It's a good day to offer sacrifices and make an alliance. It's a good day to accept marriages. Everything is good. Otherwise, why do you think I specially came here today?" Zhou Lian asked, "What about the pond behind the bamboo house?" Cui Dongshan smiled. "It's better to lock it in the lotus root blessed land. It saves me the trouble of setting up a restriction. Who knows, there might even be an unexpected gift in return." To Luopa Mountain, today was a big day that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Hall of Patriarchs. Even if the young mountain chieftain wasn't on the mountain, it couldn't be delayed any further. Wei Pai, as the lord of Mount Beiyu, was still in charge of opening the entrance to the blessed land under the parasol tree umbrella. A group of people walked into the blessed land. Peak State martial artist Zhu Lian, Peak State Pei Qian, Immortal State Cui Dongshan, Sea State Qi cultivator Chao Qinglang. The bottleneck of the pure jade state was as big as the sky. When he reached the bottleneck, he was like an ordinary sword immortal who had just entered the pure jade state. Luopa Mountain's Judge Changming, who seemed to be born with the pure jade state. After the 3 golden raindrops fell from the sky, her current state was a mystery. Inverted Mountain's Spring Banner House cultivator Wei Wenlong, who was a golden core cultivator Qin Lingjun, who had successfully walked the path of blasphemy. Little butler Qin Wanshu and Luopa Mountain's right guardian Zhou Mili. There was also the leader of the Fox Nation Pei Xiang, who was already in the blessed land. She sensed the strange phenomenon that was purposely leaked to her from the new Fox Nation that was placed at the border of Songlai country. She rode the wind and rose to the sky. She bowed to the people of Luopa Mountain and finally chose to stand beside Hongxia at the edge. Actually, this time to raise the rank of the blessed land, Old Master Zhong Qiu, nascent soul sword cultivator Cui Wei and the rest were all absent. Some were temporarily unsuitable to be involved, such as Zhang Jiazhen Jiang Chu, and the substitute shopkeeper of the Dragon Riding Alley's Sui shop, Sure row. Zhou Xian smiled and handed a money bag to Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang was surprised. She shook her head and said, "Let little senior or Pei Qian do it." Pei Qian was silent. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's more auspicious if the lower state comes." Chao Qinglang was speechless. Zhou Xian did not withdraw his hand. Chao Qinglang could only take a deep breath and take the money bag. She took out a piece of grain rain money and looked around. Pei Qian said, "It's a total of 81 pieces of grain rain money. Just spend it slowly." Cui Dongshan made a gesture and a strange phenomenon appeared between heaven and earth. The blessed land of lotus root and the grotto heaven of the well were connected. Then Cui Dongshan opened his palm and blew a pocket-sized pond that was suspended about an inch above his palm. It landed at the foot of the mountain in the center of the blessed land and took root. Suddenly it became as big as a lake. A swaying purple gold lotus grew in the water. The lotus leaves were as big as several acres of land. The lotus was only a bud for the time being and had not fully bloomed yet. It swayed with the wind and a purple gold bud was about to bloom. However, among the native qi cultivators in the blessed land of lotus root, only those who were Jindan cultivators could vaguely see the general situation. However, there were no earth immortal cultivators in the blessed land for the time being. Chao Qinglang held a piece of grain rain money tightly and refined it into spiritual energy. She gently released her palm. The spiritual energy scattered between heaven and earth. Wei Pai smiled and took out a small golden crab from his sleeve. Previously, the little guy had inexplicably received a decree to transform into a dragon in the river and let the small crab into the great blasphemy water. He was so anxious that it ran in circles. Li Shixing held back his laughter and took it as a harmless joke with the little guy. He then took it back to his palm from the great blasphemy water. Finally, he gave it to Wei Shanjun of the cloud-spreading mountain and gave it to him as a blessed land. He also said that it should be placed in the pond as the water protector of the purple gold lotus. The small crab fell into the pond. On its back, the golden light of the talisman's decree flashed and disappeared. The little guy suddenly shed its crab shell and turned into a huge mansion that looked like a dragon palace. It slowly sank to the bottom of the pond. Cui Dongshan shook his sleeve and performed the heaven and earth sleeve. Dragon pearls fell like rain into the mortal world and went to the rivers and streams of the blessed land. A speck of light moved as fast as an immortal sword in the sky. At the same time, not only did the sun and moon appear in the sky, they were even brighter than before. After floating to the ground, Cui Dongshan sighed. Everything was ready. All he needed was for Mr. to return home. He only needed a snowstorm from somewhere to bring back a person for Luopa Mountain. (731) Mount Sway of the Central Plains. The golden armored deity who was sitting on the steps suddenly stood up and saluted the newcomer with a solemn expression. The person who could make Suishan Guru show such sincere respect was, of course, not the old scholar with shifty eyes, but the one beside the old scholar. Bai Yi, who had now become a child wearing a tiger head hat. He was the proudest person in the human world. Holding a sword, he slashed again and again. If Zhou Mi and Lu Cha were included, then Bai Yi was holding 4 celestial swords and fighting against 8 sovereigns. But now the child was wearing a white robe and a red hat. He had delicate features and a cold expression. Seeing the Suishan great deity, the child just nodded slightly. The old elementary scholar pressed down on the tiger head hat. "What's wrong? Child, you're lacking in etiquette. Did you see our Suishan great deity?" The child raised his hand and patted the old elementary scholar's hand, indicating that it was enough. The old elementary scholar pretended to help straighten the tiger head hat. "It's windy on the mountain. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold, right?" Bai Ye's spirit was weak and he needed something to help him hide from the heavenly secrets. He did not want to be entangled by the great ancestor of Mount Tuyue. Therefore, the old elementary scholar asked the Holy Master for a treasure from the Confucian temple. After the Holy Master took the ceremonial item from the Confucian temple, the old elementary scholar persuaded the Holy Master to help him refine it. In the end, it became the tiger head hat that Bai Yi often wore in his hometown. The Suishan great deity was really indignant for Bai Yi. He said to the old elementary scholar in his mind, "Old elementary scholar, be serious. The old elementary scholar stopped and asked the child with a smile, "Are we going to walk to the top of the mountain or do you want to give us a lift?" The child had already started walking. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense with the old elementary scholar. He planned to walk to the top of Mount Sui to meet the Holy Master. Bai Yi had entered the mountains to visit immortals many times in his life, but for some unknown reason due to various coincidences, Bai Yi had passed by Mount Sui several times, but he had never been able to ascend Mount Sui. Therefore Bai Yi wanted to take this opportunity to walk around. The old scholar followed behind the little white tiger head hat and turned his head to look at the big fool who wanted to sit down again. He laughed and scolded, "Can you hatch a nest of chicks under your buttocks? Or are you here to be a door god and receive money from the old man? Why don't you hurry up and protect me? Quick!" The golden-armored deity automatically ignored the old scholar's nagging and silently followed the two up the stairs. The stone tablets carved on the cliffs of Sui Mountain were the best in the world in terms of both quantity and literary talent. The deity in golden armor regretted that he did not have a tablet inscription written by Bai Yi. However, the child in the tiger head hat could probably be considered a true banished immortal. The old Xianxia turned his head and said, "Bai Yi's poetry is invincible, isn't it? Does your Sui Mountain acknowledge it?" The golden-armored deity nodded and said, "Of course we acknowledge it. Mr. Bai's poetry is so majestic." In fact, at the peak of Sui Mountain, the golden-armored deity had specially left an empty stone cliff. It should be known that famous mountains in the world often had immortal masters and scholars carved many cliff inscriptions. This was the so-called famous mountains since ancient times had been waiting for saints. Especially the top of Diyu Mountain. For tens of thousands of years, only the peak of the mountain could be left for future generations to carve cliff inscriptions or erect tablets. Not even a palm-sized empty space could be left. This was enough to show the sincerity of the great deity of Sui Mountain. Moreover, the head deity of Mount Central was not like the old scholar, who clearly had such thoughts but never told others. If Bai Yi did not come to climb the mountain, he would leave it. If he did not come, he would leave it there. Otherwise, with the old scholar's character, he would take the initiative to bring his brush, ink, paper and inkstone to block Bai Yi's door. The old scholar simply turned around and stomped his feet and scolded, "How can such a big Sui Mountain not have a single word of Bai Yi's poetry? How can you be the great deity of Sui Mountain?" The golden-armored deity said, "I don't want to disturb Mr. Bai's study in isolation." The old scholar spat, "You are not sincere enough. You and Bai Yi are not close at all, which is normal. How many people in the world can call Bai Yi brothers, and even take advantage of his own disciples' glory to be half a generation higher than Bai Yi? But what kind of friendship do you have with me? Why don't I see you begging me? Whether you beg or not is your business, whether you agree or not is my business. Do you want to talk about the order?" The golden-armored deity was furious and said telepathically, "Why don't I leave you alone at the foot of the mountain and slowly talk?" The child with the tiger head hat turned a deaf ear to old Xiao, who was behind him, starting to use his natal supernatural power to fan the fire. The child was happy to slowly climb the mountain alone and enjoy the scenery of Sui Mountain. The old scholar's face immediately changed and said to the silly big guy with a pleasant face, "The scholars of the future boast shamelessly. Bai Yi has flaws too, but in the 7 laws they are not strict and have a lot of loose adhesion. Therefore there are very few of them. What long-waisted and strong woman with a bee's waist on Bai Yi's head? Compared to this tiger head hat, it is not cute at all, right?" The golden-armored deity looked confused. Could it be that the old scholar was being kind for once and wanted Bai Yi to leave a poem of the 7 laws, carved on the cliff of Sui Mountain? The old scholar signaled to the silly big guy with his eyes that he understood. Seeing that the great deity of Sui Mountain did not seem to understand, the old scholar with his back to Bai Yi raised his hand and gently rubbed his fingers. The golden-armored deity was really moved. As long as the old scholar allowed Bai Yi to leave a poem of the 7 laws, everything could be discussed. It was not a problem to let the old scholar borrow a mountain. 200 or 300 years of merit in exchange for a poem of Bai Yi. The old scholar stopped in his tracks and smiled while stroking his beard. He coughed in his heart and said slowly, "Listen carefully. Poems, laws and old-fashioned rules. It would be strange if Bai Yi could be restrained." Unexpectedly, the child with the tiger head hat, who was dozens of steps away, said, "The 7 laws are indeed not my forte. If the great deity of Sui Mountain heard a poem of the 7 laws, it must be the work of the old scholar. The old scholar sighed and followed the tiger head hat. Just as he was about to reach out to hold the hat, Bai Yi slapped his hand away without turning his head. The great deity of Sui Mountain escorted the two to the top of the mountain. He saluted the old scholar who was sitting cross-legged and flipping through the book and returned to the foot of the mountain. Although Bai Yi was no longer a 14th level cultivator, his leg strength was still much better than that of the common pilgrims. The time it took to climb the mountain was less than an hour. The old scholar turned his head and smiled at the child with the tiger head hat. I am a little busy, so I will not get up. The child bowed to the holy master. The old scholar was very happy to see this. He was not tall to begin with, but he still had to bow. At the peak of Sui Mountain, the scenery was magnificent. In the middle of the night, the 4 heavens opened and the river of stars blurred one's vision. The old scholar said emotionally, "The will of heaven is always difficult to ask, but one has to ask. The breath of the human world is like a turtle drum, who dares not to listen?" Everywhere in the sky, it was as if a huge rock had smashed into a lake. Waves of ripples surged endlessly. This was the work of the gray-clothed old man above the flood dragon ravine, trying to open up the sky and draw the remnants of the ancient gods into the vast world. The holy master was in charge of mending the sky to prevent the sage of rites from suffering too much. As for the spells and abilities that the moon-bearing mountain ancestor left in the human world, the holy master would dispel them one by one. A tie-bai scabbard suddenly hung beside the child with the tiger head hat. It was the talisman Zhou Xian who had sent him back to Sui Mountain. Bai Yi held it lightly, wanting to say something but stopped. The old scholar nodded his head. Go. No matter if it is the vast world or the green world, the human world is still the human world. Bai Yi is still Bai Yi. Bai Yi bowed once more and bid farewell to the holy master to travel the world. He owed Dao's son too much. Bai Yi also planned to travel to the Xian capital temple. At that time, Bai Yi was also in the Fuyao continent and was already prepared to die. He split Tai Bai's celestial sword into 4 and gave them away. Since he was able to cultivate again, Bai Yi was not worried that he would not be able to repay this favor. When he reached the Xian capital temple, he would at most have 100 years of time. The old scholar squatted down and covered his sleeves with his hands. He said softly, "Traveling against heaven and earth, traveling in the night with a candle, I suddenly saw the bright autumn moon." The child with the tiger head hat held the scabbard with one hand and pressed the old scholar's head with the other. "You are still young, don't complain so much in the future." In reality, other than the holy master who called the sage of literature a scholar, the other cultivators at the peak of the mountain were used to calling the sage of literature an old scholar. After all, there were millions of scholars in the world. For the sage of literature to have been so many years, he was indeed worthy of being called old. But in reality, the old scholar was indeed very young compared to Xianxia and Bai Yi. Compared to the great god of Sui Mountain, he was far inferior. But for some reason the old scholar seemed to be very old. His appearance was so, and even his demeanor was so. He was not as elegant as the mellow scholar Xianxia, nor was he as immortal as Bai Yi. The old scholar was short and skinny, with deep wrinkles on his face and white hair. In the past, when he was worshipped in the central region's Confucian temple, the various universities and academies would hang his portrait and invite the artist who had a good relationship with him to draw his portrait. The old scholar himself had to make a fuss about it. He looked younger and more handsome, but where did the scholarly air go? Realistic, my ass. Can you do it? If you can't, I will do it myself. The old scholar stood up and said, "It is natural for a traveler to return home. No matter how good it is, one must remember to go home." Bai Yi nodded and said, "I will." The tai-bai scabbard in his hand flashed and disappeared, returning to one of his natal acupoints. The old scholar said worriedly, "I heard that the vegetarian food in the Xian capital temple is not very good." The old master in the distance said, "I heard that before. It is indeed easy." The old scholar and Bai Yi said, "Listen to me. Do you think the old man would talk nonsense? It is really not good." The Confucian temple in the central region returned the favor to the Baek Okekyung building when the quasi-sage traveled the Qingming world for many years. Bai Yi reached out and touched the bright red tiger head hat on his head. He looked up at the sky and then retracted his gaze, taking another look at the mountains and rivers of his hometown where the plum flowers bloomed every year. In the Qingming world outside the gate of the Dexian capital temple, a young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head was not in a hurry to talk business with Taoist Sunday. He leaned against the door and smiled as he talked with a female Taoist. He said that the Taoist brother borrowed the sword from Bai Yi. He saw the immortal sword Taoist cannon travel thousands of miles with his own eyes in the Bakokekyung building. Sister Chunwei, you were far away and could not see it clearly. At most you could only see the mysterious Taoist Qi traveling with the sword. It was a pity. The female Taoist with a sword on her back smiled and said, Chief Lu, no matter how much you chat with me, you can't enter the gate. The Grand Master has said that even a dog can enter the gate by wagging its tail. Only Lu Chen can't enter. Lu Chen laughed and said, Taoist son looks at me in a different light. It's okay if I can't enter. Half of my visit this time was for Sister Chunwei. Now that I have met Sister Chunwei, this trip has been worth it. The female Taoist with the Taoist title of Chunwei said helplessly, Chief Lu, I really won't go to the Purple Clouds Tower to cultivate and become the leader of the Jiang family's welcoming spring officer. Lu Chen said pitifully, if you don't want to be the welcoming spring officer, you can go to Qingchui City. Have you heard of Jiang Yunxing who just returned home? He has a baby face and is lively and cute. He's even chosen by my eldest senior brother when he left home to travel. As long as Sister Chunwei agrees, I'll let Qingchui City have another joyous occasion tomorrow. There are many betrothal gifts. The Bakokekyung buildings, Jiang family and Qingchui City will each have a large portion. The Dashuan temple doesn't have to give any dowry at all. The female Taoist with a sword on her back was a little embarrassed and angry. Chief Lu, please watch your words. Lu Chen blinked and asked tentatively, then should I let Jiang Yunxing acknowledge Sister Chunwei as his godmother? He doesn't have to betray his master and go to Qingchui City to get a son for free. It'll sound good if word gets out. It'll greatly increase the prestige of the Dashuan Temple's sword immortal lineage. The young female Taoist with a pure jade appearance narrowed her phoenix eyes. Chief Lu, Lu Chen said helplessly, forget it. I'm indeed not cut out to be a matchmaker. However, to tell you the truth, when I traveled to Liju Grotto Heaven in the past, I studied palmistry for many years. I can predict fortune and misfortune through marriage. I'm always right. Sister Chunwei, why don't I take a look for you? A tall and thin old Taoist appeared at the door and said with a smile, Chief Lu, could it be that your soul has been taken over by the otherworldly demon? You're really shameless today. In the past, Chief Lu's Dao skills were profound and smooth, just like the white dew rain. Wherever you go you'll rot. Why have you changed today? You're acting like a matchmaker out of kindness. Chunwei, why did you acknowledge Jiang Yunxing as your godson? Isn't there someone in front of you who has delivered himself to your doorstep? Why are you being so courteous with your guest? At that moment, this Taoist priest's son's attire was very nostalgic. He carried a peachwood sword on his back and had a string of copper bells around his waist. He wore a Taoist robe made of ordinary silk. There were 12 patterns on it corresponding to the 12th month of the year. If this was seen by a fellow Taoist in the past, he would definitely praise this old Taoist priest for having a celestial aura. Lu Chen smiled and said, You flatter me. I'm not as relaxed as you, Taoist priest Sunday. An old dog lying in his nest and keeping watch at night, his mouth moving and his body not moving. Once he moves, he'll have a different style. An old turtle that flips over the pond, stirring up trouble. Taoist priest's son smiled and said, Let's go, let's talk inside. Lu Chen nodded his head vigorously. He stepped over the door but did not touch the ground. Taoist priest's son's expression remained kind as he stood at the side. However, the pure jade realm female Taoist priest with a sword on her back was already sweating on her forehead. It was not that she was timid. It was just that once Lu Chen's foot touched the ground inside the door, the Grand Master would treat his guest with no hesitation. The protective mountain formation, the Taoist temple's prohibition, her large group of senior and junior brothers, and even those whom she had to address as uncle masters or granduncle masters, would instantly scatter around the Taoist temple and block his path. The Taoist cultivators of the Dexian Du temple had always liked to one-on-one with a group of people. Lu Chen jumped and stepped over the door with his other foot. He was still suspended in the air. Hey, I'm not going in. The Taoist priest with a sword on her back did not find it interesting at all. She was always on guard as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Although she was worried that she would be implicated in the fight between the third most powerful in the world and the fifth most powerful in the world, she had to do her duty. Furthermore, the Xianxia temple had a tradition of not losing the battle. Hence, she could only brace herself and stand where she was. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves as she silently formed a spell. Apart from trying to protect herself, she would look for an opportunity to slash the third chief of the Baek-ok-kyung building a few times with her sword or fiercely use a spell. Taoist priest Sun turned and walked towards the stairs outside the Taoist temple. Lu Qin retracted his foot and bid farewell to Sister Chunwei. He swaggered beside Taoist priest Sun and laughed. The celestial sword Tai Bai is gone just like that. Don't you feel sad? I have some salt here. Brother Sun, you can use it to cook. Otherwise, the vegetarian dishes in the Taoist temple will be tasteless. Taoist priest Sun walked down the stairs. However, when he stepped on the last step, the old Taoist priest appeared tens of thousands of miles away with Lu Qin when his feet touched the surface of the street. Taoist priest Sun liked peace and quiet. He opened a summer resort outside the jurisdiction of the Xianxia temple. It was not a place with good feng shui, nor were there any restrictions. The only scenery that could be used to entertain guests was an ancient 10,000-year-old pine tree that seemed to be verdant. A boy in white was brewing tea under the pine tree. There was also an armored god with a purple beard and a laurel on his head standing by the side. Between the branches and leaves of the ancient pine tree, there was a lustrous and cute white jade plate hanging. It looked like a document embedded in the shade of the ancient pine tree. Other than that, on the ground north and south of the ancient pine tree, there were 2 words carved by Taoist priest Sun and his junior brother using the celestial sword Tai Bai in the past. There was a stone table under the pine tree. After the old Taoist priest Sun Huizhong sat down, Lu Qin took off his boots and sat cross-legged. He took off the lotus crown on his head and casually placed it on the table. Lu Qin went straight to the point and said, "I came here because of my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to come here to be scolded." Taoist priest Sun frowned slightly. Aside from the 5th world that was created at the beginning of heaven and earth, the other 4 worlds were orderly and had a strict Tao. Regardless of whether it was the dark world or the vast world, when cultivators fought in each world, there was a heaven-shaking rule, and that was to separate the 4 worlds. For example, in the Qingming world, no matter how bold someone was, they would not think that they could arm wrestle with a Taoist ancestor. It was no longer a matter of whether one's Tao heart was strong or not. It did not matter if one was brave or not. However, the Taoist ancestor was not willing to go to the Baek-ok-kyung building. He let his 3 disciples take turns to manage the Baek-ok-kyung building. Even Taoist priest Sun, no matter how much he disliked the second disciple Yudo, he still respected the Taoist ancestor. Lu Qin smiled and said, "Bai doesn't like to owe people favors. Therefore, if there are no accidents, he will most likely come to the Xianxia temple to repay the favor. The Confucian temple will not stop him. I'm here today to greet you. The Baek-ok-kyung building and the Xianxia temple will remain the same in the future. Bai will focus on cultivating here. It doesn't matter if Bai is listed in the Xianxia temple's ancestral hall. The Baek-ok-kyung building will only treat Bai as Bai. Therefore, Master Sun, you don't have to worry about this matter." Taoist priest Sun nodded. Lu Qin supported his chin with one hand and leaned against the stone table. "I've always heard that Brother Sun has taken in a few good disciples. They're very talented and beautiful. Why don't you let me take a look at them?" Taoist priest Sun asked, "How did Bai die? How did he survive?" Lu Qin sighed and waved his hand like a fan. "Zhou Mi's unification of the way is strange. The great Tao is full of troubles. This guy messed up the heavenly secrets in the vast world. Half of the embroidered tiger died at the right time and just happened to cut off one of my important meridians. I don't trust what my disciples He Xiaoyong, Chao Rong and the others saw. It's better not to. Let's leave it to fate. Anyway, it's not our problem for now. Even if the sky falls, there's still senior brother Yudo who's truly invincible to hold it up." Taoist priest Sun sneered and said, "Second brother Taoist is willing to lend by his sword." My eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Languid, Lu Qin said, "Senior brother, you still has the spirit of a hero. Brother Sun, you're half a family. Don't say things out of anger. It's easy to hurt feelings." Taoist priest Sun and Lu Chen looked up at the sky almost at the same time. Taoist priest Sun stood up and laughed loudly. He made a gesture with his hands and the white jade plate between the branches of the ancient pine tree shone brightly. Its brilliance shrouded the world. Lu Chen hurriedly put on his boots and walked away, slipping away. When Lu Chen left and the light faded, Taoist priest Sun saw an old man and a child standing in front of him. Taoist priest Sun widened his eyes and was extremely confused. He said in disbelief, "Bai Yi?" The child wearing the tiger head hat nodded. He took out a scabbard and handed it to the old Taoist priest. He said apologetically, "The Tai Bai divine sword has been destroyed." The old Taoist priest waved his hand and shouted, F***CKU. He walked quickly to the child and squatted down. He joked, "Which family's little kid is this? Look like a jade carving. In the future, those young girls in the Xian temple won't be in the mood to cultivate. They'll just come and pinch your little face." As the ancestor, I can't say much. Bai Yi was expressionless. He only tugged at the tie of the tiger head hat on his neck. The child's mood should not be too good at this moment. On the way here, the old scholar said with certainty that the Holy Master had personally reminded him not to take off the hat in a hurry. He should at least wait until he reached the upper 5 states. Bai Yi could not imagine what it would be like for him to wear the tiger head hat before he reached the pure jade state. The old scholar at the side pinched a green talisman with 2 fingers. It slowly faded away. When the talisman was completely burned, it would be time for the old scholar to return to Hauran. Taoist priest Sun stood up and bowed. He smiled and said, "The old scholar's style is unparalleled." The old scholar bowed and praised with a smile. Taoist priest Sunday, both parties had a tacit understanding and smiled at each other. It was better to meet them in person than to hear about them. This was how family should be. Then the old scholar pinched the talisman with one hand and pointed to the sky with the other. He stood on his tiptoes and shouted, "Second Taoist brother, are you really invincible? Either you debate with me or you can be more straightforward and use that immortal sword to chop me. Come chop me here. Remember to bring that immortal sword with you or don't come. You won't be able to do anything. The chivalrous and righteous Taoist Sun beside me will definitely not help you. The grudge between you and me can only be resolved with that immortal sword." At the highest point of the Baek-ok-kyung building, the second Taoist brother narrowed his eyes and made a mental calculation. At the same time he glanced at the sky. Bai Yi suddenly said, "The immortal sword Taoist scripture will only return to the heavens before your talisman disappears." Although his state was gone, his vision was still there. The old scholar chuckled with a calm expression. But the hand holding the talisman immediately drooped down and gently swayed. After a while he simply raised his hand and blew with all his might. They were all family. There was no need to be so particular about face. Although the old scholar was poor, he was not particular about it. Taoist priest Sun laughed, "There is no need to rush back. If the second Taoist brother dares to come here, I will dare to go to the Baek-ok-kyung building." The old scholar held the talisman in his hands and rubbed his hands together. No. We can't drag Bai Yi into this. He has just arrived." Taoist priest Sun suddenly frowned. "Old scholar, are you going to go to the 5th world?" The old scholar shook his head. "I can't go for now." Taoist priest Sun reminded him, "It's best if you can go." The old scholar immediately understood and spread out his hands. Taoist priest Sun put 2 fingers together and a ball of spiritual light condensed at the tip of his finger. He gently pressed it on the far-traveling talisman personally drawn by the Holy Master. The old scholar turned his head to look at the child wearing the tiger hat. He should be relieved, but he really couldn't. After all, Bai Yi was just a child who needed to re-enter the Tao. He was no longer the most proud person in the 14th state. Bai Yi said, "Take care of yourself first. I will find you for a drink in the future." The old scholar nodded and suddenly felt sad. He asked softly, "That Bai Yi who laughed at the sky and went out, I have always been curious about what kind of Bai Yi he is." The old scholar was just asking casually. It wasn't important whether Bai Yi had an answer or not. The child wearing the tiger hat thought for a while and crossed his arms. He stood on his tiptoes and raised his head high. He opened his mouth and closed it. He quickly said 3 words as if he was reciting a book. There was almost no fluctuation in his tone. Ha ha ha. It was more perfunctory. Taoist priest Sun, who was standing at the side, felt that he had learned something new today. The old elementary scholar was grinning from ear to ear and his face was wrinkled. The old man, who loved to talk endlessly, didn't say anything more. As the talisman disappeared, his body flashed and the door in the sky opened. He returned to the world. In the Aquarius continent, Cui Dong's image held a replica of the Baek Okekyung building. Cui Dong's real body made an exception and didn't give a lecture today. Instead, he entertained two old acquaintances. The two old friends didn't use their real bodies to travel across continents. There were many methods on the mountain, and the more mysterious the technique, the more expensive it was. However, Cui Dong didn't need to worry about this. When Cui Shi landed in the human world and walked along the bank of the river, a fat rich man and a plainly dressed middle-aged man walked beside the Great Li's imperial preceptor, one on his left and the other on his right. One was Lu Jubao, the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent, and the other was Yu Panshui, the retired emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty of the Central Plains. Neither of them cared about money. Yu Panshui, who gave the young Lin Junbai a headache in the family study, was now flattering him. "Brother Cui, you are so generous. You are so generous that you can change the world. How can the three things be enough? You have to add this one." Lu Jubao wasn't as thick-skinned as Yu Panshui. However, when he looked at the big river, he couldn't hide his admiration. However, what Lu Jubao saw was not only the big river but also an endless stream of money. As long as one's ability was great enough, it was like opening a big money bag at the mouth of the big river. Cui Dong smiled and asked, "Old Yu, how's your chess skill now?" Yu Panshui complained, "You already know the answer. You are still strong." How high was Yu Panshui's chess skill? In Cui Dong's words, Old Yu spent more time cleaning up the chess pieces than playing chess. His chess style was overbearing, decisive and indomitable. Therefore he played fast and lost early. Cui Dong was rarely willing to waste time with this kind of bad chess player. Yu Panshui was an exception. Of course, when playing chess, the pieces were placed outside the chessboard. Moreover, both sides were well aware that they were enjoying it. In the battle of the third and fourth places, the sage of literature suffered a crushing defeat. Cui Dong betrayed his master and betrayed the sage of literature, becoming a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat. However, in the Deshang dynasty, which seemed to be flourishing at that time, Cui Dong and Yu Panshui were playing chess in the Gall Cypress Pavilion. At the same time, he helped Old Yu break the declining trend. It was after that chess game that Old Yu, who was slightly hesitant, decided to change dynasties. Cui Dong had one good point that Yu Panshui admired the most. Because he was different from the scholars of the world, Cui Dong knew many drawbacks but still couldn't solve them. Cui Dong would obediently rot in his stomach and would never pretend to be profound. In short, Cui Dong only did what he could. He dared to do it and was willing to do it. Therefore, when Cui Dong left the Yu family, in addition to a chess game without any suspense, he also left the Yu family a book on the change of dynasties. He only said that he would try his best to help Old Yu sort out the situation. Both sides' strategies could be used to support each other. At that time, Yu Panshui accompanied him to the bottom of the pavilion steps. He only asked, "Xiuhu, what do you want?" Cui Dong replied, "In the future, when I borrow money from the Yu family, Yu Panshui, don't be vague. Give me as much as you can. It's hard to say how much I'll earn or how little I'll earn, but I definitely won't lose money." Yu Panshui was famous for being a bad chess player, but in terms of tactics and strategy, he was actually a needle hidden in silk floss. Before the age of 30, he was already the imperial tutor of the Great Qing dynasty. He had supported several puppet emperors and had the reputation of dragon-slaying technique. Regarding Fei Yu, both on and off the mountain in the vast world, there had always been half praise and half blame. Among them, there were many erotic secrets of the palace that were widely circulated on the mountain. Together with Jiang Shangzhen's personal writing in the North Continent and the publishing of his own money, they were known as the double erotic edition of the mountain. Cui Dong turned to Lu Jubao and asked, "Lu Xiong is still unwilling to place a fierce bet?" Lu Jubao said, "Earning money does not depend on gambling. This is our Lu family's first ancestors' family rule. The two sums of money that the Lu family has lent to Dolly can't be considered little. Guyu money. 10,000. 2 times 100 each." Cui Dong laughed. "Bet? Brother Lu, are you looking down on my Aquarius continent's defense? Or are you looking down on the savage desolate world's offense? Lu Jubao laughed but did not speak. Dealing with this embroidered tiger, do not quarrel, it is the most boring. As for Lu Jubao, the god of wealth of the White Jade continent, he had the frigid crisp blessed land, and was in charge of all the sources of snow money in the world. The Central Plains Confucian Temple recognized the Lu family's 10% profit. It was written in black and white. The two parties to the contract were the Sage of Rites and Lu Jubao. And the reserves of the snow money mine were still astonishing. The Shu family and the Yinyang school's old ancestor had studied and calculated together for many years. The final answer made Lu Jubao very satisfied. That also meant that the White Jade continent's Lu family was not only rich now, but would be rich in the future. Thus, the White Jade continent's Lu family had the praise of sitting and eating the mountain is not empty. Even the Shang family's old ancestor Sir Fan said that the god of wealth was truly rich. Among the Lu family's consecrators, the White Jade continent's Lei Gong Temple's Pei Xiang was a martial artist. As the continent's #1 martial artist, the consecrator was only ranked third. The Shu family had a total of 3 old ancestors. 2 of them were the consecrators of the White Jade continent's Lu family. Cui Dong asked, Xie Songhua still does not care about the Lu family's consecrator title. Lu Jubao frankly admitted this, nodded and laughed. Money is an item after all, it cannot win over everyone's heart. This is good, so I truly admire that female sword immortal. One of the Lu family's old ancestors was currently trying to persuade the female sword immortal Xie Songhua to be the consecrator, because inviting her to be the consecrator was not an extravagant hope. Xie Songhua did not have a good impression of her hometown, the White Jade continent, and had a bad impression of the wealthy Lu family. Thus, as long as Xie Songhua nodded, she would not need to go to the Lu residence, and would not ask consecrator Xie to do anything. Xie Songhua could not be present for the old ancestor hall's discussion, but as long as she brought the message it would be useful. Other than that, before Xie Songhua's 2 direct disciples Zhu Xian and Chaomu ascended to the upper 5 realms, the White Jade continent's Lu family would be responsible for all the heaven and earth treasures and immortal money needed for sword nurturing and refining. But even so, Xie Songhua still refused to nod. From start to finish, she only said one sentence to the old ancestor Lu. If not for the face of the inverted hanging mountains Yuanruan residence, you would be asking for a sword. Of course, the White Jade continent's Lu family did not really lack a sword immortal, but the White Jade continent's old ancestor Lu family's old ancestor Lu had spoken, asking the old ancestor hall's old ancestor hall to complete this matter, and to be polite and respectful to sword immortal Xie. Otherwise, when they returned to the old ancestor hall, Lu Jubao would not be polite. Cui Dong laughed. Business is business, if Brother Lu is not willing to bet big it's fine. Previously, when we borrowed money, the principal and interest, the Lu family spent a lot of money. Other than that, I can let Xie Songhua be a consecrator of the Lu family, as thanks for Brother Lu's willingness to lend us money. Moreover, Lu Jubao did not forget his roots. Just for the White Jade continent's martial arts fate and sword fate, he secretly spent a lot of money. Cui Dong saw it all. The rich people in the world came and went, no matter if they were new or old, there would always be someone sitting in the position of the rich. Then who had the right to be rich, it would be a question. The world's affairs went round in circles, it was still people dealing with people. Lu Jubao said, next, the savage world will close the front lines, even if we send most of our top forces to the South Whirlpool continent. The Aquarius continent will still be in an awkward position. Cui Dong sneered, gathering mosquitoes? Lu Jubao was speechless. Fei Yu, who was famous for his carelessness, heard this and his eyelids trembled. He quickly patted his chest to calm himself down. The Dali dynasty had worked hard for more than 100 years. The wealth accumulated in the national treasury, plus the private property of the Song emperor, was actually more than enough for a normal dynasty in the Central Plains. But before the Dali cavalry went south, just building the imitation Beko Keikyung building and supporting the cavalry was already quite difficult. In addition, there were also the sword boats that floated in the air, the mountain ferries that moved the border army as if they were walking on flat ground, the talisman armor that was tailor-made for the Dali cavalry, the siege weapons, city defense mechanisms, secret crossbows and arrows that targeted the cultivators on the mountain, the formation hubs of the coastal battle lines. With so many expensive and uncountable mountain items, even if the Dali dynasty had a few mountains of gold and silver, they would be emptied early on. What to do? Borrow money. Xiu Hu Tui Dong borrowed from Mr. Fan of the Shang family, Yu Panshui the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent, the Mahis Juzi, and secretly borrowed from the 100 schools of thought. Part of it was through the Dali cavalry going south, and the huge income from the integration of the mountains and rivers of the continent to pay off part of the debt. In addition, Tui Dong also advanced a large part of it, of course, the Tongye continent that was destroyed, and almost all the sects on the mountain were destroyed. Lu Jubao shook his head and said, "No need to do this, it's not refreshing." Tui Dong turned and laughed. Xie Songhua took the initiative to ask to be the consecrator of the Lu family. You are willing to stop her? Do you think you're teasing a female sword immortal with a bad temper? Lu Jubao said helplessly, "You win." Yu Panshui gloated and laughed. It's really refreshing to see fortune god Lu defeated. Good, good, good. Just because of Xiu Hu's move, I will take out half of the treasury of the Xuanmi Empire. Tui Dong smiled and said, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank fortune god Lu for giving the Yu family this opportunity to make money." Yu Panshui said, "In the world, only Xiu Hu can borrow money in such a refreshing and refined way." Lu Jubao suddenly stopped and said, "I am only sure of one thing. If you Tui Dong have left a way out for yourself, I will bet starting now." Yu Panshui also stopped and pricked up his ears. This was also one of the things that he, the master of the Yu family, wanted to know the answer the most. Once it was confirmed, not to mention the remaining half of the treasury of the Xuanmi Empire, Yu Panshui could turn the 16 vassal states upside down, and he would accompany Xiu Hu and fortune god Lu to do a great job. Dare to rebel? Do you think the territory of the Xuanmi Empire is not big enough? Tui Dong shook his head and said, "The human heart is different. I have disappointed you." The implication was that there was no way out and the heart was at ease, that was all. Tui Dong calculated people, the fate of the country and the general trend, but he was not a person who could only rely on shrewdness and underhanded means to scheme. Lu Jubao rubbed his cheeks hard and then cursed a few times for the first time. Finally, he stared at Xiu Hu and said, "Once the Lu family makes a big bet, can we earn money from the mountains and rivers of the Tongye continent? The key is whether the money is hot or not. Can you at least tell me this?" Yu Panshui whispered, "You deaf." Xiu Hu has always said that he can make money, but he is happy to be scolded. Brother Tui is such a hero, if he wants to make money wholeheartedly, not to mention the word north, in the snowy peak continent, you Lu Jubao will also lose the title of fortune god. Tui Dong looked at Lu Jubao and said with a smile, "Being able to help a friend make money is a great joy in life." Lu Jubao's expression was complicated and he raised a hand. Tui Dong hesitated for a moment and then gently high-fived him. Lu Jubao withdrew his technique and his figure dissipated. He said, "The money is a bit too much." Yu Panshui did not leave and he continued to walk with Tui Dong until the great blasphemy temple could be seen in the distance. Yu Panshui stopped and said softly, "No matter what other people think, I can't bear to lose Xiu Hu in the human world." Tui Dong smiled, "It's okay." Yu Panshui sighed and disappeared in a flash. Tui Dong sat by the great blasphemy river and he turned his head to look at the Chidu gate in the distance. He withdrew his gaze and with a smile on his face he murmured softly, "What else can I say?" (732) When the dazzling rainbow-colored sword light left Ascension City, it broke through the sky and left this world. The entire Ascension City was silent for a moment, then the entire city was in an uproar. Countless lights lit up as sword cultivators hurriedly left their houses and looked up. Could it be that Ning Yao had broken through and ascended? In the Qin family mansion on Taixiang Street, the old sword immortal Qin Shi, who had changed his name to Qin Wan, now had the appearance of a young man. He was originally taking a stroll in the corridor at night and happened to be the first person to discover the anomaly. Qin Wan was currently hiding his true identity and realm, so he still had a personal maidservant following behind him as a dispensable camouflage. In fact, with each passing year in Ascension City, Qin Wan was one step closer to becoming the word-carving sword immortal Qin Shi. Therefore, the sword cultivator maidservant following behind the young man was further away from death and closer to the peak of Sword Dao. Qin Wan sighed. He felt that Ning Yao had taken out this immortal sword a little too early and there would be hidden dangers. Otherwise, it would be best to wait until it was completely refined to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm and ascend to the ascendant realm. However, although Qin Wan didn't know why Ning Yao did this, since Ning Yao chose to take such a risk, he believed that she had her own reasons. Of course, Qin Wan wouldn't criticize her. He would use the righteousness of Ascension City to reason with Ning Yao, who was only temporarily holding the position of a hidden official. Firstly, as the former head of the Qin clan and the most important successor of Qin Qingdu's bloodline, Qin Wan wouldn't be so narrow-minded. "Q sword? Go for it." Then Qin Wan frowned. Not only him and his maidservant, but almost all the sword cultivators who were alarmed by the anomaly saw Ning Yao in a snow-white robe leave Ascension City on her sword. It seemed that she was going to travel somewhere far away. The young maidservant with average looks couldn't help but whisper, "A beauty like jade and a sword like a rainbow. Both the person and the sword light are beautiful." In the past, the top tycoons of Taixiang Street and Yuji Street would often nurture a few female sword immortals as their maidservants. They were very good to them and in the future they would marry into their own families. This maidservant with excellent aptitude was named Yanxi and was given the surname Qin. Qin Yanxi had admired Ning Yao for a long time. He always felt that a woman like Ning Yao was truly beautiful to the extreme. This time Ning Yao had traveled across the mountains and rivers without any warning. He was still dressed in a Taoist robe and stood on a long sword. The long sword hidden in the sword casket was named Sword Immortal. In the early years, Qin Mang had the intention of matchmaking her and Qin Xianxia to become Dao companions. However, Qin Xianxia had always been obsessed with Dong Buji, so Qin Mang's intentions faded. Qin Mang's expression was solemn. Ning Yao intentionally distanced herself from Ascension City to lure those ancient existences into attacking her. She wanted to sever her own karma so that none of the great Dao pressure caused by her would land on Ascension City. Since he couldn't stop Ning Yao Liqing, he couldn't help at all. Qin Wei mocked himself. "Pai realm is not high enough. Do I really have to drink to make up for it?" Over the past few years, Qin Wan had deliberately slowed down his pace of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, if he broke through to the upper 5 realms too early, it would cause too much of a stir and it would be difficult for him to hide his identity. Qin Wei still wanted to live a few more years in his current leisurely life. Qin Yanjin shook his head and said, "I just think that the hidden officer is calm and peaceful, so others don't have to worry about making mistakes." Qin Wei nodded and said, "That's right." Ning Yao rode on her sword alone and went to the sword stone tablet that had been re-erected at the easternmost side of Ascension City. She wielded her sword at an extremely fast speed. It was as if an immortal had executed the earth-shrinking mountain river divine ability. She wielded her sword and split open the sea of clouds. During this period she passed through a thundercloud that was intertwined with lightning. As soon as the thundercloud approached, it was completely crushed by Ning Yao's copious sword qi. She kept her sword and floated to the side of the stone tablet. Ning Yao leaned against the stone tablet and closed her eyes to rest. Ning Yao used telepathy to ask the sword cultivators in the nearby Ascension City to leave immediately and try to get closer to Ascension City. Dozens of sword cultivators greeted each other and then left on their swords without hesitation. Not long after Ning Yao used her sword, Innocence, to break the sky canopy, the scholarly sage who was guarding the sky canopy had already sensed that something was wrong. Therefore he didn't stop the sword from traveling far and wide. Instead he immediately sent a message to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. Strange phenomena appeared in all directions of the world. The earth trembled and many parts of the ground were overturned. Mountains collapsed and shattered instantly. Ancient existences that had been dormant for a long time appeared. They were like huge deities that had been banished to the mortal world and were punished for their crimes. They finally had a chance to make up for their mistakes. After they got up, they casually stepped on the ground and broke the mountain ridge on the spot, creating a canyon. These ancient existences that had lived for a long time were slightly slow at first. However, when their eyes, which were as large as deep pools, turned golden, they immediately regained some of their divine luster. In addition, there were also several majestic figures that appeared in several abysses and swamps that were full of miasma. Wrapped in majestic auras of mountains and rivers, They opened their mouths and inhaled the spiritual energy of the world within a radius of 50 kilometers. They even swallowed the water energy into their stomachs, instantly drying up the swamps and drying up the plants and trees. Somehow, these ancient existences that were either sleeping or watching coldly from the sidelines all knew one thing. If they didn't do anything for another 100 years, they could only wait for their deaths. In the end, they would be killed, expelled, or detained by those outsiders. Among the outsiders, the female sword cultivator with a familiar aura deserved to die the most. However, her natural and overwhelming aura scared most of the ancient existences that were dormant. However, when the immortal sword, Innocence, traveled far and wide in the vast world, they couldn't help but kill this person. They had to completely cut off her path to the Great Path. They absolutely couldn't let this person succeed in becoming the first Ascendant Realm cultivator in the world. In the south of the world, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent either fled far away from the troublesome place, covering their heads and running for their lives, or there were a few so-called people who had achieved Dao who were already in high positions. At the same time, a group of cultivators that had built the prototype of a mountain peak with great difficulty was almost in despair. In fact, the cultivators didn't suffer many casualties. Most of them were ants in the lower 5 realms. However, the ancestral hall that had just been built was casually smashed by an inexplicable behemoth with a wave of its arm. In addition, the spiritual energy of the world and mountains and rivers within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were condensed by it and moved away together. However, on the way of migration, a pair of golden eyes stared at an eyesore of a mountain peak that was lingering with multicolored light and rich in fate. It slightly changed its route and ran wildly. It stomped its foot heavily, but it couldn't break the mountain and river formation. Therefore it didn't bother too much. It just glanced at a young cultivator who raised his head and looked at it, and continued to run on the ground. The burly figure that was thousands of meters tall stepped on the ground step by step. Every time it landed, it would trigger muffled thunder. That immovable mountain peak was the transcendental platform that one of the 10 young candidates in the world, the cultivator of the Wuxia continent Zhou Xian personally built by him. However, it was unknown why he came to the 5th world from the gate of the Tongyi continent. If it wasn't for that imperial bulletin that revealed the secret of heaven, no one would know that he was the young master of the Tianyu Grotto heaven of the Wuxia continent. A black-clothed scholar opened the folding fan in his hand and stood side by side with Zhou Xian. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, actually we can stop it. It's a great opportunity. Don't let the goodies flow into the fields of others. Brother Zhou and I work together and have the geographical advantage, so the odds of success are not small. Once we succeed, the rewards will be great. If we don't take what the heavens give us, we'll be punished." Zhou Xian, who was dressed in a brocade robe that was as gorgeous as the sunset, smiled and said, "I don't trust Brother Qinwen. I'm worried that if I'm not careful, the transcendental platform will become someone else's." Qinwen, who came from the North Continent, closed his bamboo fan and gently tapped his chest. He turned his head and looked at the distant figure of the ancient existence. His eyes were full of disappointment, as if he was watching a stream of money slip away from him. The young scholar said sadly, "You didn't accept it when it's good and you're suspicious of people. Brother Zhou, you're not a hero. If my good brother was here, I guarantee that both sides would be talking and laughing tonight and splitting the spoils." Zhou Xian asked, "Good brother? Brother Qinwen, you seem to think highly of this person?" Qinwen nodded and said, "We fought side by side, earned money together and fought in a battle of wits and strength. In short, we were both enemies and friends. We hit it off very well. However, in the end I was still more skilled. That good brother can be considered as half a defeated opponent." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "I don't think so." Qinwen tapped his face with his folding fan and said sadly, "Let me give you a kind warning, Brother Zhou. In the North Continent we have a custom. Beat someone half to death but don't hit their face." Zhou Xian raised his head and smiled, "What a sword fairy of Mount Taiping." It turned out that while the two of them were talking among the native cultivators of the Tongyi continent, only a female Taoist wielding a sword chased after them. She rode her sword past the boundary of the transcendental stage and finally blocked the path of the ancient remnant. Compared to the cultivators of the Tongyi continent who were good at escaping, The cultivators of the Fuyao continent who lived in the north of the heaven and earth were led by a man who exuded the aura of an emperor. He led more than 100 Qi cultivators gathered around him and forcefully dragged an ancient remnant like the female Taoist Huang Ting of Mount Taiping. It was just that Huang Ting, who had broken through to the pure jade state, was purely looking for a fight because she was bored. As for the pure martial artist of the Fuyao continent who wore the great frost treasure armor, he was there to earn money and luck. In the west of the heaven and earth, a young monk held an alms bowl in one hand and a monk's staff in the other. He landed lightly and imprisoned an ancient remnant in a lotus pond. The young monk lowered his head and looked at the alms bowl in his palm. There were lotuses the size of a thumb. As for the ancient remnant, it was as small as a mustard seed. It was overturning the rivers and seas, but it was futile. It only caused some ripples. In the east, a young female Taoist of the sword fairy lineage of the Deshiendu temple met up with 2 cultivators of the Zhao palace. They worked together to hunt down an ancient remnant that appeared out of nowhere. Even so, there were still 4 that escaped and arrived at the boundary of the sword tablet. Ning Yao had been waiting for a long time. Before this, there was no one around. She played hopscotch over and over again, but she was still bored. She squatted on the ground and found a large pile of stones of similar size. She flipped the stones with the back of her hand and played with them. However, when Ning Yao sensed the traces of the ancient remnant, she immediately stood up. The existence that was the first to approach the sword tablet seemed to have a telepathic connection with the other 3 remnant. It was not in a hurry to make a move. It was only when the 4 colossal beings each occupied one side and surrounded the tablet that they slowly walked towards Ning Yao, who had temporarily lost her immortal sword innocence. Ning Yao allowed them to surround and attack her. She only lightly tapped the tip of her foot and kicked the stones away. She casually glanced at one of the ancient remnant. Was it a few thousand Qin Pingon who had just started practicing martial arts? The corners of Ning Yao's mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. She raised her hand and an immortal sword was unsheathed. Ning Yao held it in her hand. At the same time, one of Q-Sword's natal flying swords, the immortal slaying sword, no longer needed to fight with the naive Q-Sword. In an instant, it pierced through the head of an ancient remnant. The latter was suspended in the air like a long, thin thread. The immortal slaying sword was extremely fast. The entire ancient remnant seemed to be imprisoned in place by sword chi threads. As long as it struggled a little, it would tear open countless huge scars. Ning Yao's spirit roamed far away with a sword in her hand. It was like an ascendant realm cultivator's great magical power of shrinking mountains and rivers. A tiny figure suddenly appeared in front of the ancient remnant that was thousands of feet tall. She held the sword with both hands and a sword light slashed diagonally. At the same time on the ground, fine sword chi rose like clouds. The land within 1,000 miles seemed to be covered in white clouds. High in the sky, the clouds gathered like a sea. In the surrounding 1,000 miles, countless large and small golden rivers and streams appeared. Then, in an instant, they were able to reform their golden bodies. Then Ning Yao's life-flying sword, immortal sundering sword, sword cloud sea, Ning Yao's avatar, and Ning Yao's spirit-wielding sword immortal, one after another, their bodies were smashed apart. This was the only crux of a sword cultivator's problem. Whether it was a flying sword or sword energy, they both had tremendous killing power and were unrivaled in the world. But what they feared the most was that the sword would miss. If there were several superior magic arts or supernatural abilities that could isolate the world and separate the golden blood that represented the foundation of the Great Tao, or if they could refine it on the spot, then this slaughter would have ended much earlier. Because of the golden blood that flowed like rivers, no matter how incomparably sharp Ning Yao's flying sword and sword energy were, even if they could recklessly cut apart and shatter them, as the foundation of the golden divine body, that was purer than heaven and earth's spiritual energy, it was impossible for them to be like an ordinary enemy. As long as the flying sword pierced through the enemy's body and soul, the sword energy would linger in the body's small world and then break apart the cultivator's cave abodes and acupoints. However, if there wasn't that heavenly tribulation that was becoming more and more powerful, even if the 2 of them continued to exhaust each other according to this situation, Ning Yao would still have a greater chance of winning. One of them would lose the golden body Great Tao, while the other would exhaust his mind and spiritual energy. This was because the golden blood that seemed to conform to the great Tao of the world wouldn't even be damaged by the flying sword. But if an ancient remnant wished to reform its golden body, there would be an innate loss. These 4 ancient remnant beasts were clearly different from the ones that Ning Yao had killed earlier. Those existences from before weren't so difficult to kill. Ning Yao looked up. There seemed to be a halo of golden light hanging in the skies, like the golden eyes of an ancient high god staring at her. And above the earth, the 4 ancient remnant actually melted away like snow, completely turning into a sea of golden blood. Finally, a 100,000-foot-tall golden divine spirit stood tall. A golden halo, like a wheel of the future, floated behind the divine spirit that had restored its true appearance. Then the great Tao manifested on the divine spirit's arms, with golden flood dragons and pythons coiling around them. The divine spirit overlooked the world. Sword cultivator, sword seek heavenly court. Ning Yao raised her head high, staring straight at the divine spirit that no longer hid its identity. According to the secret records of the Summer Palace, among the 12 ancient high gods, the one with the single eye was in charge of rewarding and punishing the world's flood dragons and water descendants. One of its duties was to be in charge of the dragon transformation pool and the dragon slaying platform with a high god of the Thunder sect. This high god, whose great Tao was damaged on the ancient battlefield, was mending the great Tao after the 5th world fell silent for 10,000 years. It was also slowly merging with the great Tao of the world, so it was the heavenly tribulation itself. No wonder it was so difficult to kill. No wonder Bai didn't use his sword to kill this remnant, because it was already considered a part of the world. At this moment, Ning Yao wouldn't be Ning Yao if she didn't ask for a sword. She had long been displeased with everything related to the true dragon, whether it was near or far, human or not, whether it was someone she had spoken to or not. Her natal flying sword, celestial slaying, floated on the side of Ning Yao's shoulder, and her Yin spirit returned to her body. Ning Yao wore a golden robe and held the sword. At this moment Ning Yao narrowed her eyes, a little surprised. First, a ray of sword light broke through the sky and it seemed to go near Ascension City. Then a more complete ray of snow-white sword light broke through the sky, and it went straight through the back of the god's head. The sword light became clearer and clearer, and it turned out to be a little girl in snow-white clothes. It was just a collision, and the snow-white clothes were wrapped in countless fine golden threads. She was dizzy like a drunkard and she mumbled, crunch, 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 crunch. Then she swayed and finally she fell upside down, crashing into the ground at Ning Yao's feet. The ancient god whose great Tao had been damaged again silently dissipated and then left. Ning Yao didn't hesitate and decided to wait until she reached Ascension City. She bent down and pulled out the little girl's sword spirit, naive like pulling out a carrot. Ning Yao asked, "What do you mean?" The little girl sat cross-legged on the ground with her arms crossed and her cheeks puffed up. "I won't say." In Ascension City, a young Confucian scholar who had traveled to this place found shopkeeper Zheng, whose saliva was flying everywhere at the wine shop. He bowed respectfully and said, "Zhao Yao pays his respects to Mr. Zheng." The wine shop's business was booming today, and it was all thanks to Ning Yao's sword sacrifice and traveling. Ascension City was noisy and everyone was looking for wine. Zheng Dafeng stood up with a smile. "Congratulations." Zhao Yao nodded slightly and didn't deny that great opportunity. He looked young, but his real age was almost 40. In fact, when Zheng Dafeng was guarding the door of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, he was the most optimistic about Zhao Yao among all the children. When Zhao Yao left Lizhu Grotto Heaven on the ox cart, Zheng Dafeng even chatted with Zhao Yao. First of all, every time Zheng Dafeng went to the school to ask Mr. Qi for knowledge, they would often play a game of chess, and Zhao Yao would watch silently from the side, occasionally pouring wine for Mr. Zheng. Zheng Dafeng put his arm around Zhao Yao's shoulder. "Zhao Yao, you came late to the beautiful girls here and there aren't many left for you. Uncle Zheng will help you choose a few and I'll tell you what their names are, where they live, how old they are, what their temperaments are and what their realms are. I've compiled a small booklet and sell it to friends for money, but you can forget about it. Just patronize my wine shop business more often. Just sit here." Scholars are the most popular, especially those who are young, promising and handsome. "Uncle Zheng, I'm only at a disadvantage because of my age. Otherwise you wouldn't even have a chance." Zhao Yao smiled bitterly. "Mr. Zheng, please don't tease me." Xing Dafeng said seriously. How can I tease you when you're trying to spread your family and pass on your legacy? The Tai-Bai sword, one of the 4 immortal swords, was divided into 4 and given to 4 people. Qin Pingon, Lu Kai Fei Ran and Zhao Yao. The tip of the sword was the most lethal and the blade contained the most sword qi. The hilt was the heaviest, and it carried the remaining half of Bai Ye's sword legacy. In the end, each of the 4 youths took one. Head shopkeeper Jing used his but to push away 2 familiar drunkards. He dragged Zhao Yao to a table and ordered 2 bowls of the shop's best and most expensive wine. Xing Dafeng asked softly, "Why are you here?" Zhao Yao smiled, "I'm just curious about this brand new world. There's no special reason." Xing Dafeng sighed softly. Forget it. What a waste of money. Others shouldn't talk about it." After drinking a bowl of wine, Zhao Yao suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He bid farewell and left. Xing Dafeng did not ask him to stay. Zhao Yao seemed to have casually strolled to the entrance of a street. Ning Yao's flying sword was extremely fast. She had even used a camouflage technique because there was a young lady sitting behind her. After landing at the entrance of the Ning residence, Ning Yao put her sword back into her case. The young lady was still sitting on the ground. Ning Yao walked up the steps. The young lady could only stand up and follow behind her. Zhao Yao thought that she would glance in his direction so that he could greet her. He did not expect that she was completely unaware. Zhao Yao could only call out, "Miss Ning." Ning Yao stopped and turned to ask, "You are?" Zhao Yao smiled, "Pearl Grotto Heaven Zhao Yao." Ning Yao asked, "And?" Zhao Yao was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the strange young lady of unknown identity tug at Ning Yao's sleeve. She said in a childish voice, "Mother, our father is living well. He just obtained a section of the immortal sword Tai-Bai's sword tip. Mother, can you discuss it with him and let it be my dowry?" (733). Above the vast battlefield between the Jade Gui Sect's protective formation and the Wasteland World's military tents, an ascendant realm great demon Chong Guang in a bright red robe hovered in the air. His robe was called Sunken Color. After entering the vast world, he was in charge of overseeing the battles of the 3 military tents. He had refined countless souls from the battlefield in the Tongyi continent, and his robe had become even brighter. Upon closer inspection, every time the surface of the robe rippled, it was the tragic scene of rivers and seas of blood in the small world. Millions of souls seemed to be placed in a hellish pot of oil, being cooked by a refinement technique that was similar to fire and water. This robe was Chong Guang's attempt to recreate the dim radiant time. It was the fundamental opportunity for Chong Guang to reach the 14th realm in the future. Now that there were no other battles in the Tongyi continent, he had set his sights on the Jade Gui sect. This was because the Jiazi tent had promised that as long as Chong Guang could kill Jiang Shangzhen, his battle merits would be equivalent to an Ascendant Realm expert. It was similar to how Shaoling had killed the previous sect leader of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan. Because the young hidden official from the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a robe of the same color, Chong Guang now had the nickname of Old Hidden Official. He was quite proud of this. Great Demon Chong Guang, who had been waiting for the Jade Gui sect's destruction, suddenly raised his head. Without hesitation, he activated his natural mystique, and a river of blood floated out from his sleeve. Without the restriction of the robe, the wails of the hundreds of thousands of broken souls in the river resounded through the heavens and earth. The river crashed into a golden talisman the size of a prayer mat. The latter's sudden appearance brought with it a vast aura of Tao that made Great Demon Chong Guang's heart tremble. Chong Guang did not dare to be careless. However, before the river of blood crashed into the tiny talisman, hundreds and thousands of talismans appeared almost instantly. They were mountain and mountain talismans. The 5 mountains and rivers of the various countries of the Tongyi continent, as well as the ancestral mountains of the various immortal abodes, appeared on the talisman. The mountains and rivers of the various countries of the Tongyi continent, as well as the ancestral mountains of the various immortal abodes, appeared on the talisman. The mountains and rivers of the various countries of the Tongyi continent, as well as the ancestral mountains of the various immortal abodes, appeared on the surface. Could it be the talisman of the central plains Zhou Xian? Zhongguang hesitated for a moment before commanding the powerful valiant spirits and ghosts in the river of blood to retreat to the water at the end of the river. Sovereign Yuan Shou was in charge of overseeing the battlefield anyway. Zhongguang and Yuan Shou had an agreement in private. Zhongguang only wanted Jiang Shangzhen's life, while all the mountains and cultivators of the Jade Medallion sect belonged to Yuan Shou. A young Taoist with an ancient aura appeared on the battlefield at the southern end of the Tongye continent with the help of his self-created mountain river transcontinental talisman. The young Taoist in a yellow-purple Taoist robe held a 5 thunder seal in one hand, while his other hand formed a sword seal. A snow-white rainbow suddenly lit up the world, making it impossible for others to tell if it was a talisman's art or a sword immortal's flying sword. It instantly sliced the river of blood in half. Zhongguang was horrified and complained incessantly. He didn't dare to show off his dim radiant mystique in front of this person. He tried his best to gather the scattered river of blood back into his sleeves. However, the yellow-purple nobleman from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu formed another Dao seal with one hand. A mountain and river seal that combined heaven and earth appeared in a radius of 100 miles around Zhongguang. It seemed to have imprisoned Zhongguang within a seal of Dao condensation. He then raised his hand high, and the seal suddenly became as large as a mountain, smashing down on the head of an ascendant realm great demon. Zhongguang could only reveal his true body, but he still couldn't break free from the seal. Not only that, Zhongguang was suppressed by the seal and fell straight to the ground. The great demon's true body was suppressed to the ground. He didn't want to die like this. He supported himself with both hands, wanting to use his back to break free from the seal. Zhongguang wasn't just good at fighting a battle of attrition. His innate escape art was also one of the best in the wilderness. Therefore, Zhongguang wasn't afraid even when facing a great sword immortal. For example, even if Zhou Xian and Huai Qian teamed up, Zhongguang wouldn't have much of a chance of winning against one of the 10 from the Central Plains. However, he could still retreat if he wanted to. At most, he would be a little embarrassed and lose some of his worldly possessions. However, Zhongguang was afraid of old immortals like the talisman Zhou Xian, who wasn't afraid of fighting a battle of attrition. He was even more afraid of Zhao Tianlai of Mount Longhu, who was rumored to have a celestial masterdermic seal and 10,000 immortal swords. The young Taoist landed on top of the seal. When his feet touched the surface of the seal descended with an unstoppable force, suppressing the great demon who was struggling to get up. Dust flew up from the battlefield, covering the sky and the sun. Other than the great demon that was suppressed by the seal, there were also more than 9,000 lightning whips. It was a spectacular sight. It was as if 4 waterfalls were pouring down on the earth, imprisoning the great demon that couldn't break free from the seal and was about to escape. The seal wasn't only used to suppress the demon, but also to kill him on the spot. A staff smashed down quickly. It was a strike with all its might, and it had the power to split the heavens and earth. The young celestial master's true body didn't move at all. However, above the seal, a Taoist robe with fluttering sleeves appeared. It was covered in yellow-purple Taoist qi. It raised a hand to block the staff. At the same time, it formed a seal with one hand. 5 lightning bolts gathered and boundless fortune appeared. Finally, the Taoist closed 2 fingers and extended it, using the 5 lightning righteous technique to counter the great demon Yuan Shou. The lightning technique that was close at hand exploded in front of Yuan Shou. The attack made Yuan Shou, who was holding the sword and the staff, see stars. He had to drag the staff and stagger back on the flying sword. He retreated dozens of miles in one breath before he could stabilize his body. What a good Taoist, what a good thunder technique. He was indeed the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Although Yuan Shou didn't care about the life and death of the ascendant realm under the seal, if Zhongguang died under his nose, it would be hard to explain to the Jiazi camp. Especially Zhou Mi, that guy now made Yuan Shou extremely afraid. He and Yang Ji had discussed that it was best for both sides to stay away from Zhou Mi. That was why Yuan Shou came to the battlefield of the Yugui sect in the southernmost part of the Tongye continent, while Yang Ji went to the battlefield of the South Sa continent. Zhao Tianxi's Taoist qi of yellow and purple Taoist qi condensed in the 3 danshans. It was as if there were 3 stars circling and moving. It was dense but orderly. One hand blocked the long staff and the Taoist formula retreated. Zhou Tianxi's real body looked around and smiled. He raised a white jade-like palm. It was crystal clear and unreal. Finally he looked at one place. Zhou Tianxi's eyes vaguely had the brilliance of the sun and the moon flowing. Then he softly shouted, "Freeze." My Taoist qi is determined, the spirit is focused, and the qi is combined into the real. It is specialized in restraining escape techniques. 10,000 ghosts and monsters, demons and monsters, although they can change shape and hide, they cannot change in the slightest in my mirror. The great celestial master of Longhu Mountain used his superb mirror art to immobilize the great demon Chong Guang, who seemed to have shed his skin and left his true body, in a river of time that seemed to have been frozen. The great demon Chong Guang roared, "Yuan Shou, save me." Trash only knows how to talk. Yuan Shou scolded, but he still chose to save Chong Guang. He suddenly became 1,000 feet tall and smashed his staff at the Taoist qi image. The latter's 5 fingers were folded in the palm of his hand. The 5 fingers gathered together and the thunder spell split into 5 colors. It was one of the secret techniques of the Taoist qi image of Longhu Mountain, the Taoist formula 5 thunder finger. It was said that wherever there were demons, there would be Taoist masters of the Peachwood sword. However, they didn't know that anyone who entered the mountains, crossed the river, cured diseases, asked the gods and ghosts, and the Taoist qi image of Longhu Mountain all had Taoist formulas and talismans. The thunder spell was vast and evil spirits were repelled. The heavenly might killed thousands of ghosts. The Taoist qi image of the Taoist qi image changed the Taoist formula. The 5 thunder wrapped around his wrist and his hands were behind his back. The right hand was up and the left hand was down. The middle finger and the ring finger of both hands were hooked together. The left hand rotated outwards and finally the palms of both hands were facing up. There were thousands of fortunes on the palms as if thunder was vibrating. At the same time the index finger hooked the index finger and the little finger hooked the little finger smoothly. The lightning intertwined and formed a backhand overturning sky print in an instant. In addition to the 5 thunder finger that was ready to be released, Zhou Tianxi's Taoist qi image already had 2 prints in his hands. The Taoist qi image of the Taoist qi image was like a thunder spell heavenly tribulation hanging in the sky above the battlefield. However, the young Taoist who came from afar still wanted to continue. In a flash, he formed the crepe myrtle print and performed a mysterious supernatural power. The crepe myrtle print was as still as a mountain, but the Taoist qi image's hands were illusory. He slightly changed the Taoist formula of his fingers and formed the demonic seal and the Tiangang print in a spurt of energy. Then he used the 3 pure fingers to create the 3 mountains incantation and then the 5 mountains seal. In the end he decided to create the thunder layout, a secret technique of the celestial master abode of Longhu Mountain. 1 law gives birth to 10,000 laws and 10,000 laws return to the thunder law. Furthermore, there was an 8 trigrams formation that rotated slowly in his hands. In addition, there were 3 great kiliacosm phenomena of the great kiliacosm and the 5 thunderbolts gathering palm of creation. A young Taoist priest who didn't say a word after arriving at the battlefield, and wanted to kill an ascendant realm cultivator. Not only did the Taoist seal under his feet suppress the great demon Zhong Guang, but it seemed that he wanted to fight the throne Yuan Shou to the death. The Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu seemed to want to see through the true meaning of the heavenly Tao all by himself. Finger incantations, hand seals and thunder formations were executed in the blink of an eye. Even a pure jade realm cultivator would not be able to see how many Taoist incantations Zhao Tianlai had performed, let alone how he was holding the incantations. Moreover, Zhao Tianlai didn't seem to need to chant incantations to stabilize the true meaning of the Taoist technique. Therefore, this was not some mysterious technique, but the Tao arises from the heart, and all laws return to one, that circulated among the cultivators at the peak of the mountain. In the end, the celestial master's Dharma idol completed the incantation. He actually combined all the Taoist incantations and Taoist seals into a sword technique. It was as if he was holding a white sun in his hand and the light was boundless. It was as if 90,000 sword chi shot out at the same time. The cultivators of the Jade sect and the attacking army of the wasteland world, no matter how far they were, had no choice but to immediately close their eyes without exception. They didn't dare to take another look. After a moment the world fell silent. It seemed to be the scene of loud thunder but small raindrops. However, when they looked again, the throne Yuan-shou actually didn't have a long staff in his hand. Instead, he held a sword in one hand for the first time. He stood in the air 100 miles away, dragging the great demon Zhongguang, whose robe was mostly torn. Zhongguang's entire back was a bloody mess. Even with the tough physique of an Ascendant Realm cultivator, there were still no signs of recovery. The great demon Zhongguang said with his last breath, "Thank you for saving my life, Ancestor Yuan." Yuan-shou looked down and suddenly let go of his hand. He stomped his foot through Zhongguang's chest again, gently twisting his ankle and crushing his opponent's chest even more. He raised the long sword in his hand and pressed it against the bastard's forehead. He said angrily, "Good fellow, you were pretending to be dead all this time. Do you think my natal item is worthless?" Zhongguang let Yuan-shou vent his anger. How could the injury on Yuan-shou's foot compare to Zhao Tianlai's Taoist seal Dao intent, which was overturning rivers and seas in the sea of blood in his natal robe? Today's brainless battle almost made Zhongguang return all the great Dao gains he gained in the Tongyi continent. However, Zhongguang was still extremely grateful that Yuan-shou was willing to use his sword to execute the sword art and save him. He didn't even dare to stretch out his hand to slightly push away the tip of the sword. Zhongguang said helplessly, "Ancestor Yuan, that Dragon Tiger Mountain's great heavenly master and his sword seal are the two things that naturally suppress my spells and abilities. Ancestor, I will definitely repay you double for your loss today." Yuan-shou stretched out his arm and a long staff with the inscription, "Sea Calming," appeared in his hand. However, it was damaged even more severely. After experiencing two great battles with Bai Yi and Zhao Tianlai, this long staff actually existed in name only. It could only be restored if he could refine the entire great blasphemy in the future. However, Yuan-shou wasn't willing to approach the closer Aquarius continents Jidu, and the further northern Reed continents Jidu. Zhao Tianlai had already put away his Taoist seal and arrived at the Jade Gui sect's ancestral mountain. He bowed to sect master Jiang Shangzhen, who had been waiting for a long time. In the great heavenly master residence of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a boy named Wu Tiring was in charge of watching over the residence. He sat cross-legged alone outside the demon's subduing hall, staring at the talisman cover that had been heavily blessed by generations of great heavenly masters. As for the scabbard of the immortal sword Myriad Arts, the little Taoist boy had placed it by the well. Jiang Shangzhen returned an unconventional Taoist bow, which could be considered a great gift. However, people like Jiang Shangzhen had always done things without any restrictions. As long as this great heavenly master who had helped the sect resolve its urgent situation was willing, he might even rub shoulders and knock on the back without a problem. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "Great heavenly master spells are invincible and can be used freely. I didn't even have the chance to take out my flying sword. It turns out that the difference of one realm is more than the difference between heaven and earth." Zhao Tianlai laughed and shook his head, then sighed with emotion. What a bitter battle to the death. Jade Gui sect didn't have it easy. Jiang Shangzhen said, "Compared to our Tongyi sect, which is the leader of a continent, Jade Gui sect's cultivators' bones are indeed a bit harder." The Tongyi sect in the north of Tongyi continent had now submitted to the Jiazi camp. A group of old bastards like corpses had become traitors. Therefore, in a continent whose territory was equivalent to 2.5 Aquarius continents, mountains and rivers, only Jade Gui sect was still stubbornly resisting. After Tongyi sect defected to the Jiazi camp, Jade Gui sect suddenly became more and more precarious. If it wasn't for the sect leader Jiang Shangzhen, who was originally wandering everywhere returning to the sect, it was estimated that there really wouldn't be any battles in the continent right now. Jiang Shangzhen was originally forced by the dangerous situation of the continent to appear and return to his own mountain. He was indeed somewhat vexed. If it wasn't for the fact that Jade Gui sect was about to fall, Jiang Shangzhen really couldn't continue to be free and unfettered outside. Otherwise, he would rather be a street rat scurrying everywhere freely and earning military merits everywhere. As expected, the sect leader's seat in the ancestral hall was rather hot. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been a sect leader. He would have been a wandering Zhou Xian, secretly throwing a sword and immediately running away. Wouldn't that have been satisfying? Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall, which was originally filled with cultivators of the upper 5 realms, was more than half empty. Not to mention the various ancestral masters and direct disciples, even many of the consecrated guests had died. That wasn't all. The key was that so many young faces of Jade Gray sect were gone just like that. They didn't cherish their lives and died vigorously in battle. Weren't they stupid to think that they had died a worthy death? Even Xianxia, who believed that he had a heart of stone and was heartless, couldn't help but feel bitter to the point that his heart was almost broken. Xianxia asked, "Heavenly Master, Bai Yi really died?" Zhao Tianlai nodded. "If it's the 14th realm, Bai Yi really died. There's no more immortal sword Tai Bai in the world." Xianxia sighed. "This battle really caused everyone to die." Zhao Tianlai said, "In the past, the cultivators on the mountains of the vast world, especially the central divine continent, felt that the so-called 14th throne of the wilderness was at most the weakest of the 10 in the central divine continent. Now that Bai Yi is dead, they feel that the entire 10 or 15 people of the vast world are no match for the 14th throne." Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, "When it comes to fighting, doesn't the central divine continent know whether the beasts of the wilderness can do it?" Soon Jiang Shangzhen answered his own question. "Of course not. The Great Wall of Sword Qi knows, but the vast world doesn't." The 9 sword formations of Jui Peak had long disappeared. Other than the great demon Zhongguang, Yuan Shou had also personally come to Jade Gray sect. Other than helping Zhongguang to command the demon race to attack the mountain in name, he would also reveal his true body from time to time and smash the mountain formation with his rod. However, he didn't use all his strength and didn't deliberately target the cultivators or Jade Gray sect's ancestral mountain. He only said that since the mountain was rich and had a strong foundation, he would see how many divine coins there were. Yuan Shou even said, "Grandpa can even kill Bai Jiang Shangzhen, an immortal is really nothing." Before the destruction of the gold armor continent, a military tent in the wilderness once again used the catoptric deflection technique. A picture scroll repeated over and over again. In just one picture, Lu Cha killed the 14th realm Bai Yi with one sword. In the vast world, there was no one who was most proud of, no one who was invincible in poetry. This boring and soul-stirring picture scroll was also seen by the cultivators of Jade Gray sect. If Jiang Shangzhen hadn't heard the confirmation from the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, he wouldn't have dared to believe that Bai Yi was dead. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen was so distraught that he took the initiative to leave the mountain formation and find that ascendant realm beast to have a real one-on-one battle. Both sides used all their trump cards and fought with their lives on the line. Not to mention the demon race, even many of the relatively young immortal masters of Jade Gray sect didn't know the depth of Jiang Shangzhen's true combat strength. Most of them heard it from their elders and ancestors. In the early years, they only knew that the distinguished and notorious Jiang clan head was the best in the world in terms of running away. Therefore, all along, as long as Jiang Shangzhen attacked, he could guarantee his survival if he attacked those with a higher realm. If he attacked those with a lower realm or those with a similar realm, the other party would definitely die. After witnessing that battle with their own eyes, they realized that sect head Jiang was actually so good at fighting. Killing an immortal with a willow leaf was so fierce and unparalleled. Zhao Tianlai said apologetically, "The 10,000 arts of the immortal sword must be left in Mount Longhu, because accidents are very likely to happen." For the first time, Jiang Shangzhen didn't look stingy, nor did he speak shamelessly. Instead, his face was solemn and his eyes were sincere. He nodded and said, "Heavenly Master, you've already done your best to cross the continent to come here to subdue the demon. Our Jade Gray sect won't go against our conscience and ask for more." This was the ease of dealing with a truly smart person. Jiang Shangzhen squatted on the edge of the cliff and said softly, "Heavenly Master, take a rest. It's best to protect that parasol tree. That's the center of the formation of the demon subduing pagoda. Jade Gray sect can still hold on for a while, at most half a year, at least 3 months. I'll just have to trouble you to take away a cloud cave blessed land when you leave. Some of the younger ones will be pressed by the head and thrown into the blessed land. As for those who are relatively older and have a higher seniority, they can stay if they want." Zhao Tianlai said, "Since things have come to this, why don't sect head Jiang take the people and leave together? If the people survive, the land will be lost. In the end, there's still hope. However, if the people die and the land survives, we'll definitely lose both the people and the land." Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. Our Jade Gui sect can't learn from Taiping Mountain and Fuyo sect. However, no matter who we learn from, we can't learn from Tongye sect. No matter how shameless Jiang Shangzhen is, he still needs to have this bit of face. If he didn't become the sect head, he naturally could go anywhere. However, since he became the sect head, he had to obediently accept it even if his face was slapped swollen. Furthermore, if I were to leave, then the thousands of years of accumulated spirit of the Jade Gui sect cultivators would be completely destroyed in my hands. In the future, no matter how prosperous the Jade Gui sect is on the surface, no matter how many immortal masters they have, it would still be an empty shelf made of bamboo strips and paper. Zhao Tianlai smiled and nodded. He had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Shangzhen. The rumors on the mountain were both true and false. In the mountain and mountain bulletin, some righteous words were actually just that. Some of the truth would only be far from the truth. On the other hand, some of the words were brushed over in a few words, but they hid an endless sense of awe-inspiring righteousness. Jiang Shangzhen found a stalk of grass from somewhere and chewed it in his mouth. Suddenly he laughed and looked up. In my early years, I brought Sister Junyang back from the Great Spring Dynasty. I heard that she has some relationship with the Heavenly Fox Senior of Mount Longhu. Junyang is proud and arrogant. They were very bold, probably because they came from a large sect. They pulled a huge carriage with several white cranes and green lawns. They stood on top of it and chattered non-stop. One of them used the Abhijina to look for the young hermit. When they finally found the young man in a bright red robe, they were all very excited, as if they had seen the man of their dreams. Great big and small, male and female. Did they all think that this was a tourist attraction in a faraway corner of the world? Qin Pingon raised his palm. 5 bolts of lightning gathered and smashed out a bolt of lightning with astonishing momentum. The woman in the palace robe who used the mountain river observation divine art seemed to have lost her mind. Instead of dispersing the thunder technique, she used the upper 5 realms divine art to forcibly store the thunder technique into her sleeve, which blew up most of her sleeve. Then not only did she not feel the slightest bit of heartache, she raised her hand and shook her sleeve. Her face was full of pride, as if she was showing off something to her friends in the boudoir. Qin Pingon stood at the top of the city wall. He smiled and waved at the chariot that was glowing with precious light. You want the thunder technique, right? Come closer, I'll give you all you want. Seeing that you're all women, I'm famous for having tender feelings for the fairer sex, so I can give you more. When the time comes, courtesy demands reciprocity. You only need to leave the phoenix carriage behind. Looking at the style, there was no doubt that it was an emperor's carriage. Other than a few celestial birds, the wheels were refined with the essence of the moon and the essence of the sun. As for the exterior of the carriage, it was extremely luxurious. There was a curtain hanging in front of the carriage. It was actually the picture of the Yu Luo Shaotai and the Yujing Dan Quebec. If it was just a ferry boat and not a quasi-immortal weapon, then Qin Pingon would have wasted all those years of his life as a bag dealer. Unfortunately, the chariot was still hovering in the air. The eyes of the female cultivators were shining, and they suddenly quieted down. They stared at the young hidden official in the painting of mountains and rivers in their palms and whispered to each other. It was as if they were commenting on the famous hidden official. Every dog has its day. In the past, only Qin Pingon was disgusted by the dragon god and Li Zhen. Now he was receiving his retribution. A gust of strong wind blew across the city wall. The eye-catching bright red robe fluttered in the wind again. The demon cultivators who came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to enjoy the scenery came in an endless stream. It was a mess. However, there were fewer and fewer great demons who came to the city wall to seek death. Qin Pingon seemed to be sleeping soundly. His hands were folded on his abdomen and his breathing was long. He was slashing with a narrow saber behind him. However, the saber was covered by the wide robe. Qin Pingon's thoughts wandered thousands of miles. Some crossed each other, some were born at the same time, and some collided together. It was chaotic. Qin Pingon did not deliberately restrain himself. The law was equal and there was no superiority. The heart has no worries, no fears, and is far away from the inverted dreams. The scholarly sage who was guarding the city wall once said that he was thinking about that person's struggle for justice. However, he could not figure it out. He just felt that such a conclusion wasn't too appropriate. The items on the mountain of the Fuyao sect were really good, but the price was really high. When Yu Qing and Mi who died in battle, the city had already ascended far away. Those traveling sword cultivators did not see the last sword attack of the two great sword immortals in their lives. The two great sword immortals, the top 10 candidates of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, left just like that. They did not even say a word or say anything. If even I die here, who will tell the world in the end what kind of sword immortals you sword immortals are and what kind of heroes you are? All of you King come back to life. I want to challenge the sword. I want to challenge all of you sword immortals, including Yu Qing, Mi Hu, Sun Jian, Gao Kuei and Tao Wenquan. If I frown, I'll have the same surname as Boss Sword Immortal. Apart from sword immortals, there were even more sword cultivators who were not sword immortals, old and young, who died. They stayed on the battlefield and died on the battlefield. I have not been to Taiping Mountain. He had never seen the Mirage City after the snow fell. What kind of a place would it be like in the human world? One of the three sages guarding the sky screen was the city lord of the Baek Kyung building. I wonder if Dong Haitan, Fatty Yen and the others who are traveling far away in the sky screen will go sightseeing. I wonder how the third sect master of the Baek Kyung building with a lotus crown, Wu Meng, and the 7 objects of the Great Tao will be like. Previously, I saw the dew armor on Jiao Yu's body, which was like wearing a 7-colored garment. It was hard not to think of the female sword immortal Zhou Xian who liked to swing on the city wall. Her natal flying sword was rainbow, and the sword light was also divided into 7 colors. It was as if one person had 7 natal flying swords. There were too many regrets like this. Bukai. Land platform. As a Qi refinement warrior, he was afraid of heights. There was also that mysterious body constitution. Although Lu Tai was a direct descendant of the Lu family, his cultivation level was not high. Although he relied on many Dharma treasures and could dispel many doubts, he dared to travel across continents to the Aquarius continent, the Inverted Mountain and the Tongye continent without a Tao protector. They first met on the Fan family's ferry Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City. Later, Qin Pingon secretly asked Wei Wenlong to look through the boarding records of the last 30 years in the Spring Banner House. Lu Tai did not board the ship midway. He indeed boarded on Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City. However, Lu Tai never talked about his trip to the Aquarius continent. However, at that time Qin Pingon did not trust the Lu family of the Middle-earth Yang sect and not Lu Tai. In fact, Qin Pingon had long regarded Lu Tai as a true friend, just like the gentleman Zhong Kuei. However, Qin Pingon once had a strange feeling in the Eagle Fortress and met a person. Lu Tai said that he had 2 masters. Later on, Lu Tai was able to possess a woman's body, hinting that he was already in a blessed land. The old monastery master of the East Sea Monastery, as one of the few 14 realms, had very strict rules. Therefore, Lu Tai definitely did not have the ability to break the rules of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Given the old monastery master's identity and background, he would definitely not give the Lu family of the Middle-earth face. Therefore, Qin Pingon desperately hoped that the round-faced lady in cotton clothes who visited the Great Wall of Sword Qi was that one Lu Kai. Therefore Kuyi was puzzled. He asked Qin Pingon why he was angry after confirming that he was not Lu Kai. Qin Pingon was not angry that Lu Tai was that one, but he was angry that Lu Tai was gradually becoming that one behind the scenes. Qin Pingon even thought of countless possibilities. For example, if they had the chance to meet again in the future, would Lu Tai walk towards him with a stick of candied hawthorn in his hand and a smile on his face? What to do? He could only wait. Otherwise, what else could he do? The many years of hardship after the age of 4 and the sudden desperate situation in life made a stubborn young man who was used to having nothing and felt that even if he had something he would not be able to keep it. However, he seemed to have naturally turned into another person. The Great Tao should not be so small. Traveling the world, he had never encountered a situation where he could bypass a hurdle. Qin Pingon, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He flipped his sleeves and instantly stood at the edge of the city wall. A group of sword cultivators who were not part of the 100 sword immortals in the wilderness came to the city wall one after another. Most of them were young and started to practice swords. However, without the dragon monarch guarding the city wall and without the restrictions of the Jiazi tent, More than 100 sword cultivators stayed far away from the edge of the cliff to avoid being beheaded by someone on the other side. When a young demonic sword cultivator obtained a wisp of pure sword will, a young secluded official in a bright red Taoist robe stood at the edge of the cliff with both hands on his saber. He looked at the other side of the cliff and did not move at all. That young genius in the way of the sword slightly changed the trajectory of his sword before he went to the vast world. However, he was still extremely cautious. In the end, he grinned at that young secluded official. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked towards the south. From afar, a ray of rainbow light shot over and suddenly stopped. It landed on the city wall. It was a thin old man with a thin appearance. He was wearing a Taoist robe with a bamboo flute hanging from his waist. The color of the bamboo was lush and green. One look and one could tell that it was a valuable item that had been around for a long time. The old man looked around and did not see the figure of the young man. However, there were some clues. He smiled and asked in an elegant manner, "Where is the secluded official?" Qin Pingon slowly appeared on the opposite city wall. The two of them were separated by a city wall road. He smiled and asked, "Elder, you look very elegant. You are wearing a Taoist robe with a clean and sharp appearance. You look very dignified. Are you here to replace the dragon god?" The old man did not care about the other party's insinuation. He smiled and shook his head. "I have been using the name Lu Fian for many years because I wanted to go to your hometown and meet this Lu Fian. As for my real name, coincidentally it is engraved on your body." Qin Pingon was suddenly enlightened. "If that's the case, you are really a little old. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to become Qiyun's teacher." The secluded official is indeed knowledgeable and quick-witted. The old man smiled and said, "However, the limericks of the secluded official don't match the rhythm. It is also difficult to explain in a few words. It really makes me worried when I hear about it." Qin Pingon asked curiously, "You have reached the 14th realm?" The old man nodded. Qin Pingon also nodded and said, Yes, if I live to your age I will be at most 28 realm." This sovereign great demon, Qian and Firen's master, chuckled and said, "You are young but you live like a child under the medicine king. You can indeed say a few more ridiculous words." Qin Pingon said righteously, "If you continue to be so eccentric, don't blame me for making an exception and scolding you." The two sides seemed to be reminiscing. However, if it was any other place, as long as it was not this Dao integration city wall, Qin Pingon's soul would probably have been shattered by the other party's slap, or he would be living a life worse than death. The current Qin Pingon was indeed unable to fight against an ascendant realm cultivator who had reached the 14th realm. The old man asked, "Do you want to know what the sword cultivator, the dragon god, said before he faced Qin Qingdu's sword?" Qin Pingon sighed and said, "What else could it be? It was most likely those scolding words. The dragon god is indeed good at this. Over the years I have experienced a lot of dragon god and suffered a lot." The old man shook his head and said, "Wrong, it was the words dragon god receives the sword." Qin Pingon sighed. As expected. Then the old debt would be written off. The old man asked, "What are you after?" Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, "I've been standing here for many years. Sovereign great demons have come and gone one by one, but I'm still standing here. My disciple Yunqing died in your hands? If he's dead, so be it. Anyway, he couldn't persuade old Deaf to betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The old man suddenly said, "Did Yunqing leave behind anything? For example, that semi-immortal weapon, the bamboo flute called Banished Immortal?" Qin Pingon remained silent. Yunqing's bamboo flute had a line of small words beside Banished Immortal. The words and text were extremely beautiful, once approved to Lu Zhifeng. Now that the dragon god was dead, everything seemed to be easy to use. However, the more it was so, the more Qin Pingon did not have any thoughts about it. As for the 5 demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms who were imprisoned in the cage back then, they were Yunqing, Qingqiu, Mengpo, Zhujia and Ho Chongjun. Only Yunqing had a good relationship with Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon even often went to chat with Yunqing. Qin Pingon glanced at the bamboo flute on the thin and elegant demon's waist again. The 7 words in Xiaozhuan were slightly bigger. Qizhou's crest does not need wine. It was almost the same shape as Yunqing's bamboo flute. In addition, there was also a line of inscriptions. Blue water and blue sky are two wonders. The old flute's sorrowful bamboo will crack. Qin Pingon suddenly asked without rhyme or reason, "You can be considered to be Zhou Mi's in spirit traveling far away? Did the former 14th realm fall to such a state? Isn't it a little too tragic? Is your family's grand ancestor really not going to care?" If he had asked, "What's your relationship with Zhou Mi?" there would probably be no answer. The old man sighed and said, "Mr. Zhou is right. You really have to read more." Qin Pingon couldn't help but laugh and said, "You like to praise yourself so much. Mr. Zhou, did you learn from me? Have you become my disciple?" In any case, he was certain that the person in front of him was one of Zhou Mi's incarnations. Qin Pingon said again, "Now my Dao heart is broken because I have accepted my fate. No matter how bad the situation is, it can't crush me to death. So, you deliberately opened the restriction and let the demon cultivators run around. Was it to take advantage of one of my drinking sessions to take something so that you could break it? Or are you here for my hairpin?" The old man smiled and nodded. It was a pity that the guy in front of him was still more cautious. Zhou Mi's yang spirit body was the white jade of the throne. He cultivated the great Tao on his own and climbed to the throne step by step. However, the Yin spirit had fused with the skin of the 14th level. However, the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain did not help at all. He only watched coldly from the sidelines. Hence, Zhou Mi had used the methods of the desolate world to forcefully snatch it away. Looking at the young hermit who seemed to be in his 40s, Zhou Mi made a gesture with 2 fingers in his sleeve. He first isolated the world and then controlled the river of time above the city wall. He said slowly, "Qin Pingon, I changed my mind. The one wearing the armor is still Li Zhen, but the one holding the sword can be changed from fear into you." The young hermit jumped up and spat. He scolded, "If you are so King awesome, why don't you fight with the Holy Master Tao Zu Buddha?" Zhou Mi smiled and reversed the flow of time. He took back his words. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Sorry, I must have scolded you just now." "734. The previous chapter was a slip of the pen and will be corrected. Might change to earlier preamble." Inside the Ascension City, Twister visited the Ning Mansion for the first time. The second in command of the criminal division came to meet the current hidden official of the Ascension City. Ning Yao stood at the old site of the dragon-slaying cliff. Other than Ning Yao, there was also a young girl with an ancient inkstone and a bamboo box on her back. She was running around with a cute little girl in white, beating gongs and drums. One asked if my master was powerful and how powerful he was. The other answered that my father was powerful and invincible. The other asked what my mother would do to you later. The other answered that I was not afraid of kowtowing. With gongs and drums I could rule the world. The 2 of them who had a harmonious relationship suddenly turned hostile. One said that her master was her father, so she was closer to him. The other said that she recognized her master first and her father later. First come, first served. Her seniority was still lower. The so-called falling out was actually just a competition to see who could make the loudest noise by beating their gongs and drums. Twister Xin felt that it was really difficult for Ning Yao. She had Guizhujiu and a daughter, who fell from the sky. Ning Yao did not seem to mind the commotion and nodded to Twister Xin. Twister Xin came to Ning Yao and said, "Xiao Yao had a drink with Xing Dafeng and left the Ascension City. Qi Shou personally sent him out of the city. It seems that Xiao Yao is going to the westernmost side to learn Buddhism from the monks of the Shoshin Temple." Ning Yao nodded and said, "He probably wants to learn Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Was he going to walk the same path as Mr. Qi?" Twister Xin smiled and did not speak. Ning Yao asked, "What's wrong?" Twister Xin said, "I'm curious. Why did you choose Qin Pingon, who was just a teenager in a shabby alley when you traveled alone? Can you tell me about it?" Logically speaking, Ning Yao had seen all kinds of sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi since she was young and then traveled the world. She should have seen many young talents. Bookish, heroic, and immortal. She must have seen all kinds of things. Ning Yao said, "What did he say to you?" Twister Xin shook her head and said, "Qin Pingon never talked about this." Ning Yao narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Twisting Heart was helpless. Should she call this man and woman an immortal couple, Or should she call them an adulterous couple? Even a seamstress like Twisting Heart, who had no feelings for love, could not take it. Therefore Twisting Core corrected herself. I was just asking casually. You don't have to answer. Actually, Ning Yao didn't intend to say anything. The two of them strolled together. Ning Yao turned to Guizhuzhou and reminded her, you guys can have fun, but you're not allowed to leave this place. Guizhuzhou nodded vigorously and said, if anything goes wrong, I'll bring my head to mistress. The little girl threw the gongs and drums to the ground. She put her hands on her hips and asked, whose head? Guizhuzhou squinted at the little girl and said telepathically, we're on the same team. Why are you trying to undermine us? Ning Yao no longer paid attention to the two children's frolicking. Twister Xin made an exception to appear in the Ning mansion this time. She was definitely not here to chat. However, Ning Yao couldn't help but look back at Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou immediately straightened her back. Of course, Ning Yao knew why Guizhuzhou didn't want to stay in her own home. Similarly, Ning Yao was even worse than Guizhuzhou. She directly ran away from home. Even when Guizhuzhou returned home, she was mostly busy in the flower bed. She meticulously took care of the exotic flowers and herbs that she brought back from her travels. She no longer swept a large area with her rod or chopped a large pile with her sword. It was as if when one grew up, one would be reluctant to part with them. Every time Qin Pingon returned home from his travels, he would go and add soil. There was no exception. It was the same principle. Twister Xin said telepathically to Ning Yao, that year in prison, Qin Pingon made a deal with an ascendant state called Frost Descent. Frost Descent earned a grain of Guyu money from Qin Pingon and bought half of his freedom. He promised to help you once. Therefore, when you were traveling, I almost twisted open the wick and released this otherworldly demon from Qing Ming Tian. Ning Yao asked, almost. Twister Xin nodded and said, Xing Dafeng found me and told me not to rush. This person seems to be quite familiar with the inside story of Shinto. Ning Yao didn't want to talk about Xing Dafeng's background. As the gatekeeper of Luopa Mountain, he was half a family member. Therefore Ning Yao only said, Qin Pingon's hometown, Liju Grotto Heaven, is the most unfathomable place in the world. If you have to deal with people from there in the future, get used to it early. Twister Xin smiled and said, Qin Pingon, Xing Dafeng, Zhao Yao, I have seen 3 of them. They are indeed very strange. Ning Yao said, you don't have to worry about this immortal sword, naive. Before I reach the ascendant state, I will definitely make her obedient. When the time comes, I will confront the one-eyed one. In addition to that otherworldly demon, I will also ask Xing Dafeng about some rules of Shinto. Twister Xin was a little surprised. I thought you would refuse the interference of outsiders. Ning Yao shook her head. I don't think you are outsiders. What's more, Dao is dangerous. There is nothing to be embarrassed about seeking help just in case. Zhao Yao and the others were outsiders. Knowing her relationship with Qin Pingon, he still came to see her alone. If it wasn't for Mr. Qi, Ning Yao didn't mind sending Zhao Yao out of Ascension City. She didn't send that person out of the country with a sword. It had a lot to do with Ning Yao's good mood. That half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was still there. He was still there. Twister Xin said, then I will leave the wick in Ning Mansion? Ning Yao nodded. Up to you. Inside and outside of Ascension City, naturally no one dared to spy on Ning Mansion with the mountain and river palm. They didn't have enough courage and their realm was even lower. Twister Xin took out the oil lamp. After twisting the wick, a white-haired boy floated to the ground. First he was in a daze. Then he suddenly looked like he was about to cry. He raised his arms and shouted, Ancestor Ingguan, your martial arts are unparalleled, your spells are heavenly, your sword immortal is outstanding, your heroic spirit is handsome, your promise is worth 1,000 gold, your plan is flawless. Ning Yao glanced at the little bootlicker whose face was flushed red and said to Twister Xin, you should take him back. Twister Xin smiled. Anyway, there are already 2. 1 more won't make a difference. Shuangjiang saw that the situation wasn't good. He immediately clasped his hands and raised them above his head. He lowered his head and said loudly, I am willing to be Ancestor Ingguan's Dao companion. I will do my best. Ning Yao stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead. She turned her head and asked, is this how you behave in prison? Twister Xin shook her head and said, it's even worse than this. In any case, Qin Pingon enjoys it. Ning Yao nodded. Then let him stay. It was a good thing that he could ask Shuangjiang some questions to pass the time. Otherwise, if he kept reading those 2 books, he would not be able to find any flowers. In the 2 books, one was hiding something, the other was open and aboveboard. There were quite a lot of beautiful women. On Zhaoping Peak, which was opposite Mirage City, a green-robed swordsman named Qin Yin bought all the restaurants and inns on the entire mountain. He often drank alone here and enjoyed the sunset and the rise of the sun. In a place called Peach Leaf Ferry in the Great Spring Dynasty, Zhou was riding on a small boat. He shook out a round-faced girl in cotton clothes from his sleeve and had her boil tea with peach blossom water. The Peach Leaf Ferry had an exquisite structure. The bow of the ferry was engraved with a jade head. Because the Great Spring Dynasty was once an ancient swamp country, the common people needed to use jade to suppress the flood dragons and water descendants. In addition, there were screens on both sides of the middle cabin. The cabin was quite large and could hold many books. The rear cabin had a stove and sleeping quarters. One could enjoy the scenery, drink tea, eat, play chess and play zither without any problems. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. The peach blossom water, mandarin fish and peach blossom fan of this ferry were once the favorites of the Great Spring Dynasty's officials and the female cultivators on the mountain. When brewing tea on credit, Zhou stretched out his hand and casually flipped through a stream of time. Flipping through time was as simple as flipping through the pages of a book. When Firen, who was disguised as Qin Yin, appeared at the Peach Leaf Ferry, Zhou smiled and immersed his mind in the small boat that Firen was on. Firen of the past naturally did not notice. The person that Firen had arranged to meet was Tongyi Continent's Golden Peak Monastery's master, Du Honling. He was a nascent soul realm cultivator and was more sensible. The ferry stopped at the shore. Firen got up and did not go ashore. Zhou stood at the end of the boat with his hands behind his back. He used the Qi observation technique to size up the group of people other than Du Honling. Firen obviously did not expect Du Honling to be so careless and bring outsiders here without permission. However, the nascent soul realm cultivator immediately bowed and apologized. He took the initiative to explain the reason to the messenger from the Guiyu tent. In the northern boundary of Tongyi Continent, Heavenly Fault Peak, Green Tiger Palace and Golden Peak Monastery were all big mountains not far from the word sect. It was just that the Green Tiger Palace had long moved to the Baoping Continent's Old Dragon City, while the Golden Apex Monastery had gone against the flow of the flood of refugees. Du Honling first used a demon clan sword cultivator to establish a relationship with the Wuxia army camp stationed in the old southern Qi's capital city. Then, through the Wuxia army camp's matchmaking, he made an appointment with a Guiyu camp cultivator named Qin Yin at Peach Leaf Crossing. Du Honling had a rough understanding of the 60 military tents in the wilderness. Jiazi tent was the leader. Other than that, there were a few other tents that were more eye-catching. For example, Jiazi tent was a group of sword immortal embryos. There were many young cultivators and each of them had a high status. Gui Hai tent was in charge of paving the road on the sea. Geo tent was in charge of moving mountains and opening up roads after landing on the shore. There was a king-level great demon overseeing each of them. They were Fei Fei, who was proficient in water techniques, and Yuan Shou, who was proficient in moving mountains. There was also Jiwei tent, whose leader was the sword immortal minister. There was also one of the younger 10 who was on credit. As for Guiyu tent, its reputation was relatively unknown. Zhou smiled knowingly. What a coincidence. It seemed that the people in front of him were old friends with the hidden official. Du Honling was not the only one whose Dao heart had a ripple. There seemed to be a group of people who, after seeing Firen's current appearance, were not as patient as Du Honling. Their expressions changed slightly and could not be concealed. Du Honling was worthy of being an old nascent soul cultivator. He quickly recovered his normal state of mind. Whether or not the other party was Qin Pingon, who had messed up the situation of the Great Spring Temple in the past, did not matter much. These people were now in high positions in the Great Spring Dynasty. One of them was a vassal surnamed Lu, and the other was the only remaining duke of the Great Spring Dynasty. Especially Gao Shizhen, after seeing Firen, his face was gloomy and terrifying. In addition, there was also a master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery. Xiao Yuan ran, his master was Daoist Baozhen Yi Miaofeng, the master of the Dragon Gate realm and the disciple of the Golden Core realm. The master and the disciple were both cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm back then. They were not earth immortals, so they could not stay in the Mirage City as Master Jing. They could only go to the border and monitor the Yao family's iron cavalry for the Lu family of Daquan. They stayed there for more than 10 years. Among them, Xiao Yuanran looked young, but he was already half 100 years old. As for his master Yi Miaofeng, he was more than 200 years old. In addition, there was also a less conspicuous Lord City God, the city god of the Riding Crane City. The vassal kings and dukes of the Great Spring Temple, the Earth Immortals cultivators on the mountain, and the gods of the land gathered at the Peach Leaf Ferry. In the end, they saw a person they would never have thought of, Chen Pingon. Firen heard Du Hanling's explanation and nodded with a smile. Old friends meet again, turning enemies into friends. Life is really unpredictable. Then Firen stood at the bow of the boat and another group of people stood on the shore. They began to secretly discuss a plan. Zhou Mi listened to them one by one. As for Zhou Mi's real body, he was still sitting on the ferry. He took a cup of tea from Kuyu and said with a smile, "Boiling tea is just boiling tea leaves." The round-faced girl's heart was not ordinary. She was first detained in the sleeve and now she was alone with Mr. Wenhai, but she did not care at all. After pouring a cup of tea for herself, she said casually, "This is my skill. I can guarantee that it can be drunk. If Mr. Zhou is not satisfied, just call Firen. He seems to be proficient in everything." On the shore of the ferry, the conversation went smoothly. Among them, the young Taoist probably did not know that Qin Yin in front of him was much higher than he imagined. He was leisurely chatting with his master and said with a smile, "Master once said that there are often 1,000-year-old trees in the deep mountains, and there are few hundred-year-old people in the human world. At most she will be old in 20 years. Seems that master was wrong." Yi Miaofeng twirled his beard and smiled. "It is indeed a little strange. Maybe there is a heretical immortal secret book in the Great Spring Secret Treasury that can make Yao Jinji's face permanent. If you say that Yao Jinji did not secretly cultivate, I will not believe it. The Great Spring Secret Treasury." The two properties of the Jinhuang Mountain Immortal Mansion and the Pine Needle Lake Water God Temple were not to be underestimated. The Lu family of the Great Spring Secret Treasury had been established for more than 200 years and had countless treasures. Unfortunately, the emperor moved to the Fifth World. Who knows how much of the family's property was left now? A sword light turned into a rainbow and landed on the bow of the ferry. Zhou Mi smiled and said, "You came at the right time. Sit down and have some tea." Firen tore off the mask and returned to his original appearance. He said in a low voice, "Zhou Mi, what do you want to do?" Zhou Mi asked back, "Shouldn't you ask me what I have done first?" In the blessed land of lotus roots, many strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. The brilliance caused by the dozens of heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared one after another in the beautiful land of mountains and rivers. There were also long swords left behind from ancient times that suddenly shot up into the sky. There were also 1,000-year-old trees that suddenly bore immortal fruits. The immortal aura was ethereal and contained fate energy. It was not as simple as having abundant spiritual aura. It was the best location for mountain cultivators to choose. Among the mountains, lakes and seas, there were also plants that were blessed by nature. Most importantly, they would give birth to a little bit of natural divine light and become a kind of existence similar to mountain gods, water immortals and earth gods. They were only short of being bestowed with righteousness. There were also many ancestral temple statues that had enjoyed the incense of the mortal world for hundreds of years. They were originally just clay sculptures and wooden embryos. Even if some of them belonged to the local obscene temples, there were now a few embryonic golden bodies that were formed and began to open their eyes to the mortal world. Cui Dongshan performed a great supernatural power of immortals that copied mountains and rivers and spread the scrolls on the ground. It was good for those who were not in a high realm to see more vividly. The eyes of the accountant Wei Wenlong lit up. His hands were quickly pinching his fingers in his sleeves as he did not stop calculating. The longevity fellow was obviously in a good mood. He pursed his lips and smiled. Chao Qinglang was puzzled. Little senior brother? Cui Dongshan had nothing to do, so he stepped on the spot and flew up with his sleeves. He smiled and said, "You guessed right. Lotus Root Blessed Land not only became a superior blessed land, but also hit the bottleneck. In history there were not many blessed lands with such good fortune. If I remember correctly, there were only 6. They were the result of many mountain peak sects preparing for hundreds of years. For example, the 100 Refinements blessed land of the talisman Zhou Xian sect was to let the blessed land have more fortune. Ordinary mountain peaks would not have such extravagant hopes at all. It turned out that other than the Luapa Mountain's own methods and the gifts from outsiders, the Lotus Root Blessed Land, which had just been promoted to a superior blessed land, had reached the bottleneck in less than an hour. Just the mountain of dragon pearls that Madame Qingzhong took out caused the blessed land's water luck to soar by 50%. In addition, during the Battle of the 10 People in the World, the imperial tutor Zhongqiu obtained a celestial fortune. It was a 5 sacred mountains true form map. Zhongqiu tried to destroy it in order to guard against Yuzhini. Later, according to Lu Tai's instructions, he gave up the idea and handed it over to Chao Qinglang for safekeeping. Chao Qinglang asked Zhongqiu and little senior brother. One was willing to take it out and the other said that there was no hidden danger. Therefore, the 5 sacred mountains that did not need to be conferred by the emperors of the 4 countries appeared in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. As for Yuanlai's immortal fated chance, it was buried at the base of a tall mountain. Similarly, it possessed the embryonic form of a vast mountain. However, compared to the 5 great mountains' true form diagram, its grade was slightly lower. The small pond behind the Luapa Mountains bamboo building turned into a huge lake. A purple-golden lotus swayed and wisps of purple-golden light slowly flowed into the lake. The qi of Tao permeated the surface of the lake. The floating duckweed sword lake was one of the 18 lakes. Together with the Tai Hui Sword Sex Mountain, it had taken root and gradually merged with the heaven and earth. Other than that, there was a sea of clouds given by the ancestor of the White Cloud sect of the Lying Ground Peak, a peach forest given by the Peach Mountain sect, a fiery cloud given by the Taixia sect, and a white conch cup given by the Yuanling Hall of the Finger Shen Peak. It was as big as an island and was a natural small Taoist field. Pei Qian frowned and said, "When water is full it will overflow. Once it reaches a bottleneck and can't break through, it will be bad." Cui Dongshan immediately turned his head and gave Pei Qian a thumbs up. "Senior sister, you have a good eye. You are insightful." Zhou Mili finally had a place to use her skills. Holding the golden carrying pole and green bamboo cane, she clapped her hands quickly but silently. The so-called bottleneck was the size of the Blessed Land's territory. After all, the size of the Blessed Land was fixed. The Blessed Land of the Taoist Temple in the past was considered the smallest among the 72 Blessed Lands. Once the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Blessed Land was too much, it would be as bad as not enough. Not only would it affect the physique and fate of the mortal teachers, it would also cause all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. For example, if the water was too heavy, it would cause the mountains and rivers to be turbulent and flood thousands of miles away. Or if a huge sun hung in the sky, the sun's essence would shine for thousands of miles and continue to burn the Blessed Land, causing drought to occur for a few years and killing all living things. The dense moonlight would sprinkle on the mortal world, causing the underworld to be filled with ghosts and spirits. They would form groups and wander at night. Or the mountain and lake spirits that were together with the moon would flock and run rampant in the mortal world. The moon's excess would lead to a loss. This was the truth of the Great Tao. This was the root cause of many people who ascended in the Blessed Lands. These people were favored by heaven and earth. They were blessed by fate. In a sense, they had no choice but to come out. If they forced themselves to stay in the Blessed Land, they would either be crushed by heaven and be regarded as a traitor who tried to usurp the throne. They would be reduced to returning to heaven and earth, or they would take advantage of the situation and leave. Therefore, the truth of many blessed lands in history came to light. However, some of them would attract unexpected disasters. For example, the last official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi broke the restriction of heaven and earth by himself and attracted the attention of the cultivators in the world. In the end, the entire blessed land was destroyed. The blessed land of Cloud Cave, controlled by the Jiang family, was famous for its vast land and many people. Even if they spent a lot of money because of the disasters caused by cultivation, the blessed land of Cloud Cave had never reached a bottleneck. The blessed land of Frost Crisp, owned by the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent, was probably the least populated blessed land. There was only a large group of jade collectors specially trained by the Lu family, and they worked all year round. There were also female immortal masters from other sects who would take the initiative to find the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent and become anonymous jade collectors without any salary. After all, the so-called jade collectors were dealing with snow all year round, which was greatly beneficial to cultivation. At the same time, the Lu family also owned the blessed land with the most people, the Tree Shade Blessed Land. It was an inferior blessed land that the Lu family would not spend a single immortal coin on. It had a total of 90 million people. Once a cultivator was lucky enough to reach the cave realm, they would immediately be taken away from the blessed land. Outsiders only knew that it was the request of the two ancestral masters. Of course, Cui Dongshan had a backup plan. He would never let the blessed land's bottleneck become a hidden danger. To be precise, he was one of the people in the world who only knew how to manage blessed lands. Jiang Shangzhen had long been prepared for this. Cui Dongshan looked down at a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There was a willow tree with a scroll hanging on the tree. Cui Dongshan reached out and grabbed it in his hand. He untied a golden thread wrapped around the scroll and placed it horizontally in front of him. The scroll was suspended in the air. Cui Dongshan touched it with 2 fingers and the scroll instantly unfolded. The images constantly swept out and finally revealed 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers painting. This was a great gift from Jiang Shangzhen to the blessed land. He bought it from an old ancestral master of Carte Blanche Blessed Land. It was originally a scroll that was tailor-made for the blessed land of Cloud Cave. After it took root, as long as the blessed land was empty and vast enough, it would become a real mountain and river after being soaked in abundant spiritual energy for 100 years. Other than that, most of the refugees from the Tongyi continent who were previously imprisoned by Jiang Shangzhen walked out of the blessed land in the Aquarius continent. Almost all of the Qi cultivators had left, leaving behind more than 200,000 ordinary people. It was unknown what method Jiang Shangzhen used. Most of them were coerced and tempted. In the end, they chose to stay in the blessed land and await the judgment of God. These were 2 acts of timely help. The painting of mountains and rivers was like this, and it was even more so for the 200,000 souls of the mortal teachers. As long as they lived and multiplied here, they would be able to repaint the white painting blessed land a bit more. Wei Pai praised from the bottom of his heart. Compared to Consecrator Zhou, I am ashamed of my inferiority. As the suzerain of the Jade Gui sect and the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Shangzhen could be said to have given his all for Luopa Mountain. As a consecrator to this extent, even Cui Dongshan wanted to give Brother Zhou a golden plaque with the words righteous beyond the clouds. It seemed that no matter what Jiang Shangzhen did, as long as he put his heart into it, he would be outstanding. The only private gain under the guise of public office was that Jiang Shangzhen left a small piece of land for himself. A willow branch that fell to the ground and became a shade. It was probably because he wanted to bring a beauty here for an outing. With the additional mountains and rivers that appeared out of thin air, the spiritual energy of the blessed land that was almost solidified began to flow naturally again, surging towards the empty mountains and rivers. Zhou Xian laughed and said, "Consecrator Zhou is indeed a wonderful person. It's rare in the world." Then Zhou Xian smiled and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Zhou Xian explained, "Consecrator Zhou and I hit it off at first sight. We exchanged pointers on a Dao technique and were evenly matched. But in the end he lost to you. Furthermore, Consecrator Zhou lost wholeheartedly." Pei Qian thought for a while and muttered, "What's all this about?" Zhou Mili gently shook her head, which was considered as knocking on the door to greet Pei Qian. Pei Qian stretched out his hand and pressed on her head, saying softly, "Don't say that old chef is talking nonsense. There's no such thing. We, the Bamboo House, treat people with sincerity." In Pei Qian's small account book in the early years, there were many distinct factions. For example, she, Sister Wanshu, and Little Mealy belonged to the most direct Bamboo House faction. The Gatekeeper faction had Jing Dafeng and Yuan Lai. The Dragon Riding Alley faction had Sher Ro and the others who looked after the shops. There was also the Steakwalking and Dreamwalking faction. Cui Dongshan said, "Next I'll have to trouble Changming Judge and Mr. Wei to take a few more steps to pick up the money and settle the accounts. Hongxiao will bring Yunzi to help later. You don't know how lucky you are." It's not good to lie down and enjoy life without doing anything. Hongxia said softly, Yes, Hongxia. Qin Lingjun said, Count me in. Cui Dongshan smiled and looked at Grandpa Qin, who was walking a little light. Then count you in? Do you want to bring that brother of yours along? On this trip to the North Continent, Qin Lingjun had crossed a continent and back. He had been very careful when he walked, but that business of beheading a chicken and burning yellow paper to get to know a good brother was very daring and not the least bit careless. Qin Lingjun shrunk his neck and took a big step forward. He took another big step forward and put his feet together. Thus he stood next to Nuanshu, the stupid girl, and said tentatively, Then let's forget it, right? Cui Dongshan no longer paid attention to this leader of Luopa Mountain's courage and wisdom. First there was old Josie, who had never won a fight and never lost a quarrel. Then there was Lu Qiqing, who had, My senior brother is Jing Juzhong, and I am best friends with Qin Pingan. Now there was Qin Lingjun, who had scolded Wan Fei for being shameless, patted Lu Chen's shoulder twice, and even called the people of Zhanlong his brother. Each and every one of them was a *king talent, the kind that could only be found but not sought. Even Cui Dongshan found it interesting that Luopa Mountain was able to occupy one of these rare heroes in the vast world. Cui Dongshan turned to Chao Qinglang and said, That dragon boat ferry can be brought here to be repaired. If you think that Lu Zhongruan is suitable, you can let her bring some of the more level-headed direct disciples here to choose 2 or 3 mountains to cultivate. But let's make it clear in advance. Within 60 years, other than Island Master Lu, who can freely enter and leave, the direct disciples can't move around casually. Cui Dongshan raised his hands, shook his sleeves and pointed to 2 places. For example, these 2 places have a lot of water luck. They can be given to Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island. One was a part of the South Xuanshui Hull, which was given by Shin Lin, the Duke of Spirit Source, and the other was a stream given by Li Yuan, the Marquis of Longting. When the dragon boat ferry called Overturned Ink had returned to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, it was already on the verge of collapse and broken. Just the immortal money needed to repair it had actually exceeded the value of the dragon boat itself. Lu Zhongruan wanted to buy this dragon boat. She could not use it as a ferry on the mountain, but as a souvenir she could park it in the water hull. She did not expect that Luopa Mountain would decline the matter, saying that it wanted to be repaired as before. Lu Zhongruan had good intentions. She wanted to reduce Luopa Mountain's financial losses. Since Luopa Mountain did not mind, she was too lazy to do more. But in the Luopa Mountain's account room for the distant Cloud City and the nearby Pearl Hairpin Island, even if both sides were small immortals, Luopa Mountain was actually quite considerate of their good intentions. Chao Qinglang nodded and had no objections. If Luopa Mountain wanted to stand tall in the chaotic times of war and peace, and if it wanted to have a foundation for 1,000 years, not only did it have to form an alliance with large sects for mutual benefit, but it also had to try its best to make Pearl Hairpin Island, Cloud City and Sparrow Mansion, which were not prominent for the time being, grow stronger together with Luopa Mountain. And it absolutely could not only make friends with benefits. In Luopa Mountain, money had to be earned, incense had to be earned, and people's hearts had to be earned. Cui Dongshan said, I was a little more indecisive today, but I am an exception. Regarding this lotus root blessed land in the future, it will be up to you to decide. If you want to discuss with others, then discuss. If you don't want to, then do it yourself. Since Sir believes in you, I believe in you, so you don't have to mind what I think. We are of the same generation, so there is no need. Just don't let Sir down. Chao Qinglang and little senior brother bowed to express their gratitude, but in fact they were not relaxed. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled at Julian and asked, My actions today are more outstanding. Old chef won't be unhappy, right? Julian smiled and said, The capable do more work. No one will blame you for making more mistakes, not to mention that Mr. Cui Jr. is doing more right. Cui Dongshan retracted his gaze and looked down at the world. I've been throwing money and now I can finally make money. My luck has turned, a good sign, a very good sign. Every top-grade blessed land in the world that had reached the bottleneck was truly a treasure bowl of endless wealth. The sects and magnates who had the blessed land in their hands only needed to plunder the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and bring them out of the blessed land. Some cultivators in the blessed land could also break the cage and be taken away from the blessed land. they could become the immortal masters of the immortal abode in the beyond the heavens. This was what many books in the Blessed Land called ascending to the immortal world after attaining the Tao. This was how the Blessed Land holder used the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, or in other words, real immortal money to exchange for real immortals. Moreover, this move did not harm the Tao, the geographical advantage, or the harmony between people. In the end, Zhou Xian pulled Wei Shanjun, who had nothing to do anyway and might as well enjoy the scenery, to continue to guard the sky screen. He was responsible for keeping an eye on the picture scroll. The longevity fellow and the accountant Wei Wenlong began to travel far and wide to pick up money. Cui Dongshan left the blessed land with Pei Qian, Old Sword Immortal Mi, and the dispensable Hong Xia. Chao Qinglang quietly went to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Scholar, and Champion were all Chao Qinglang's titles. Chao Qinglang had participated in the imperial examinations of the Nanyuan Kingdom in the past and had been unstoppable. He had obtained the top scorer in the provincial examination, the champion in the general examination, and the champion in the palace examination. He had become the first scholar in the history of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to obtain the top scorer in all three examinations. Even the teacher Zhongqiu did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a series of titles that Chao Qinglang had earned with his own ability. Therefore, when Chao Qinglang left later, it became a major unsolved case in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Back then, in the central divine continent's Li Ji learning palace, he had met the sage of literature who was the ancestor. When the old scholar heard this from the teacher, he was overjoyed and almost burned 3 sticks of incense on the spot. He said that the student had surpassed the master. Our literary lineage is so arrogant that it soars to the heavens. Whether it's studying, playing chess, drinking, practicing the sword, writing, boxing, or speaking properly, which one of them isn't invincible in the world? And now, even the only thing that's lacking is scholarly honors, we can hold our heads up high. Cui Dongshan stayed at Luopa Mountain, and Hong Xia followed beside him, trembling with fear. Pei Qian and Mi Yu walked to the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, one south and one north. Pei Qian wanted to take the ferry to the battlefield of the southern peak, while Mi Yu went to the North Continent's Sparrow residence. When they arrived at the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, which was becoming more and more prosperous, it used to be a proper immortal mountain called the Bundle Shop. There were buildings of all sizes and there were pavilions and markets. That year, the Bundle Shop made a mistake and did not think highly of the Dali Iron Cavalry's southern expedition. It was equivalent to giving it to the cloud-covering mountain in Luopa Mountain. After that, the Bundle Shop regretted it and wanted to buy it back at a high price. Wei Pai just happened to entertain the Bundle Shop's guests with a night banquet. After that, there was no follow-up. Later, Mi Yu would ask Wei Shanjun to help send it to the border of the northern peak. Then he would hide his breath and cross the continent on his sword alone. He would also visit the long bridge that connected the 2 continents. And this time, Pei Qian did not carry the mountain walking staff and the bamboo box on her back. She also left the auspicious symbol of the saber at Luopa Mountain. She only had a Dali Ministry of Justice jade token on her waist and 2 sabers on the other side of her waist. She would take a Dali border army ferry to the south and use the name of Jing Qian. Pei Qian planned to suppress her realm at the golden body level. She would speak with the accent of the snow continent, and her fist technique would be similar to that of the Horse Lake Residence's Leigong Temple. Mi Yu said to Pei Qian, "Be careful." Pei Qian nodded. Same for Sword Fairy Mi Yu was helpless. Now when he heard the 2 words Sword Fairy, he felt uncomfortable. At the stone table by the cliff, Cui Dongshan crossed his legs and casually cast a spell. On the stone table scroll, there was the figure of eldest senior sister and old Sword Fairy Mi. The young man in white was leisurely eating melon seeds. Hongxia did not even dare to sit down. Cui Dongshan squinted at the nascent soul water dragon. "Do you want me to kneel and beg you to move before you invite Master Yunzi here?" Hongxia bowed and hurried to Mount Huimeng on the wind. On the way back to Luopa Mountain from the Blessed Land, Hongxia still did not dare to speak. In fact, she had her eyes on a remote river in the Songlai country. Compared to the place where Pei Xiang chose to stay in the Fox country, it was far inferior. After all, the latter still relied on a dragon vein, but the hidden dragon was not obvious. As a nascent soul water dragon, Hongxia was not suitable to cultivate in the Blessed Land if the Lotus Root Blessed Land was only a middle-level Blessed Land or a high-class Blessed Land. She would take away too much of the local Reiki and fate of the mountains and rivers. But now it was fine. Cui Dongshan saw through Hongxia's thoughts and did not make things difficult for her. Now the Blessed Land's water fate was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. If there were no restrictions and there were no water fairies or monsters, it would be inappropriate to absorb Reiki in the small world of the human body. Therefore Cui Dongshan let Hong go down and bring the Golden Core Realm Cloud Child along with him, so as to avoid rolling around in the green mud slope of Mount Huimeng every day and creating a foul atmosphere. When other immortal masters passed by and saw this scene, they would mistakenly think that Luopa Mountain was a den of thieves doing illegal activities. The Lotus Root Blessed Land was divided into 4 by the old temple master. Except for the Nanyuan country, which was like a painting, the other people's mountains and rivers were like a drawing technique. Cui Dongshan knew that this was a valuable gift from the stinky Taoist so that Xiaohu could use it to make up for his Tao. But Cui Dongshan did not plan to accept the gift. Cui Dongshan whispered, "Let's see how good the old chef is at solving puzzles." In the Blessed Land, the longevity fellow had better eyesight. He found an interesting existence that even the painting of the mountains and rivers of the immortals did not show. It was a graceful woman with an ethereal figure. She was the condensation of literature and the manifestation of the great Tao. Now the woman was secretly flipping through books in the library of a scholarly family in the city below. Although she was not a big deal for the time being, as long as she was cultivated a little, it would be a huge profit for the Blessed Land. Wei Wenlong was pleasantly surprised. He said to Chongming telepathically, "Such a rare existence is priceless. There are only 17 of the 72 Blessed Lands that can be checked." Chongming said, "Pastor will not agree." In fact, she would not agree either. As the manifestation of the ancestor of the gold copper coins, Chongming and the woman's great Tao were similar. They were naturally close. Just like on Luopa Mountain, Chongming did not hide his affection for Nuanshu. Wei Wenlong smiled. "You're mistaken, Chongming." Chongming smiled but did not say anything. He was not mistaken. Otherwise, Accountant Wei, be careful not to bump into coins and sprain your ankle. Qin Lingjun sat cross-legged in the air, riding the wind as he followed behind the two of them. Now that the big white goose was gone, Uncle Qin felt comfortable all over. He said in an old-fashioned manner, "Elder sister, are there any Jindan masters among the cultivators in this lotus flower blessed land?" "Alas, even if there are, they are 1 generation behind me." Chongming said casually, "In 30 years at most there will be 5 or 6 Jindan cultivators. The cultivators who gradually climbed the mountain, the gods of mountains and rivers who formed their Jindan bodies, the spirits of heroes and ghosts and the monsters in the wild, would all compete for the great Tao. However, even if there was someone who reached the Jindan stage first, there would be no additional great Tao blessing. This was because the first true cultivator in the Lotus Root Blessed Land's history, Eugenie of the Lake Mountain sect, had already formed his Jindan before the land was split into 4. This person was born in an inferior Blessed Land, but he was able to break through to the Jindan Earth Immortal stage. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses. Therefore, even if there were new Jindan cultivators in the Lotus Root Blessed Land, they could be proud of themselves behind closed doors. As for boasting, they could forget about it. According to Zhou Fei, the consecrator of Luopa Mountain, Eugenie was shameless. He went up the mountain to cultivate immortal techniques and then went down the mountain to bully those who practiced martial arts. How could he bully others like that? Qin Lingjun suddenly slapped his head. "I have to go to the Fox Country to scout for my good brother. Sister Chongming Wei Abacus, goodbye." Qin Lingjun left as soon as he said that. He really wanted to visit the Fox Country. He also knew how to use camouflage. Master Chen's nascent soul stage was not just for show. He wanted to see if he could help his new good brother Qin Zhuilio find a wife. Yunxia Mountain, the Fox Country, and the Eternal Spring Palace in the north of Dali's capital were all famous for their female cultivators. This was especially true for the Fox Country, which the Su family of Qingfeng City had invested a lot of money to develop for a long time. It was famous for being a hero's mound of gentleness. However, after Pei Xiang used her magical power to move from Qingfeng City to Luopa Mountain, it was isolated from the world and rooted in the Blessed Land. Then Lord Wei Shan, who could not climb out of his money, strengthened the restriction, causing the foreigners who were traveling or cultivating in the Fox country to be like headless flies. It was not easy to pacify the Fox country. Those charming women were also infatuated and good at whispering pillow talk. Which hero could beat them? Qin Lingjun, as the senior, who first showed the young mountain lord the mirror flower and moon water, was actually very familiar with the mountains of the Fox country. There was a mountain and a temple in the Fox country, and it was rich in literature. In history, many poor scholars who took a detour to burn incense here were really proud of their exam results and passed the imperial examinations. Qin Lingjun planned to bring Qin Zhuelio here to burn incense in the future and change the unreliable name, Zhuelio, to Qinglu. It would be more auspicious. Now the identity of Qinglu in Dali's officialdom was very valuable. As for how to help his brother obtain the identity of a native scholar in Dali, he would ask Lord Wei Shan for it. It was not like he had not asked before. There was a Linlu Academy on Mount Pinning Cloud. Qin Lingjun had thought of everything. He would find a dark and windy night when there were few people on the mountain and secretly visit Lord Wei Shan. This was probably what Qin Lingjun had always been thinking about. Walking the Jianghu, righteousness is paramount. Even though he had become a nascent soul water flood dragon, he could not change his bad habit of puffing himself up at his own cost. His good brother Qin Zhuelio was good at everything. He did not have much money, but he was so extravagant that he did not care about money. He was even more willing to puff himself up than Qin Lingjun. The only thing he could not see was that he was not an official. Normally he liked to speak in a genteel manner, talking about how he was a wealthy guest, getting drunk 3,000 times, dejectedly getting old, and learning and swordsmanship were boundless. Just listen to him. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a down-and-out scholar who still had evil intentions toward the imperial examinations. How could Qin Lingjun not help him? Zhou Xian suddenly had an idea. He left Lord Wei Shan alone at the sky screen and went with Pei Xiang to the Fox country. Zhou Xian also called for Qin Wanchu and Zhou Mili. Pei Xiang used a camouflage technique for the group, and they landed in a private flower garden called Yunu Qin. Gu Shu had many flood dragons, and Gu Yu women were the most affectionate. And with so many emotions in the world, who could compare to a fox's charm? In a viewing pavilion, there was a snow-white bamboo mat made of ivory. Pei Xiang wore a close-fitting brocade robe, but she had a bamboo robe on the outside. At this moment she was kneeling on the ground. Zhou Mili followed suit, but she felt awkward, so she followed the old chef and sat cross-legged. After Qin Wanchu obtained his master Pei Xiang's approval, he began to brew tea on the side. The tea set was ready. The bamboo pot was boiling and the fire was just beginning to turn red. The fragrance was fragrant, and there was a small pink dress with sleeves. Zhou Mili glanced at the old chef. She held a cup with one hand and held it with the other. She lowered her head and took a sip. She accidentally drank too much and quickly spat out most of it. Only then did she nod and pretend to be an expert. Good. Probably because she felt that she was too concise and did not show off her knowledge, Zhou Mili quickly emphasized and added, "Excellent." Qin Wanchu smiled. Zhu Lian reached out to rub the little girl's head. Little Mili tilted her head and complained, Old chef, you made me shorter. I used to be too easy to talk to. In the future, other than the good mountain lord, I'll be fierce to anyone who dares to delay my growth." Zhu Lian laughed loudly. Pei Xiang's expression was bleak. She ignored the playful banter between the Luopa Mountain's butler and the right protector. This ruler of the Fox Nation, who should have been overjoyed, felt a little sad. At this moment she turned her head to look outside the pavilion, a little absent-minded. Zhu Lian just smiled and drank his tea. Pei Xiang retracted her gaze and called softly, "Yan Fong." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "When drinking wine you have to have a heroic spirit. When drinking tea you have to have a normal heart." Pei Xiang said angrily and shyly, "Easy for you to say." Zhu Lian asked, "Then do you think little Mili is easy?" Zhou Mili quickly straightened her back. Although she did not understand what the old chef and sister Pei Xiang were talking about, the black-clothed girl was about to frown, but she quickly relaxed her brows. Pei Xiang said helplessly, "Little Mili can have no distractions. I'm the ruler of the Fox Nation and I was born a fox charm. How many years have I been immersed in the mortal world? How can you let me have a normal heart? Yanfeng, don't force me. Zhou Xian nodded and said with a smile. Around the sword immortal are North Continent's fire dragon Venerable, Lushui Pit's Madame Qing Zhong, Tai Hui sword sex Lu Jinglong, Fuping sword lakes Ji Kai, Qi Suling, Duke Yuan Shenlin, Marquis Longting Li Yuan, Tong Yi Continent's jade pendant sex sect master Jiang Shangzhen, even Pei Qian is a peak martial artist. There's also the immortal realm Cui Dongshan. As for the previous owner of the Lotus Root Blessed Land, he's the old master of the Eastern Sea Temple, a great cultivator of the 14th realm. Pei Xiang is already very calm for not being frightened to the point that her beautiful face turned pale. Pei Xiang's face was pale and her breathing was unstable. One of her palms gently pressed against the mat. Zhou Mili was about to speak and gave the old chef a look. However, she saw Sister Nwanshu gently shaking her head at her. Zhou Mili quickly shut her mouth and lowered her head to continue drinking tea. She knew that the old chef was talking to Pei Xiang about the big bowl. Qin Nwanshu handed Pei Xiang a cup of tea. Pei Xiang took the teacup and asked Zhu Lian, "Did Luopa Mountain know from the beginning why I chose that dragon vein?" Originally, she thought that Luopa Mountain would not think too much about it. She only thought that she had chosen a treasure land with mountains and rivers on behalf of the Fox Nation. But now that Pei Xiang knew the true foundation of Luopa Mountain, she realized that her shrewdness was simply like a child talking about the principles of the sage. It was extremely laughable. Luopa Mountain was too hidden and did not reveal anything. They had only managed an inferior blessed land for a few years, but they had gradually advanced layer by layer, interlocking with each other without any flaws. In an instant, they had raised an intermediate blessed land to the bottleneck of a superior blessed land. Where did so much immortal money come from? Where did so many mountain peak connections and incense offerings come from? One after another, immortal blessings fell like rain on the blessed land as if they did not cost money. Zhu Lian nodded and said, "The Fox Nation secretly gathered a lot of literary luck for the Su clan of Qingfeng City. And the Su clan also married the daughter of the first wife to the son of the Yuan clan of the Pillar Nation. I guess that it will most likely be a pair of twins, the boy supporting the dragon, the girl climbing the dragon." Of course, Su Hun did not have the guts to involve the fate of the nation. Competing with Xiao Hu in scheming was purely courting death. But this kind of icing on the cake, even if the Song clan knew, they would be happy to see it happen. Anyway, literary luck still fell on the Dali dynasty. If it could fall on the Song clan, of course it would be better. Actually, you don't have too much of a burden on this matter. On the account of Luopa Mountain, this is really just a small matter. Pei Xiang's mind was blank. She could only look at Zhu Lian in a daze. She originally thought that she and he were already in front of her, but it turned out that Zhu Lian was still a person far away on the horizon. Zhou Mili also heard this, but she did not remember it. He would probably forget it soon. She heard that it was the duty of the right guardian, but she could not remember that it was the mute lake monster. Her vision was high and her heart bigger than the table. Zhu Lian stopped smiling and put down his teacup. "Pei Xiang, since you've entered Luopa Mountain, do as the Romans do and treat people with sincerity." Zhu Lian pointed at himself. "For example, I can understand your vigilance, so I've been waiting for you to speak up and reveal the inside story. But you didn't." He pointed at Pei Xiang. "I've waited until now to help you reveal it. This has already happened twice. Our Luopa Mountain has an unwritten rule called, no more than 3 times. Pei Xiang looked puzzled. She frowned and then shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. Zhu Lian smiled. "Nwanshu Mili, leave for a moment." The two girls immediately bid farewell and left without any hesitation. Zhu Lian slowly stood up. His body was hunched and his fist posture was still loose. He said with a smile. Before Mr. Cui Shao left, he said that there was a small mystery hidden in the Fox Nation. He wanted to test me and see if I could solve it. Pei Xiang raised her head. Fox tails appeared behind her. She was just seeking self-protection. It was true that the small world of the Fox Nation was her territory, but one shouldn't forget who this blessed land belonged to. Zhu Lian said, "Pei Xiang, I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, the ruler of the Fox Nation will change. Don't worry, our Luopa Mountain will never burn the bridge after crossing the river. Not only will you not die, you can still cultivate your Tao. The Fox Nation's fortune will still prosper. However, you've brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for punching you too hard. Pei Xiang's eyes were red. She bit her lips so hard that blood seeped out. He did not notice it at all. She only said aggrievedly, Zhou Lian, what do you want me to say to you? But what can I say? Zhou Lian revealed the truth. The real mastermind behind the Fox Nation and Clear Wind City. Is he related to the Xingyang Mountain Ancestral Master Hall? Pei Xiang collapsed to the ground. However, when she thought of something, her soul trembled. He could not speak at all. He was in great pain. It was definitely not an act. She hugged her head with both hands and tried her best to stabilize her Tao heart and soul. She looked up at Zhou Lian with a complicated expression. She was reluctant to part with him, guilty, regretful, and self-reproachful. A young man in white suddenly appeared in the pavilion. He put 2 fingers together and gently poked between Pei Xiang's eyebrows. The young man had his back to Zhou Lian. He laughed and said, Old chef, you're really ruthless. Can't you learn from my husband? Pei Xiang felt relieved as if she had been pardoned. A nascent soul realm cultivator was actually sweating profusely. She knelt on the mat again. She was like a student who had made a mistake and suddenly had to face the punishment of 2 teachers. Cui Dongshan cast a soul fixation spell on Pei Xiang. However, compared to the body fixation spell of the immortals on the mountain, it was more particular. It was not a method to seal the qi residence of a qi cultivator, but it was specifically used to suppress the mind of a nascent soul realm cultivator, so that the person behind the scenes who was thousands of miles away would not be able to deduce the truth. Cui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, Old chef, you almost alerted the enemy. Zhou Lian smiled. You've solved half of the puzzle? Cui Dongshan nodded. Old chef, no wonder you can cook a table of good dishes. Tricking the entire Fox Kingdom to Luopa Mountain and isolating them in the Lotus Root Blessed Land was an unreasonable move. His methods were indeed too much, but it could also be considered a divine move. After all, he had cut off half of Qingfeng City's financial resources. However, if Zhou Lian was complacent and kept in the dark, unable to detect the real hidden danger, it would be the key to victory in the long run. Luopa Mountain seemed to have gained a lot, but in fact they had been hiding their strength for many years. If they took the initiative to give their opponent a bad hand, they might have won a small geographical advantage and lost the whole game in the end. Not only did they lose a superior bottleneck blessed land, it was very likely that the foundation of Luopa Mountain would be shaken. Chao Qinglang would feel guilty for his hometown and disappointed in himself. Zhong Qiu, a scholar and martial arts grandmaster, would be even more lost. Pei Qian, who had been unable to let go of the Temple of Heart, would be very angry. Pei Qian's state of mind would affect the warm trees and rice. Luopa Mountain would be defeated bit by bit. You want to run? Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked in a direction. He reached out and grabbed something from the void at the border of Fox Country. He condensed a soul thought into a chess piece and gently crushed it with 2 fingers. He then reached out and slapped it heavily on Pei Xiang's forehead. It returned to its original position with some slight changes. What a joke. How dare you play mind magic under my nose? Go back obediently. Cui Dongshan bent 2 fingers and gently knocked on Pei Xiang's forehead. Yes. Zhou Lian was silent. No wonder the world envied immortals for having a variety of spells and powerful abilities. The person behind the scenes who used a secret technique to seal Pei Xiang's mind was an immortal. Cui Dongshan was able to capture a thought that had escaped into the distance, play with it and return it to Pei Xiang. Of course, it was an immortal's method. Zhou Lian suddenly condensed his voice into a line and said to Cui Dongshan, Gukan sent a secret letter to Cloud Pinning Mountain and entrusted Wei Pai to deliver it to Luopa Mountain. She said that Chai Bofu and the Su family woman beside him are the identities of his senior brothers. Chai Bofu also knows that his junior sister is actually taught by another secret master. However, Gukan said in the letter that Chai Bofu really doesn't know who it is. Therefore, I guess that the Su family woman and Pei Xiang are both chess pieces of the same person. However, neither side knows about this. The person behind the scenes has also allowed them to fight among themselves for many years as a smokescreen. Cui Dongshan smiled and didn't say anything. Zhou Lian smiled and said, The human heart is like water. Therefore, communicating with others is like wading through water. It can be a small stream that is clear and the bottom can be seen. It can be a surging river that is extremely turbid, or an ancient well that is bottomless. If you are not careful, you can drown to death. Cui Dongshan sighed and raised his hand to wipe his cheeks with his sleeve. There are some things that I know but can't say or do. Old chef, your cooking skills are good, so please bear with it. Otherwise, it will only confuse a matter that was originally clear. Once the water is turbid, it will be difficult to see the fish in the abyss. From Zhou Xian to Jing Dafeng and then to Wei Pai, the three of them had a tacit understanding of one thing. They trusted Cui Dongshan and had to be careful of his true intentions. Cui Dongshan was well aware of this and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In fact, Cui Dongshan had always believed that a mountain should be like this and should be like this. Everyone was a good person who flaunted themselves as moral sages. Perhaps everyone was a snob who was more shrewd than an immortal abode. It was not appropriate at all. Cui Dongshan looked at the scenery outside the pavilion and muttered, "Where does the wind rise and where does the snow fall?" Zhou Xian smiled casually and said, "Hibiscus Mountain?" In the lotus root blessed land there was a hibiscus mountain. Together with the Bird's Eye View Peak, Spring Tide Palace and Lake Mountain Sect, they were known as the four great places to watch clouds and admire snow. Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "I stared at that place for a long time, but there was no movement at all. Old chef, don't you think it's worrying?" In the fifth world, in a secluded landscape at the border of immortal staff sect and soldier disintegration mountains influence, a mountain and lake cultivator who didn't have the identity of a Taoist official in the Qingming world found another fellow Taoist who didn't have an identity yet. It was a young man who looked like a scholar. His name was Eugenie. He looked like a child and had quietly ascended to the unpolished jade realm in the New World. However, he came from the vast world and went to the Qingming world first before coming here. The young scholar found Eugenie. The latter was sitting cross-legged on a long sword and breathing slowly. His nostrils and ears were like four white snakes. Eugenie opened his eyes and asked, "Fellow Taoist, why have you come to the mountain?" Both of them were now in the Taoist domain, but the man in front of him dared to wear a scholar's robe and wander around alone. It was already very illogical. He looked like a Dragon Gate cultivator, but he could break through several mountain restrictions and find him. Of course, it was even more illogical. The man smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist? Just call me Jing Huan. You and I are from the same hometown, so just call me by my name. You don't have to be polite." Eugenie looked indifferent and said, "Leave quickly." The scholar who called himself Jing Huan smiled and asked, "So what if I don't leave? Fighting and killing, aren't you afraid of spilling blood on the ground and polluting the clean water of this place?" Eugenie remained silent and carefully sized up this courageous stranger. Back then, the blessed land changed greatly because of a young banished immortal. Ding Ying died and Eugenie took advantage of the situation and finally became the undisputed #1 person in the lotus flower blessed land. After that, he no longer cared about anything below the mountain and the world and only continued to cultivate. In the world, the only person who could be considered as his opponent was the new leader of the demonic cult, Lu Tai. As for the martial artist Zhong Qiu who parted ways with him and went further and further away, Eugenie simply did not have the time to find trouble with the Nanyuan kingdom. After he formed a golden elixir, he went into seclusion 3 times. Twice he was interrupted by Lu Tai. The last time he successfully ascended to the lotus flower blessed land. However, at that time, the blessed land was already turned upside down and the mountains and rivers changed color. Eugenie was even more lazy to care about the Nanyuan kingdom. As for people like Tang Tie and Qing Yuanshan, they were not worthy of Eugenie's attention. During Eugenie's last seclusion, a nameless young martial artist quietly appeared in the world. He used a sword but was not a sword cultivator. After practicing swordsmanship for several years in the mountain, when Eugenie broke through to the nascent soul realm, the young man went down the mountain with his sword. The young man's first battle as a fledgling was to challenge the entire Lake Mountain sect without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. However, these disturbances could be considered as Eugenie's funeral. Eugenie did not care about the honor or disgrace of the Lake Mountain sect at all. Eugenie stood up and planned to leave on his sword. "Since you're here, I'll leave." Zheng Huan's words were not to be taken lightly. He smiled and said, "Why leave? Where can you go?" "I'm just here to take a look at one of the old temple head's methods. I'm not targeting you, Eugenie. The real purpose of this trip is to see a disciple of mine. You recognize him?" He's one of the banished deities of your blessed land, Lu Tai or Lu Chui. He's not very accomplished, but he's quite boastful. I'm worried that when I see an unfilial descendant, I won't have anything to talk about. That's why I dragged you along so that you can catch up with him and help warm up the atmosphere. Yushini had already landed on the ground. He bowed and lowered his head, unwilling to get up for a long time. He did not even dare to say a word. Scholar Jing Huan, one of the 5 dream manifestations of the Baek Okekyung building's 3rd sect master. It was different from the yin spirit of a cultivator, or the yang spirit of an external body. It was more mysterious and indescribable. This Zheng Huan could be considered a person of the indomitable realm. Yushini hated the banished deities the most, so his understanding of the Tongyi continent and the Haoran world was not shallow. However, when he heard that the other party called himself Zheng Huan, Yushini did not think in this way. After all, Yushini did not think that he was worthy of a Baek Okekyung building's sect master entering the mountain to visit him. In this tiny blessed land, you're just a deity. Of course, there's no need to think too much. However, this habit has to be changed in the future. Otherwise, the higher you stand, the faster you die. Zheng Huan, who was one of Lu Chen's incarnations, smiled. He raised his hand and a lotus crown appeared out of thin air. He casually placed it on his head and asked, "It's not suitable for me to wear it now. Why don't I lend it to you?" Yushini bowed even more and said softly, "I don't dare." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's fine if you just bow. The Taoist sect passed down this etiquette, not to make future cultivators weak in the knees. Yushini, oh Yushini, the higher your realm, the more afraid of death you are. No wonder the sect master looked down on you and asked you to leave just because you're in the nascent soul realm. It's okay, the sect master doesn't think highly of you, but I think you're a talent. I'll give you an opportunity later." It's neither too big nor too small. You'll be able to handle it. Yushini remained silent and tried his best to calm himself down. The technique he used was simple. He just had to remember that the other party was Lu Chen and quickly forget everything else. Lu Chen saw that his strategy was not bad, so he did not make things difficult for a person who had cultivated to the pure jade realm. He brought Yushini down the mountain and went to a place near the center of the world. Yushini was filled with emotions. It was said that this person had 5 dreams. They were the dream of the Confucian master Zheng Huan. In the dream, the skeleton came back to life. In the dream, the oak tree was alive. In the dream, the spirit turtle was dead. In the dream, the butterfly was unknown. There were thousands of ways to interpret the dreams in the future. Before Yushini left the Qingming world after obtaining a customs clearance document, the sect master only asked him to cultivate in the 5th world and go with the flow. However, on the way to the door, Yushini flipped through many books from various Taoist lineages. Among them, there was the analysis of Taoism by the 3rd chief of the Baek Okekyung building. The only thing they had in common was Lu Chen's void boat. One of the books from the Taoist sect described Lu Chen in an even stranger way. It said that Lu Chen was never the real person in the eyes of others. From Yushini's point of view, it was similar to the Buddhists saying that when you see Tathagata, you are not Tathagata. It was another typical Taoist generalization which made Yushini feel helpless. After that, he followed the scholar Zheng Huan or the sect master Lu Chen all the way to the center of the world. This made Yushini feel even more helpless. Yushini did not even dare to ride on the sword. He only dared to ride on the wind with the sect master Lu. He did not want to offend the sect master. Among the 3 sect masters of the Baek Okekyung building, the great chief was known as the most natural in Taoism. The second in Taoism was of course Najin Wudi. On the other hand, Lu Chen was said to be the most unpredictable. According to the Taoist sect, who did not like to give any face to the Baek Okekyung building, even Lu Chen himself did not know what was going on in his mind. On this day, Lu Chen finally stopped in his tracks. He extended a finger and drew an ordinary talisman. A door appeared in front of him. He turned around and said, "You're about to return to your hometown. After all the hard work, you're finally reunited. Are you happy?" Yushini said, "I have no attachments to my hometown." Lu Chen shook his head and looked at him with pity. "You come from afar but you know little." Yushini said sincerely, "I've learned something. One does not leave the house to know the world. One does not pry into the Tao of heaven." Lu Chen brought Yushini into the blessed land where no one had ascended. Suddenly he swept his arm and slapped Eugenie's face with the back of his hand. A dazzling talisman appeared on Eugenie's face. It disappeared in a flash, causing a cultivator of the unpolished jade realm to be unable to breathe. It was as if he had fallen to the cave realm. Eugenie staggered. Took him a lot of effort to regain his footing. The doors of several natal Qi residences were tightly shut. Not only that, when Eugenie used his divine thoughts to look inside himself, he was shocked. The spiritual energy of many residences in his body first condensed into water, then solidified into golden jade and fell to the ground. That was why Eugenie's footsteps were heavy. The door behind them closed automatically. Zhou Xian walked forward slowly. Languid, he said, the old head is still protective of his disciples. The blessed land that he gave to my disciples was only of medium quality. You're in the unpolished jade realm. If a colossal creature wades through the water, it will affect the weather. Won't there be a storm? There are only 2 of us. Who are you trying to scare? Quickly get used to the cave realm. If you're like the mortals at the foot of the mountain, it will be difficult for you to go from extravagance to frugality. How can you be a cultivator? Eugenie immediately stabilized his Tao heart and followed behind Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian asked, "Do you know why the saints are closer to water than to the mountain?" Eugenie shook his head. "Please enlighten me." Zhou Xian said, "A bowl of water in Buddhism contains 48,000 worms." The old man sighed at the water. He was reluctant to part with the day and night. "My master also said that water is close to the Tao and the Tao is everywhere. Why? Look, when it comes to water, the grand masters of the 3 sects are very amiable. They don't quarrel at all. Look back, there's something about, the one who respects the husband is the leader of chaos. Isn't the debate between the 3 sects scary? Then do you know that before the debate between the 3 sects, the Qing Mingtian was already talking about their own Daos and Dharma in the Western Buddhist kingdom? The Baekokeikyung building and the 7 great Tao lineages lost the most miserably. Have you heard of it? Once Eugenie left the lotus flower blessed land, he tried his best to read the Tao scriptures of the Qing Mingtian. Of course he knew about this. He said, in the 17 debates the Qing Mingtian lost all of them. The 17 perfected persons all took off their crowns and shaved their hair to become monks. In the end they became the 17 monks of Wu. Zhou Xian revealed the heavenly secrets for Eugenie. In the early years the 5 supremes of the heavenly courts were the masters of the pugilistic world. Other than being in charge of all the blasphemous rivers in the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the one that was truly in charge was the river of time. Every time a god disappeared, his corpse would turn into the stars in the sky. His divinity would fuse with time and gather into a river. The souls of the human race were actually born from the water. Therefore in the world only the human race had the physique. Recently, once a god cultivated, he would ascend the fastest. This made the demon race, which had a longer history than the human race, envious of him. They would eat and eat. In reality, no matter how much they ate, it would still be one. It would not increase or decrease. What was the point? Even if they ate half a one, so what? Zhou Xian only walked slowly in the forest. He did not ride the wind. He said slowly, "Back then when I arrived at the Qing Mingtian, I was not in a hurry to go to the Baekokeikyung building. Because I had nothing to do, I specially collected Buddhist gathas. Their literary talent was outstanding. They were both exquisite and beautiful. I once saw with my own eyes all the remaining temples in the Qing Mingtian. I also heard with my own ears an old monk sing, 'Flowers fall and water flow, silent heaven and earth emptiness.' He then threw down his horsetail whisk and closed his eyes. What a good life and death day, there is nothing, there is nothing." Speaking of this, Zhou Xian turned his head to look at the childlike Eugenie. He sneered and said, "Look at you. Can you compare? The difference between our Tao hearts, is it really just a difference in our realms?" Eugenie humbly accepted the advice and carefully pondered over the meaning. Looking at the scholar Zheng Huan in front of him, he only felt that the other party was leisurely walking through the forest. His simple Tao aura was like the moonlight and wind. Zhou Xian waved his sleeves hard. The sound was crisp and clear. The current scenery in the blessed land was about the time of light snow. The ground was not cold yet. Eugenie said carefully, "Chief Lu, are we going to Furong Mountain?" The childlike old immortal you did not dare to ride the sword. He could only carry it on his back. He was short but his sword was long. He looked very comical. If he carried the sword on his back it would be fine. However, the third chief, who temporarily changed his name to Xinghuan, insisted on carrying the sword on his back. He said that if one could not carry a sword properly, how could one have a righteous heart? If one's heart was not righteous, how could one practice the sword and cultivate the Tao? Previously, Lu Chen casually threw the lotus crown to Eugenie and said that he would help him wear it. Lu Chen said that he wanted to wear a white cloud as a crown. It was more wild and refined. This lotus crown was the chief's keepsake of the Baek Okekyung building. Eugenie would of course not stupidly wear it. He just held it with both hands. Lu Chen said, "What do you think?" Eugenie nodded. After becoming an immortal, Eugenie traveled around on his sword alone. Therefore he had appeared under his feet and sword in all the famous places in the world. Chief Lu must have his own reasons. Lu Chen asked, "Are we going in the wrong direction?" Eugenie was stunned and nodded again. Lu Chen turned around and hit Eugenie's head with his sleeves. He reprimanded, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Chen started to fly and let Eugenie lead the way to Furong Mountain, which was thousands of miles away. However, Eugenie did not know that the third chief of the Baek Okekyung building in front of him was not the real Lu Chen. Therefore, the lotus crown in Eugenie's hands was naturally not the real thing. Lu Chen left Scholar Jing Meng in the fifth world. According to the rules of the Confucian temple, he had to be under the pure jade state. Just like when he went to Lizhu cave, he had to be under the peak of the ascendant state. Lu Chen missed the old man in the Yang drugstore. He could not help but recite, "Mountains cover the creeks, flowers bloom and wilt, clouds cover the sun and the moon." It's all Dongjuan's fault. Lu Chen shook his head. Don't blame the heavens. Eugenie had long been used to the third chief of the Baek Okekyung building's nagging. For example, Lu Chen would say that the person was planting seedlings, planting trees and scattering a bunch of grass seeds on the lily plain. Lu Chen suddenly asked, "He likes to hide his identity. Is he a secretary of Songlai country right under your nose? He even opened a shop that sells folding fans and seals?" Eugenie answered, "Indeed. Lu Tai is a man of high standards and unparalleled elegance. Therefore he is known as the second banished immortal after Zhou Xian. He is a noble young master." Lu Chen rubbed his eyebrows. "My head hurts." The lotus flower blessed land was divided into 4. The one on Luopa Mountain was renamed Lotus Root Blessed Land, an inferior blessed land. Eugenie's place was a superior blessed land. It was placed by the old chief at Qingming Tian. Lu Tai's blessed land and the blessed land where the young man, the little white ape and the young Taoist traveled together were both of medium quality. The blessed land where Lu Chen and Eugenie were guests was brought to the 5th blessed land by the little Taoist who carried a huge blade-strengthening gourd on his back in the first year of Chunjia. The two of them flew past the green mountains and clear waters, towering over the white clouds and yellow cranes. Finally, they saw the hibiscus mountain that was known as the Cloud and Water Paradise. The mountain range was like a lotus flower and the peaks were like hibiscus. Lu Chen landed outside the boundary of the hibiscus mountain and continued to walk with Eugenie. Every time the weather was cloudy, walking on the cliff plank road of the hibiscus mountain made the tourists feel like they were in a fairyland. After the devil sect's sovereign sect master Ding Ying, the banished immortal Lu Tai took less than 10 years to unify the forces of the devil sect. Lu Tai took a liking to the hibiscus mountain and opened a summer resort there. It became the most famous forbidden land in the lotus flower blessed land. Today it was drizzling on the mountain and the mist was hazy. Lu Chen just walked on a plank road and chanted, "The light rain is soft and the wind is gentle, my limbs are free for me to stretch." 3 people blocked his path. The martial artist Tao Xiang, the Taoist Huang Shang and the martial artist Huan Yin. Every one of them was worthy of the title of a first-class hero in the Blessed Land. They were the direct disciples that Lu Tai took in at the Eagle Fortress. Then they were brought to the Blessed Land and became the overlords of the Devil sect. Not only did they look down on the nobles at the foot of the mountain, but they also killed many immortals who cultivated and climbed the mountain in the past 20 years. Moreover, among the 10 people in the previous generation, those who obtained immortal fate such as Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Palace and Lu Zong the Sharpener, were able to go to the Tongyi continent where the 3 of them were from. Other than that, even those who stayed in the Blessed Land and could be considered a threat were extremely strange. First, Zhongqiu suddenly disappeared. Then, the most powerful person in the world, Eugenie, broke through to the nascent soul realm and ascended. In the end, no one in the world could go against the devil sect. The sects of the Jianghu could not do it, the immortal abodes on the mountain could not do it, and even the monarchs below the mountain could not do it. Among the 3 direct disciples of Lu Tai, the Taoist priest Huang Xianxia had restrained his methods. Currently, he was already the imperial tutor of Nanyuan country's capital city and had obtained the title of Taoist Master Void Pierce Stage. As a matter of fact, when Lu Tai was bored to death, he asked the Taoist sects in the world to nominate the 4 great reverends. Their Taoist titles were Tong Xian Void Pierce, Nanhua and Dong Ling. Apart from Huang Shang, a direct disciple of Yuzhini from the Lake Mountain sect also obtained one. Without Yuzhini in the world, Master Lu Tai was truly invincible. He retreated to the mountains and forests like a wild crane. He had no interest in the blessed land and left it to the 3 direct disciples to take care of the world. He would only occasionally go to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. He liked the rainy and snowy weather and would walk alone in the streets with an umbrella. Even among the disciples, Huang Shang, who was the immortal protector of the state, was not allowed to approach him. He would never disturb Master Lu Tai's relaxation. It was rumored that Master Lu Tai had accepted another direct disciple. However, Furong Mountain was a forbidden area for everyone. Anyone who stepped into it would die. Zhou Xian and the other 2 were no exception. Thus, they had yet to meet their junior martial brother. Now, there was a rumor that the youth from the sword-seeking Lake Mountain sect was sect Master Lu Tai's last disciple. Zhou Xian and the other 2 were each in their own country. However, for some reason, their sect Master Lu Tai suddenly sent them a flying sword message, asking them to come to Furong Mountain to receive guests. The middle-aged Taoist priest Huang Shang greeted Yuzhini and said respectfully, "Junior Huang Shang pays his respects to immortal Master Yu." Zhou Xian reached out his hand to hold the hilt of his saber and leaned against the wooden railing of the plank road. He asked with a smile, "Immortal Master Yu, are you returning home in glory?" As for the youthful-looking Huan Yin, his interest wasn't on Yuzhini, but on the smiling scholar who didn't know if he was dead or alive. Yuzhini did not dare to act rashly. He only carried his sword and held his Taoist crown in a daze. Of course, it was not because he was afraid of the 3 juniors in front of him, but because he did not know what Lu Chen was thinking. Yuzhini did not want to draw legs on a snake. Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves and walked forward in large strides. He laughed and said, "I am Zheng Huan. I was lucky to have met immortal Master Yu. I have been by your side for many years. Not only have I learned good martial arts, I have also learned a few Taoist and immortal arts. I can use them to exchange pointers with you. Do you want to come at me together or one by one?" Although Zhou Xian had restrained much of his strength, his hand was still as fast as lightning. He casually slapped the side of the scholar's head, causing him to fall off the plank road and off the cliff. The scholar's voice gradually became softer as he let out a long series of miserable screams. Even Zhou Xian, who had attacked, was confused. Was it over just like that? Yuzhini still did not move. He sighed with emotion. "This kid is lucky. His name will go down in history." In an instant, Yuzhini knew that something was wrong. He was only in the Immortals' Cave realm. And that Baek Okekyung building's 3rd sect master did not seem to show any signs of appearing. Did he just fall off the cliff and die? It was drizzling in the mountain, and the plank road halfway up the mountain was filled with clouds and mist. However, at the peak of Mount Furong, the sky was clear and bright. A distinguished figure in white clothes and a jade belt was standing on the top of the mountain. He was extremely handsome, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He was holding a folded jade bamboo fan. On both sides of the bamboo fan were inscriptions of "Homecoming Invitation" and "Yellow Flower Invitation." He was standing on the top of the mountain and enjoying the scenery. The cultivator in the mountain had cultivated himself well. He looked fresh and clean without the slightest bit of vulgarity. Behind him stood 2 charming beauties with heads full of pearls and jade. One of them was holding a sword with a golden tassel hanging from it. There was a book seal made of the texture of lychee jelly. The words on the side were "Stone out of the green field, I am in the blue sky." The top style was "Rise," and the bottom style was "Pull the sky down." The ancients had a saying that the difficulty of cutting stone was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. However, in the capital of Songlai country, There was a young master of seal engraving. His knife skills were exquisite and unparalleled. He was like a sword immortal riding with a flying sword. The other maid was hugging a snow-white porcelain pillow. It was in the style of the great world's worry-free pillow. It was also known as the longevity pillow, which implied that one could sleep without worries. What was interesting was that in addition to a poem with a lot of words on it, there was a blush mark near the words, "Summer is long, the world is peaceful, the sky turns to summer and the heart is at peace." It was probably the beauty who was sleeping soundly on her side, and her blush was imprinted on the porcelain pillow. Such a romantic and gentle scene was enough to make one's imagination roam freely even if one hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Lu Tai waved his folding fan. The two talisman beauties disappeared. Lu Qian appeared at the top of the mountain and smiled. Pity, pity. Lu Tai smiled. Unattainable. Truly hateful. Then, Lu Tai placed his folding fan on his waist and bowed respectfully. The Lu family's disciple pays his respects to the ancestor. Lu Qian asked, "Are you the one who wants Qin Pingon to be the cornerstone?" Lu Tai straightened his back and picked up his folding fan again. He said innocently, a few unintentional words from a descendant. How much will the ancestor blame? At this moment, Lu Qian was completely different from the fortune-teller who opened a stall in Pearl Grotto Heaven or Zheng Huan who casually threw a lotus crown to an outsider. He said with a calm expression, "Do you know what you're doing?" Lu Tai opened his folding fan and gently fanned it. There was a sentence written on it, "Descendant Lu Tai comes to see the ancestor Lu Qian." If he had known, he would have reversed the positions of the two names. Lu Tai was silent for a moment and asked with a smile, "It is said that the ancestor has the 5 dreams. Which has its own great Tao. In addition, there are the 7 objects of the heart: wooden rooster, spring tree, mole, kunping, oriole, swan and butterfly. I wonder if the ancestor can let me see one of them?" Lu Qian turned a deaf ear and walked to the edge of the cliff. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the distant mountains and rivers. Poor Lu Kai from Tree Shade Blessed Land. Poor Lu Kai from Xingyang Mountain. The colorful phoenix's wings are connected by telepathy. When it meets you, it will be the time to part. But it's just a fleeting moment. Zozi shouldn't have asked me about you. Lu Qian suddenly laughed and turned his head to say with a cheeky smile, "What grandchild or grandchild? You care too much but I don't. We can cancel each other out. Come, let's go to your hut to drink. There is no need to worry about food. The wine in Fingyan village is the best." Lu Tai said, "If you don't show up to save him, Yushini will be beaten to death. My disciple Huan Yin is a person who can pick up scraps." Lu Qian slapped his head. "I almost forgot about that." Although he said so, Lu Qian had no intention of saving him. He just followed Lu Tai to Furong Mountain. In fact, it was completely different from what the outside world imagined. It was just a wooden hut. There was the sound of dogs barking at the wooden door. Lu Tai looked up at the sky. Lu Qian tiptoed and put his hands on the wooden door. He smiled at the guard dog and said, "Shoo dogs bark. Strange things." Lu Tai said to the dog, "Lu Qian, shut up." The guard dog immediately prostrated on the ground obediently. Lu Qian laughed loudly, "Wonderful, wonderful. Unfilial ancestor Sun Shao." Coincidentally, it was snowing at Furong Mountain. Lu Qian decided to spend the night at Furong Mountain. Lu Tai went to the peak to admire the snow. Lu Qian sat on a bamboo chair and smiled, "What a snowy night." "735. Aquarius Continent." At the peak of Southern Peak outside of the Mountain Lord Shrine, there was a rough building that looked like a temporary military tent. Dali's civil and military secretaries as well as the various vassal generals and generals flowed in an endless stream, their footsteps hurried. Everyone was wearing a jade pendant that was temporarily treated as a customs clearance document. It was the same style as the jade pendant of Old Dragon City's Fu family. In a relatively secluded area, there were 4 people, old and young, leaning against a railing and looking at the battlefield in the south. They were all from the Central Plains. One of the old men was holding 2 military pills in his hand, and gently twirling them, like a martial artist from a small country playing with a metal ball. He grabbed the jade pendant with one hand and laughed, Good Xiaohu, he is good at both earning money and saving money. Old Jiang, have you learned the matter of saving money? Inside and outside the battlefield of Dali, according to our rough calculations, there are about 3,600 big and small matters. Earning money and spending money is the majority, and saving money is only about 273 matters. Small matters like this jade pendant are actually the key to showing Xiaohu's skills. In the future, when old Jiang teaches at the Mountain of Ancestors, you can emphasize on this matter. The other old man, called Old Jiang, who was dressed in coarse hemp clothes and had a small fish basket at his waist, nodded his head and then looked at the complicated layout of the battlefield in the distance and sighed. Attacking has a formation, defending has a seat, crisscrossing and crisscrossing, the disorder is picturesque. All of these are related to the theory of war. Other than that, there are also some books on the art of war that are related to the country's talent reserves. And the two matters of alliances, I can see some familiar traces, the context is clear. Seems like Xiaohu really admires Brother Wei. No wonder people say that when Xiaohu was young he repeatedly flipped through 3 books, and one of them was Brother Wei's book on the art of war. The old man with the surname Wei stroked his beard and laughed. The other 2 books are slightly superfluous and are probably just a side dish. My book on the art of war is the real wine. It wasn't that this old cultivator of the Central Plains couldn't stand the praise. In fact, this old man surnamed Wei had received enough praise in his life, both in and out of books. The old man added sincerely, I used to think that Cui Dong was too smart and shrewd. His real skills were only in the path of cultivation and learning. He was more than qualified to be the deputy hierarch of the Confucian temple. However, when it came to the art of war, it was very likely that he was just an armchair strategist. Now it seems that I underestimated Xiaohu's ability to govern the country and pacify the world. It turns out that Houran Xiaohu is indeed very resourceful. The 2 old men both came from the ancestral court of the military school in the central divine continent. According to the rules, they were the upper sects of the Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain. The ancestral mountain, which had a deep relationship with martial arts fate and had a long history, was where the orthodox military school of the world was located. The 2 old men with the surnames Jiang and Wei were without a doubt the forefathers of the school of the military. However, Jiang and Wei could only be considered as the rejuvenating forefathers of the school of the military. After all, the old almanac of the school of the military had a lot of blank pages. Beside the 2 old men was a young man and a young woman. One of them was Su Bai. Due to his proficiency in chess, he had the titles of Young Jiang Taigong and Zhou Xian. The other young woman was called Chun Qing. She wore a green robe woven with fine bamboo threads. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that went past her shoulders and hung in front of her. A bamboo blade and a bamboo sword hung from her waist. Chun Qing came from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven and was the only direct disciple of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. She was both the opening and final disciple. Su Bai asked softly, the Aquarius continent is not in a mess at all. Is the human heart really that useful? We traveled from the north to the south. During our journey we even traveled thousands of miles along the coast. It seems like there are no cultivators trying to escape from the Aquarius continent. Isn't that strange? Not to mention the Tongyi continent. Even if we were to talk about the Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent, the cultivators on the mountains would not be able to do such a thing. Many of the wandering cultivators would form groups and secretly leave the continent. Old man Jiang laughed. The reason is simple. The cultivators of the Aquarius continent do not dare to do so. They do not dare to do so because Dali's laws are strict. The existence of the various coastal battlefronts is a form of intimidation. The heads of the immortals on the mountains are not any more than the heads of the mortals. Leaving their posts without permission and killing without questioning, that is the current law of Dali. They do not dare to do so because the various vassal states, the immortals of the mountains and rivers, along with their own ancestral halls and the wild cultivators who spread the news, are all watching each other. No one is willing to be implicated. They do not dare to do so because the war in the Aquarius continent is destined to be more intense than the war between the 3 continents. But they can still fight. Even the ignorant kids in the countryside, the idle ruffians and scoundrels, do not think that Dali, or rather the Aquarius continent, will definitely lose. Su Bai looked at the battlefield on the ground. He found a military general dressed in armor and asked softly. He is already the highest-ranking military general in Dali and he still wants to die? Is he willing or does Xiu want him to die so that he can be the role model of the Dali border army and pacify the vassal states after the war? Old man Jiang laughed. The military generals of Dali border army, which one of them is not a living person who stood up from a pile of corpses? From Song Zhangqiang to Su Gaoshan Chao Gui, they are all the same. If we say that once the official title is big they cannot bear to die and their lives are too valuable to die, then Dali's armored cavalry are not that strong. Tubai, have you ever thought about this? The pillar state of Great Li can be hereditary and in the future, it will continue to move toward the title of civil official. Then what about the position of hunting inspector, which is a first-class military general? Emperor Dali has never mentioned this before. Naturally, because Imperial tutor Cui Dong has never mentioned it before. Why? Of course it is because the hunting patrol envoy or Su Gaoshan, or the Eastern Front's commander Chao Gui, have all died in battle. Then Xiu who can bring it up and at that time it will be justified. I think Great General Su Gaoshan is very clear about this. Su Bai could not help but say, but Su Gaoshan is only in his 50s and he has to die on the battlefield. Even if he uses this grace to bring glory to his descendants, how can he ensure that the military merit of the hunting patrol envoy will be passed down through the generations? It is human nature, we have to worry. At this point Su Bai nodded to himself and said, I understand. After dying in battle they will be promoted to the martial temple heroic spirit, just like Yuan and Chao Gui. With Gao Cheng and Zhong Kuei's divine power, not only can they continue to command the Yin soldiers on the battlefield, even if they die in battle they can still take care of their families. Chun Qing said, Mr. Cui, you are a man of great talent and vision, and you can see through people's hearts. The young Confucian scholar Cui Dong actually had some grievances with the Bamboo Sea Cave, but Chuanqing's master, the Lady of the Green Mountain God of the Bamboo Sea Cave, actually had a good impression of Cui Dong. Therefore, although Chun Qing was too young and had never had any dealings with Xiu Hu, she had a good impression of Cui Dong, which was why she called him Mr. Cui with all her heart. According to her Hill Master, a certain swordsman's character was extremely bad, but those who were regarded as friends by that swordsman could definitely be made friends with. The Green Mountain God did not lack those pots of wine. Su Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. A young man in white was swimming in the water from a distance. He seemed to be leisurely, but in fact he was as fast as lightning. The heavily guarded southern peak did not seem to be surprised at all, deliberately turning a blind eye to this person. Su Bai immediately recalled the identity of this person. He was a mysterious existence shrouded in clouds and mist. This fellow had a series of titles and identities. Not only was he the leader of the spies in the southern part of Dali, he was also the behind-the-scenes supervisor of the central part of Dali and a great blasphemous river. He did not have any official position in Dali, but he was an extremely important figure with a transcendent status. The young man continued to swim in the water beside the group of four, his face full of surprise. He shouted, Hey, isn't this our elder Jiang who is really invincible in elephant play? You're still dressed so plainly. You've come to fish. What's the problem? This is such a big pond, there are all kinds of fish and shrimps. There's an auntie called Imperial Concubine Fei, who is the biggest fish. With the help of Ancestor Wei, wouldn't Imperial Concubine Fei be easily caught? I'm just afraid that the little fish basket on Elder Zhang's waist won't be able to hold her. An old Confucian scholar with white hair suddenly appeared and pressed a hand on Cui Dongshan's head, not allowing the latter to continue. The young man in white fell to the ground with a bang. He pretended to shout angrily, but he could not get up. He jumped a few times and fell back to the ground a few times, like the most clumsy Zhonghu martial arts style. In the end, Cui Dongshan had no choice but to get up resentfully. Su Bai, who had always been strict and respectful, was somewhat confused. Dali Xiuhu did not seem to have cast any spells or restrictions, so why was the young man in such a sorry state? Cui Dong, as a Confucian scholar, bowed to the two military ancestors with his hands clasped in front of his chest. The two old men who had been talking and laughing casually also cupped their fists in return. Respect was something that could not be begged for, but if it came it could not be stopped. Cui Dong smiled and said, Ancestor Jiang, Mr. Wei, why don't you take a walk with me and have a chat? The two military ancestors followed Cui Dong into the distance, leaving behind 3 young men who seemed to be of similar age. If Cui Dongshan's real age was calculated from the time his soul was separated from Li Zhu's grotto heaven, then he was indeed about the same age as Chun Qing and Su Bai. Cui Dongshan leaned on the railing. About 10,000 miles away was the border between the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent and the sea. At present, excluding the old Dragon City, the entire southern peak had become the second battlefield of the Aquarius continent after the old Dragon City. With the demonic army that was constantly surging onto the land from the wilderness, both sides were on the verge of war. The vast battlefield to the south of the southern peak and the mountain peaks had all been moved away. The elites of the Dali Empire and its vassals had already gathered here. Dali's direct cavalry had 300,000 men, 25 of them were light cavalry and 50,000 were heavy cavalry. The light cavalry and their horses were all dressed in aqua cloud armor, and each armor was engraved with patterns of water and clouds by the talisman cultivators. They did not deliberately strive for perfection in the details of the talisman seal script. Dali's 300,000 men were led by Zhou Xian. Born of the cold race of the Dali dynasty, he had previously relied on his illustrious military achievements to become the first hunting envoy in the history of Dali. His official rank was equal to the title of the pillar state of Dali. The 800,000 infantrymen were divided into 5 square formations, and each square formation was separated by a distance of 10 miles. In actual fact, for this kind of war and this kind of battlefield, this distance was completely negligible. A total of 800,000 heavily armored infantrymen were transferred from the vassal states in the south of the Aquarius continent, including the old White Frost dynasty. They were all heavily armored infantrymen, and were stationed in different positions according to the square formations. The infantrymen wore different colored mountain inscriptions of the 5 mountains armor, which was the same as the 5 colored earth of the land of mountains and rivers. All of the 5 colored earth came from the mountains of the various vassal states. In the early years, under the premise of not harming the country's power and the fate of the mountains and rivers, under the supervision of the Dali border army, thousands of mountain spirits, Mahist puppets and talisman strongmen worked together to excavate mountains of all sizes and handed them over to Dali and the various vassal government offices to coordinate. During this period, countless laborers from the various vassal states were mobilized, and under the leadership of the cultivators on the mountains, they worked day and night to forge the mountain inscriptions of the 5 mountains armor. The 300,000 cavalry were split into 5 groups, 3 light and 2 heavy, located within the distance of the infantrymen. Together with the 5 heavy infantrymen formations, they formed a landscape of the battlefield. General Zhou Xian was in the middle of the formation, holding an iron spear in his hand. 30 years of military life from a nameless soldier of the border army, he rose to become the highest military official of a continent and a country. Zhou Xian sat on the back of the horse and looked back. Unfortunately, the south mountain blocked his line of sight. Otherwise, if he looked all the way to the north, he would be able to see all the mountains and rivers. As far as his eyes could see, it was all Dali's land. An ordinary man at this point in his life, he was born at the best time and died at the best time. Zhou Xian lightly patted the hilt of his blade with one hand and raised his helmet with the other. This only hunting envoy from the cold race in Dali's border army had a determined look in his eyes as he muttered, "Let me, Zhou Xian, pave a bright path for the future generations of the cold race." In front of the cavalry and infantrymen at the front of the battlefield, there was a horse-repelling formation. It was formed by the young and strong border army of the vassal states, numbering up to 80,000 people. Behind them was the second battle line, each person held a huge saber. Both sides signed a military pledge with each state's imperial court, acting as the sacrificial soldiers. They constructed a horse-repelling formation that had never been seen before. Between the cavalry formation and the saber formation was the great formation of Aquarius Continent's cultivators. There were also 120,000 archers and 12,000 catapults. They were arranged in the shape of a crescent moon. Other than that, there were 3,000 arqueballistas. Each arrow was as big as an iron spear and was as powerful as lightning. Their power was not weaker than the flying swords of the Middle 5 Realms sword cultivators. On this battle line, the military cultivators from Mount Zhenwu and Wind Snow Temple were the main generals. The cultivators from Mount Zhenwu were the most familiar with the battlefield and battle formation. They had already joined Dali and other vassal states, and most of them were already high-ranking generals. In addition to fighting, they also needed to mobilize the troops and punish the generals. The fighting style of the cultivators from Wind Snow Temple was more similar to that of a ranger, and most of them were cultivators who followed the border army of each state. Among them, one of the 10 young candidates, Ma Kuxuan, was in the battlefield. He ordered more than 10 gods from Mount Zhenwu's ancestral court to stand side by side on both sides of the battlefield. The female suzerain of the Hemp sect, Guqi Immortal Master Zhu Quan, carried a saber with the inscription, "Mighty Heavenly Might, kill thousands of ghosts." She stood side by side with a white skeleton sword cultivator in the Ghost Valley, the swordsman Pu Sheng. The latter was tall and slender, wearing a black robe. He used a camouflage technique to regenerate flesh from bones, and for the first time he regained his original appearance. He was a young lady full of heroic spirit. Zhu Quan laughed. "Pu Sheng, I didn't know you were so good-looking. Beauty, a great beauty. Is the bald donkey from the Great Round Moon Temple blind? If he can return alive, I'll fight for justice for you. You can't bear to scold him, but I'm an outsider anyway. I'll find a reason to scold him so that he'll be even more confused." Just as Zhu Quan finished her words, a monk and a Taoist with Dali's Ministry of Justice's peace plate hanging on their waists arrived together with the wind. They landed on the left and right of Zhu Quan and Pu Sheng respectively. They were a Taoist from Zhou Xian Temple and the monk who couldn't solve the knot in his heart in the Great Round Moon Temple. The monk stood beside Pu Sheng. Pu Sheng removed her camouflage technique and reappeared with her white skeleton face. The monk turned to look at her and said softly, "Those who become Buddha will become Buddha. Those who pity others will pity them. If you can't become Buddha because of this, you must make a mistake. You can only make a mistake, the Buddha Tathagata." Pu Sheng turned her head and turned her back to the monk as if she didn't dare to see him. Zhu Quan stomped her feet. "Mother, I'm so jealous." The old Taoist laughed. "Lord Zhu, you're ruining the mood again." Zhu Quan held the hilt of her sword with one hand and raised her head high to look towards the south. She sneered, "Bullsh *T. Me, Li Kai, and Pu Meng, the women of the North Continent, regardless of whether they are sword cultivators or not, human or ghost, we are scenery." A large group of cultivators were stationed on the mountains of the southern peak. Most of the Qi cultivators who were of lower realms were stationed at the southern peak ancestral mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so dense that it condensed into mist. Some of the Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms seemed to be drunk. Further up, there were sword boats floating in the air. King Song Mu, who was wearing a python robe, personally guarded the military tent outside the temple on the peak of the southern peak ancestral mountain. Song Mu retreated very late in the Battle of Old Dragon City. The king guarded the country's gate. Halfway up the southern peak ancestral mountain, the heroic spirit of Jingguan City Gao Cheng and the ghost Zhong Kue from the Tong Yezhou Academy stood beside an old monk who was touching his own bald head. There was a child behind Gao Cheng. He looked at Gao Cheng's back and called him brother. Then he told Gao Cheng that his master Tui Dongshan had arrived at the southern peak. Gao Cheng turned a deaf ear to this. On the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain, 2 10th realm martial artists, Li Er and Wang Fubing, stood side by side. In addition, there was also the Yueying Academy's mountain elder Zhou, who also came from the North Continent. He had the same name as the King Stage Great Demon Yueying Mountain Wenhai. Therefore, Mountain Elder Zhou left a sentence in the academy to suppress his mother's anger. Then he brought a large group of Confucian scholars from the academy south to the Aquarius continent. However, Zhou left the academy's disciples in the central region as he went south alone. Now he was in charge of guarding the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain with his good friend Li Er and the old boar Wang Fubing. On the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain, there was a celestial mansion whose height was second only to the temple on the peak of the mountain. A few major families in Old Dragon City were temporarily staying here. Other than the Fu family, the Sun family and the Fan family, there were also a few great sword immortals and old sword immortals from Xingyang Mountain. There was also the city lord of Qingfeng City, Su Hun. They were all staying in different quiet courtyards. The young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, was catching up with Yunxiu Mountain's nascent soul grandmaster, Xianxia. A few major families in Old Dragon City had already moved out of the city. However, the losses were still immeasurable. Luckily, before the war there were a few trade routes and they had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Even if they were injured, it was not to the extent of being unable to recover. As long as the Aquarius continent could be defended, everything was fine. This was a gamble where they would either win big or lose everything. Furthermore, Old Dragon City had no choice but to agree to Dali's request. Furthermore, as the leader, the Fu family of Old Dragon City was the Fu family, and they spared no effort. The few vassal families could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Normally, they had to squeeze out a smile and put on a calm posture, not daring to show any resentment. After all, if they really won the war, they would be able to reap huge profits. As for the few continent-crossing boats in Old Dragon City, including Osmanthus Island and Mountain Sea Turtle, they had all moved to the northern region of the Aquarius continent. The Su couple as well as Su Binxian were secretly discussing with Xingyang Mountain's Tao family ancestor, Mountain Protector Consecrator, and the Lady Tao Zi. City Lord Su Hun was currently a Jade Pure Realm military cultivator, and was wearing the Swan Zi armor. His son Su Binxian. In the early years there was a graceful Taoist nun who roamed Clear Wind City, and personally gave Su Hun's son a name, which meant, a person who is proficient in both civil and martial arts. The relationship between Xingyang Mountain and Clear Wind City was not as simple as being allies. The few people in the study room were closely related to each other. Su Hun was expressionless as he looked at the lady who came to ask for forgiveness anxiously. His tone was not harsh. Fox Country is not some city. After closing the door and activating the city protection array, all news can be cut off. Such a large territory spanning thousands of miles, it is impossible for it to disappear into thin air without any news. The pawns that were arranged earlier did not send any news back to Clear Wind City? The Su family lady shook her head. For some reason there was no news at all. Su Hun frowned. That outsider called Yen Fong, is he a survivor of the Zhou dynasty's Dugu family? Madame Su said cautiously, the Zhou dynasty has been destroyed for many years and the situation is too chaotic. That dynasty of sword cultivators was also famous in the early years for having a complicated network of people on the top and at the bottom of the mountain. This Yen Fong fella is too sneaky. Many of the clues in Zhou dynasty are fragmented. We cannot piece together the truth, so it is hard to confirm if he is a survivor of the Dugu family. It was not a lie. For example, in the mountains and rivers of the old White Frost dynasty, when the Taoist called Chao Rong appeared in the Old Dragon City battlefield, he unleashed many mystical divine abilities, causing the cultivators of the Aquarius continent to be shocked. There was such a powerful Tao enlightened spiritual master, although his exact realm was hard to predict, but his methods and techniques were profound. He could be seen as an immortal. His Tao techniques were not weaker than the new great heavenly lord of Treasure Bottle Continent, Xinyao Zong Qizhen. This shocked Treasure Bottle Continent but also made them feel proud. My Treasure Bottle Continent is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The mountains are too high to climb, the waters unfathomable. So even if Old Dragon City was reduced to ruins of the battlefield, and fell into the hands of the wild beasts, the cultivators of Treasure Bottle Continent and the cavalry at the foot of the mountain belonged to the border army. The morale did not decrease but increased. In such a battle, no matter how many people died, they would not feel aggrieved or cowardly, so if there was a fight they could fight. As for that Tongyi continent, it was a mess that could be easily broken. To think that we treated our Treasure Bottle Continent as a small family in the early years, and always felt that the big family in the south was very powerful, to the extent that there were many rumors circulating in the mountain and river newspaper, saying that the Tongyi continent's Jindan could kill Treasure Bottle Continent's Yuanying. Many Qi cultivators believed in it and did not doubt it. In the end, it turned out that our continent had a strong foundation and great courage. But to the current Clear Wind City, half of their financial resources were mysteriously cut off, and they could not even find a relatively accurate connection. Naturally, they were not in a good mood. Even with the help of Xingyang Mountain, and some Zhongyu land sword Xiao to search for clues, it is still difficult to dig out Yen Fong's roots. The lady was about to cry. She took a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her eyes. Su Han waved his hand. Then we will discuss it again. It was better to discuss some of the real inside stories behind closed doors with family members. The Tao family ancestor laughed. Until now, no one from Luopa Mountain has appeared on the battlefield. Maybe, but they did not earn any fame. Su Binxian laughed. It seems that they only gave Dolly military a dragon boat ferry. Is that considered contributing? Hypocrites, after doing business for so long, they know how to buy people's hearts. That is a good method. Basking in the light of great mountain lord way of cloud spreading mountain, with one oxhorn mountain crossing, they hugged the thighs of North Continent's linen sect and spring dew garden. Now they have become the largest landlord in Old Pearl Land. The number of vassal mountains has already surpassed the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The moving mountain ape of Xingyang Mountain was dressed in white. He was tall and sturdy. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, "What a lucky turn of events, making a brat famous and powerful." Su Binxian could not help but say, "Northern Peak's cloud-spreading mountain is indeed terrifyingly deep." But Wei Pai has clearly been abandoned by Dolly. His deity position was only Chiduan Mountain's local lord. His rise is too strange. Who can burn such a cold stove? Luopa Mountain is lucky, Madame Su said timidly, but I don't know why there is no news of that young mountain lord after so many years. The white-clothed ape twitched the corner of his mouth. A lowly mud bottle alley, how much can he do in less than 30 years? I asked him to take revenge. In the past when I was at Xingyang Mountain he did not dare to come, but now that he is out of Xingyang Mountain he is still hiding. Such a coward is not even worthy of Madame Su mentioning his name. "7:36. The meeting finally ended. Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged with his back against the wall, chatting with Chunqing telepathically. Why didn't Madame Green Immortal Mountain wait a decade for you to reach the upper 5 realms and the peak realm before letting you leave the Bamboo Sea Grotto heaven? Now that the world is so chaotic, geniuses are worthless and can disappear at any time. Madame has given me a huge problem. Let me say this first, you have to return to the central divine continent alive. Don't fall in cultivation and don't die." Cui Dongshan did not want the only direct disciple of Madame Green Immortal Mountain to die in the Aquarius continent. Cui Dongshan still respected and trusted that Madame Green Immortal Mountain. Back then, when the old bastard became a rat hated by the entire world, the Yu family of the Central Plains, the Lu family of the Snow Mountain Grotto Heaven, and the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven had all lent a helping hand to the old bastard. Yu Panshui and Lu Jubao could not help but have some selfishness, hoping that Xiu would be a friend and a helper. Only Madame Green Immortal Mountain did not ask for anything. She just saw her friend in trouble and had enough wine on her mountain. Chunqing squatted by the side. Master said that in the Tao of martial arts, no matter how hard you punch or how heavy you attack, you won't die. So it's better to fight with a peak realm cultivator. Don't worry, before I left my hometown, Master and I made a promise. Either I return alive and inherit the Green Immortal Temple or I die outside. Master will treat it as if he doesn't have a disciple like me. Cui Dongshan nodded. That's true. If you fight with my master, it'll be a matter of my master's 2 swords and 1 punch. And on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, my master met a few people of the same path. For example, the demon race sword immortal Si Qin, who has a chance of ascending to the throne, and the leader of the moon supporting mountain's 100 sword immortals, Fei Ran. These 2 sword cultivators specialize in extracting silk from cocoons, exchanging injuries for death. They specialize in targeting young geniuses. Chunqing asked, "Is the difference between me and your master that great?" Hidden official Qinshi. The last of the 10 youths. But it was acknowledged in the central divine continent that there was an insurmountable gap between the 10 youths and the 10 substitutes. Chunqing had long been a martial artist of the Wandering Realm, and was a qi cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. She was proficient in 5 element techniques: thunder, talisman, saber and sword Dao. And she was also a highly skilled array master, so she was proficient in catching, killing, tracking, hiding, tracking and escaping. The Green Mountain Sect's madam regarded Chunqing as her own daughter and personally trained her. Because the Bamboo Sea Cave had friends all over the world, in just a dozen years, There were as many as 4 ultimate-level masters who taught her disciple Chunqing martial arts. The most frightening part was that Chunqing was only in her early 20s. She was only 14 years old when she was ranked as one of the top 10 candidates. She was the youngest of the 10 candidates. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "The difference between you and my master is not in realms. To be more precise, if realms are calculated on paper, you were slightly higher than my master when he was on the list. It's just that in the battles on the mountain, the difference between life and death can be decided in an instant. It's a good thing that you're proficient in all kinds of skills. You can avoid a lot of accidents. Unfortunately, you met my master who likes to think about what if. You'll still die. Don't be angry." Chunqing shook her head. "I'm not angry. I'm just not convinced." Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "I like Chunqing's straightforward temper. Why don't we become sworn siblings? We can even burn some paper money here. We can go down the mountain and travel in Jianghu. Etiquette is the last thing we need." Chunqing shook her head again. "In this way I'll be 1 generation lower than the hidden official. It's not worth it." Cui Dongshan patted his chest. "That's easy. We'll be sworn siblings." Chunqing couldn't help but turn around and look at this young man with a sincere expression. He was puzzled. Was he stupid or did he think she was stupid? But how could a fool have the cultivation of immortal realm? If Jiang Taigong hadn't reminded her that he was a real immortal realm cultivator before she left, she would have thought he was a real immortal realm cultivator. Chunqing would have thought he was just an earth immortal. But on the way from Nanyue Ancestral Mountain to Caiji Mountain, Cui Dongshan was honest with her. He even scolded her and Xiu for their misdeeds in the bamboo sea cave. He felt close to him. As for why Cui Dongshan kept emphasizing that Cui Dong was the peak of that old bastard's life, it was only when they were young. Chunqing couldn't understand it at all. Chunqing looked at Cui Dongshan for a while, but the young man only looked back at her with clear eyes. Chunqing could only look away and change the topic. "I hope I can have a match with your husband in swordsmanship and fist techniques in the future." Cui Dongshan pecked at the rice like a chick and nodded vigorously. "Sparring is good. You don't know and don't know. My husband is famous for being gentle, courteous, and thrifty. He's a modest gentleman, an elegant gentleman. Especially when sparring with women, he's always been the most rule-abiding and never overdo it. However, my husband is very busy and has yet to return home. Even if he does return home, he won't easily make a move. He likes to reason the most, far more than making a move. Ordinary people can forget about asking my husband to spar with them. However, given my relationship with Miss Chunqing, it's not a problem for me to spar with her. As my husband's most valued and appreciated disciple, one of them, I can still help say a few words." Chunqing cupped her fists and thanked him. After she withdrew her fist, she said doubtfully, "Stop when it comes to fist techniques? There's no need for that. I don't dare to say much about other things, but I can still take a beating. You can let your husband fight with all his strength. It's fine as long as no one dies." Cui Dongshan's expression was strange. He raised his sleeve and wiped his face. Cui Dongshan didn't want to give up and continued, "In the future I'll take you to Luopa Mountain. When we come back you'll be worshipped in name. Isn't that great? Besides, my neighbor Wei Pai Mountain actually has some connections with the bamboo sea cave. Wei Pai Mountain has a bamboo forest and calls it half of the bamboo sea cave. He also has the reputation of small green immortal mountain. I tried to persuade him but to no avail. He just said that his bamboo forest is magnificent and called it half of the bamboo sea cave. How can it not live up to the name?" Chunqing didn't care much about the description of half of the bamboo sea cave and small green immortal mountain. She just asked, "Is it Wei Shanjun who likes to hold night banquets?" Cui Dongshan defended himself and said, "Nonsense. What do you mean he likes to hold night banquets? You can't wrong my Wei Shanjun. Holding night banquets is not a matter of whether he likes it or not. Every time, the gods of mountains and rivers of the northern mountain and the immortal master of records came to congratulate Mount Pailuan. What can Wei Shanjun do? It's hard to refuse such kindness." Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve and said passionately, "Wei Shanjun with 2 sleeves like the wind accepts a small gift from me. Night banquets are definitely worthy of his reputation." Chunqing asked in a low voice, "Do you have a grudge against Wei Shanjun?" Cui Dongshan leaned back and said with a panicked look, "What are you doing? Miss Chunqing, you must have misunderstood me." Chunqing said, "I can see that you're not honest." Cui Dongshan sighed and suddenly pressed his face against the wall again. Chunqing asked curiously, "Hasn't that patriarch moving mountain of Xingyang Mountain, who has a majestic aura, already left the Windy City? Why are you still eavesdropping?" Cui Dongshan muttered, "First it was the mutual deception between brothers. Now it's the sincere confidences between family members behind closed doors. It's all very interesting. They didn't say that I can't eavesdrop. It's a waste not to listen." Chunqing said, "You're not honest." Cui Dongshan said with grievance, "How is that possible? Go and ask Gao Qing of Jingguan City. If I'm not honest, how can I help him find his long-lost brother?" Chunqing was skeptical, but she said, "Old method, let me have a look. It's really interesting." Cui Dongshan smiled brilliantly. He put 2 fingers together and pinched something in the air before handing it over to Chunqing. She opened her palm and saw that it was suspended in the air for an inch. Ripples of mountains and rivers could be seen on her palm. If she used a mind mustard seed to travel through it, she would be able to hear and see it with her own eyes. It was as if she was there and she would be able to observe it with Cui Dongshan. Most of the immortals who stayed in this mansion were candidates for sects in the Aquarius continent such as Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City. Otherwise, they were second-rate immortal sects that were just a hair's breadth away from being a sect. However, in this huge mansion with a deep courtyard, the person with the highest cultivation realm was Zhou Xian of Qingfeng City, a newly minted unpolished jade realm cultivator. Zhou Xian was only famous in the continent for his great killing power. He was not proficient in other spells, divine abilities and unorthodox techniques. Of course, he could not detect the secret prying of an immortal realm cultivator. What's more, one of Cui Dongshan's preferred identities was a second-class spy in Dali's Green Wave Pavilion. He had official documents and tokens. In addition, Cui Dongshan also had a lot of titles. For example, he was the consecrator of the Fu family in Old Dragon City, the guest of the Jiang family in Yunlin, and the incense emissary of the Crown Prince's Mountain in Beiyue. Even if Cui Dongshan was asked to take out the Caiji Mountain Temple's blessing certificate within half an hour, Cui Dongshan could also take it out. The Mountain God King's wife would also give it to him with both hands. The mountain under their feet was called Caiji Mountain. The wife of the Mountain God King was once the king of Southern Mountain. After becoming a vassal state of Dali, Caiji Mountain was demoted to Southern Mountain Crown Prince Mountain. It seemed to be a demotion, but in fact, it was a huge promotion of the mountain's officialdom. In the southern mountain of a continent, Caiji Mountain was above all other mountains. Caiji Mountain produced a kind of 10,000-year-old soil called tranquil soil. It was the best material for otherworldly spirits to open their own Taoist field. It was also the most precious treasure on the mountain that cultivators who cultivated ghosts dreamed of. A middle-aged Qi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm happened to be hurriedly passing by the corner of the road. After seeing the young boy and girl squatting at the foot of the wall, he slowed down and turned his head several times. The more he looked, the more he frowned. They did not pay attention to the taboos on the mountain. They did not wear the peace token issued by the Ministry of Justice of Dali, nor did they wear the rain pendant made by the Old Dragon City and distributed by the vassal state. Could it be that they were the direct disciples of the ancestral hall of some small mountain and had come down the mountain to gain experience? But now on Caiji Mountain the rules were so strict. Moreover, this dear mansion was a place where immortal masters gathered at the peak of a continent. How could they be rash? How did their elders discipline them? How could they let these 2 children come out and behave so atrociously? The cultivator from the great immortal mansion stopped and said with a displeased face, "What are you doing? Which mountain are you from? Do you know the rules? You tell me your names. I'll report this matter to the steward of Deer Mansion. Or should I drag you to see Steward Chu?" Cui Dongshan eavesdropped while staring at the sea-viewing realm old immortal. Chunqing pointed at Cui Dongshan and signaled the white-clothed youth beside her to make the decision. Then she stood up and squatted on the other side of Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan did not raise his butt. He moved half a circle and changed his face to the wall, using his butt to face the century-old immortal from the cloud-stopping house. The first 3 generations of cloud-stopping house cultivators were all immortal masters with extremely tough bones. Their realm was not high, but they dared to beat, scold, and even drop their realm. It was similar to the style of the invincible Divine Fist gang. However, the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse with each generation. Now, every single immortal master of the cloud-stopping house, from the Hall Master to the Hall of Worship to the direct disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, they were all famous for catching rats like dogs. In the early years, they clung to an old sword immortal of the Zhou dynasty with outstanding swordsmanship and unparalleled flying swords. Now they seem to have begun to think about hugging the thighs of Xinjiang Mountain. They relied on money, begging, and the incense accumulated by their ancestors to shamelessly live in this dear mansion. And the nascent soul sword cultivator who fled all the way from the Bookslip Lake actually died in the hands of Wuxia and Cui Dongshan. The sea-viewing cultivator of the cloud-stopping house was furious, but he did not shout to kill. He planned to complain to Chief Steward Chu, who was in charge of the temple of the Tsaiji Mountain. Chunqing glanced at him and he disappeared on the spot. There was no trace of him, not even a ripple of qi dynamic. This was very strange. Chunqing only saw Cui Dongshan shake his sleeve. She guessed that he was put into the heaven and earth in the sleeve, which was unique to cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Chunqing asked curiously, "How did you do it?" "I can roughly sense the supernatural power of an ordinary immortal." Cui Dongshan just gently lifted the snow-white sleeve. Chunqing looked at it carefully and found 2 strings of tiny characters swaying on the robe like 2 water plants. The sun and the moon bird in the cage, the heaven and earth duckweed on the water. Chunqing also studied the talisman Dao. She was in high spirits and asked, "Did you use a talisman formation to detain this person just now?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "No, I just captured a sea-viewing cultivator to help him sharpen his Dao heart. There's no need to make such a big fuss. I just showed off my robe to Chunqing. It's not worse than the green bamboo robe on you, right?" Chunqing did not say anything. After the 3 of Mount Xinjiang left, Su Hun sat in the study with his eyes closed. He did not criticize the woman nor did he speak. The Swansea armor on his body was completely different from the military armor imagined by the outside world. It was not a defensive treasure but a mysterious offensive treasure. This made Su Hun even more certain of his identity as the strongest person below the upper 5 realms before he reached the Jade Primitive Realm. The legitimate son, Su Binxian, leaned against the back of the chair and took out a widely circulated travel book from his sleeve. He never got tired of reading it. The woman of the Su family slowly stood up. She wanted to say something but stopped. After Su Hun opened his eyes, he did not make a move but a clear slap was heard in the room. The woman's cheek became red and swollen instantly. Su Binxian raised his head and looked at his parents. He then lowered his head and flipped through the book. This young cultivator who had never fought a battle had a short sword and a dharma saber hanging on the same side of his waist. They were also tied with a purple ribbon at the 2 ends of the saber and the sword. The woman of the Su family reached out and covered her cheek. She did not look angry at all. Instead, she reminded her husband with a soft voice, "It's better to isolate the heaven and earth. Otherwise, the Tao family's patriarch of Mount Xinjiang will eavesdrop on our conversation. Mount Xinjiang likes to act in the dark and has always been unrestrained. There's nothing they dare not do." Su Hun sneered and said, "Do you think my Jade Primitive Realm is a decoration? Old Crook Tao is only in the nascent soul realm. You may be stupid but he's not." Su Binxian continued flipping through the book. "It's better to be safe than sorry. I always feel that there's something strange about Mount Xinjiang." Su Hun thought for a while and cast a spell restriction unique to Clear Wind City. He then stared at the woman and said with a gloomy face, "A fox kingdom is equivalent to half of Clear Wind City's income. Pei Xiang is also a nascent soul cultivator. The fox skin talisman not only earns money, but also has connections in Clear Wind City. Besides, you should know the true meaning of the fox kingdom. It's been accumulating literary luck for hundreds of years." Su Binxian's sister is still with the Yuan family, waiting for this literary luck. The woman of the Su family kept silent and secretly shed tears. The Su family married their legitimate daughter to the son of the Yuan family, who was the pillar of the kingdom. They had a great ambition. They wanted to take the family name of the pillar of the kingdom and the position of the military officer of the hunting envoy. Xu Han sighed and his expression softened. Let's sit down and talk. Your senior brother Chai Bofu disappeared into thin air just like that? In name, Clear Wind City had Xu Han and Pei Xiang, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, who were two nascent soul cultivators. In fact, the woman of the Xu family had another senior brother with a strange temperament and a hidden identity. Chai Bofu, whose Taoist name was Long Bo, was an old nascent soul cultivator whose whereabouts were unknown. He was experienced and had a high cultivation base, especially proficient in water techniques. He was able to arm wrestle with Lu Jimao of the Calligraphy Lake and almost fought to the death in order to snatch a copy of the River Severing Sutra. This person was extremely arrogant and was especially proficient in camouflage techniques. In the history of the Aquarius continent, he had used various appearances and identities to appear in various places. Chai Bofu indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After all, there were not many cultivators in the Aquarius continent who could fight with Lu Jimao, Lu Laoqing and Li Tuanjing and still be alive today. The white jade belt with dragon patterns on it was hung on Chai Bofu's waist. There were a bunch of jade pendants and bottles. Most of them were camouflage techniques. His real trump card was the white jade belt. It was actually a sleeping dragon that he obtained from the ruins of the Gushu immortal residence. Back then it was because of this opportunity that he formed a deadly feud with Lu Laoqing. Chai Bofu even dared to kill several Gong Willow Island Ancestral Master Hall's direct disciples alone. He was bold and ruthless and had many life-saving techniques. It was not difficult for Xu Han to defeat him, but it was not easy to kill him. Chai Bofu had secretly met with his wife many times. He even dared to teach his son Xu Binxian. Xu Han actually wanted to kill him. This famous rogue cultivator whose Taoist name was Long Bo and his wife were from the same sect. The two of them worked together to kill the person who taught them. They each took what they wanted and betrayed their sect together. However, the people who taught them were not good people either. In the end, Chai Bofu completely walked on the path of rogue cultivators while his junior sister married into the Clear Wind City. If it was not for the water techniques taught by Chai Bofu which greatly benefited Xu Binxian's Dao, Xu Han would not have turned a blind eye to this person. In addition, Chai Bofu was equivalent to half of the Clear Wind City's guest elder. For example, when Xu Han was in seclusion, the Fox Nation was in chaos. Chai Bofu contributed a lot. Otherwise, when Xu Han came out of seclusion, the Fox Nation would be in a mess. The woman nodded and said, "Senior brother has always been cautious. Since we cultivated separately and met again in the Clear Wind City, I have never seen his real face." In truth, it was not that Long Bo, who had been following Lu Qiqing, had not thought of leaving behind clues for the Clear Breeze City to seek help, but there was no need for him to deliberately make a move against the blind Lu Qiqing as he had been caught red-handed by Guqin twice. As for the result, one could imagine. Falling into the hands of Guqin, who was more like a rogue cultivator than Chai Bofu, was definitely not easier than falling into the hands of Lu Qiqing. Therefore, during the journey across continents, that brother Long Bo was practically lying down and pretending to be dead. Lu Qiqing and Guqin, you two King senior brothers, either you kill me, Chai Bofu, and end it all. In addition, the drop in cultivation realm is not a problem at all. We cultivators, don't we use our cultivation realm to drop in cultivation realm? Xu Han suddenly asked, "Let's not talk about whether the content is true or not. According to the description in this travel book, where is Qin Pingon now and what is his realm?" The woman said softly, "In the empty bamboo lake or the book slip lake, Qin Pingon did work as an accountant in the Verdant Canyon Island for a few years. It is estimated that this young man's combat power at that time was roughly equivalent to that of a gold core cultivator." Calculating. Xu Han frowned and said, "A sword cultivator?" The woman hesitated for a moment. It's hard to say whether he should be regarded as a gold core sword cultivator or not. However, this person is very shrewd at such a young age and is good at hiding his strength. This kind of person is definitely not easy to deal with. Back then, I felt that this person was more dangerous than Lu Xianyang. It's just that Jingyang Mountain is too arrogant, especially that mountain guardian ape. It looks down on a trash who has broken the longevity bridge and is unwilling to eliminate the root of the problem. Pearl Hairpin Island's Lu Zhongruan is now a gold core cultivator. Luopa Mountain seems to be very respectful to Lu Zhongruan. Logically speaking, we can infer a thing or two about Luopa Mountain's background. However, it is very likely that Luopa Mountain is deliberately covering up their tracks. The only confirmed news is that a few years ago, Luopa Mountain and Jade Liquid River's Water God Prefecture had a conflict. In the end, it seems that Pailuan Mountain was very dissatisfied with this. Wei Pai used the mountain's officialdom to suppress the Water God Prefecture. I heard that Chongdan River's water god Li Jin had a slip of the tongue when he was drunk at the State City Gods banquet. Luopa Mountain has a pure martial artist overseeing the mountain. He is a great grandmaster who has the potential to reach the far travel realm. He is responsible for teaching the younger generation fist techniques. As for the water god of Jade Liquid River, she once resented Luopa Mountain a lot in private. She said that if it weren't for the protection of Wei Shanjun of Pailuan Mountain, she would definitely lose some of her merit and flood Luopa Mountain. Su Binxian suddenly interrupted with a smile. What if these two righteous gods of the river and the city god of the Dragon Province have actually been bribed by Luopa Mountain a long time ago and are purposefully putting on a show for us? Wouldn't our Clearwind City and the righteous Yang Mountain that possesses the 10 sword immortals have always been going around in circles? The woman smiled. The old ape was right about something. In just over 20 years, no matter how many fortuitous encounters he encounters on his path of cultivation, no matter how smooth his path is, how powerful can he become? Worry is worry, but it's fine if we scare ourselves. Going around in circles? If that travel book is only 50 or 60% real, then the Lord of Luopa Mountain has been wandering around the Aquarius continent like a headless fly. It's actually even more like going around in circles. He wants material benefits, an empty reputation, and a romantic encounter. He wants everything. He can't bear to part with anything along the way. A person like him won't be able to reach great heights. No matter what, the most important matter is for Clearwind City to rise to the top of the clan. Su Hun stared at the woman firmly. Even though he had set up restrictions, he still said to her mentally, "Apart from this, I've never asked about the matters of the Fox Kingdom and Pei Xiang, but that doesn't mean I'm in the dark." Before this war, any nascent soul cultivator on the Aquarius continent was precious. Even if they were living under someone else's roof, Pei Xiang wouldn't have feared a Dragon's Gate realm cultivator like you so much. The woman paled slightly. Su Hun waved his hand. "I only look at the results, not the process." Returning to an elegant courtyard of his family on righteous Yang Mountain, the ancestor of the Tao family immediately used an ability to isolate the world. The white-clothed old ape escorted Tao Zi here before leaving by himself. As the only protector of righteous Yang Mountain, he possessed a venerated status. Even an old sword immortal like the ancestor of the Tao family who sat at the top of the ancestral hall still needed to treat him with respect. Furthermore, on righteous Yang Mountain, everyone knew that the white-clothed old ape doted on Tao Zi the most. He was basically the protector of the mountain range of the Tao family. The ancestor of the Tao family was naturally very proud of this. Tao Zi had already changed from the little girl who first toured the Pearl Grotto heaven to a slender and elegant woman. When the white-clothed old ape bid farewell and left, she had just sat down when she stood up again. She walked the white-clothed old ape all the way to the entrance of the courtyard. The burly old ape patted Tao Zi's head, indicating that there was no need for her to be so courteous. The woman's limpid eyes narrowed into crescents. Tao Zi was indeed very close to this grandpa ape who had protected her since she was young. She even treated him as her own elder. There were many things that she might not even say to her own patriarch, but she was able to speak her mind to grandpa ape without hesitation. Without even needing the ancestor to open the door, the white-clothed old ape pushed open the mountain range restriction and strode away. The eyes of the Tao family's old sword immortal were gloomy and unfathomable. Despite their closeness, this protector of the mountain was a natural ally that could only be chanced upon by luck. However, this old ape was truly too unscrupulous in front of Tao Zi. He did not care about the ways of the world at all. After the white-clothed old ape left, Tao Zi returned to her seat and said with a chuckle, "Once Grandpa Ape succeeds in breaking through, he will definitely have an additional immortal opportunity. It's a wonderful thing." The ancestor of the Tao family nodded with a smile. For example, Lu Laoqing was the only cultivator of the Aquarius continent who had reached the upper 5 realms. He had a mysterious providence that protected his great Tao. Now he had indeed become the head consecrator of the True Realm sect. It was rumored that he had reached the immortal realm. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to the divine grandeur sect's great heavenly lord Zhou Xian. The Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin was an excellent example of monopolizing the providence of the Sword Tao. From the looks of it, Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden had been trapped by love for hundreds of years. It was truly a waste of resources and did not know how to cherish his fortune. Otherwise, as long as Li Tuanjing broke through the nascent soul bottleneck, the first native immortal realm sword immortal in the history of the Aquarius continent would be at his fingertips. However, in this way the one to suffer would be Upright Sun Mountain. The so-called 10-peak sword Daos would only become the greatest laughingstock of the Aquarius continent. Otherwise, Li Tuanjing would only need to ride his sword to the peak of Upright Sun Mountain alone. Who would dare to court death by then? The white-clothed old ape planned to go to the highest point of the shrine to enjoy the scenery. At the foot of the wall outside Deer Cry residence, Chun Qing asked, "What do you mean?" Cui Dongshan immediately stood up and said seriously, "Since we can't fight them head-on, we can only avoid them." The two slipped away together. In a viewing pavilion by the cliff, Chun Qing stood on her tiptoes and looked into the distance. Dust and sand were flying everywhere like a tide. Chun Qing frowned and said, "The savage world wants to disturb the southern mountain battle formation. The wind-riding cultivators that Dali has placed may not be able to completely block the enemy's charge." Cui Dongshan stood on the railing and glanced at the behemoths that revealed their true forms. Most of them were in the earth immortal realm, and there were also some mountain and lake monsters that were naturally huge. However, the most troublesome one was far away. There was a remnant of the ancient god that was trailing behind him. Even Cui Dongshan did not dare to say that he could stop him from advancing. In a battle where the cultivators on the mountain and the cavalry below the mountain were mixed together, the most crucial thing was that both sides had to suppress each other and not allow any exceptions. For example, once Cui Dongshan appeared on the battlefield, he would definitely attract the attention of the Sword Immortal Advisor. Just like when Fei Fei made a move and used her natal divine ability to move the sea to attack Old Dragon City, Wang Zhu from the Aquarius continent revealed his true form and went against her, dispelling most of her water spells. Previously, when Bai Yi used his sword to support the Yao continent, he was the biggest exception. Therefore, no matter what price Wen Hai paid, he chose to kill Bai Yi. Before this, Bai Yi killed the sovereign Yao Jia and Yao Jia killed Zhou Xian for the same reason. In a battle that involved the trend of the world, no matter if you were an ascendant realm cultivator or even a great cultivator of the 14th realm, no one could turn the tide. The ones who could decide the outcome of the battle were the immortals on the mountain and the cavalry below the mountain. Chun Qing subconsciously stretched out 2 fingers and gently twirled her green robe. In this way, the demons will die and pay a huge price. However, as long as the army formation at the foot of the southern peak is disrupted, the savage world will still benefit. Cui Dongshan laughed. The old bastard still has some tricks up his sleeve. The white-clothed old ape did not meet the white-clothed young man and the green-robed girl. He went to the mountain peak alone and saw 3 pure martial artists. There was a young woman among them. She frowned slightly and stood alone, looking at the battlefield in the south. The white-clothed old ape recognized one of them. It was Li Er from the old Pearl Grotto heaven. It was rumored that this person had once fought with Song Zhangqiang. As for the other 2, the white-clothed old ape did not recognize them. Pei Qian, who went by the alias of Jing Qian, and Wang Dingyi, the oldest martial artist in the North Continent who had once gone mad. The white-clothed old ape sneered. Li Er turned his head. The white-clothed old ape ignored him. Wang Dingyi clicked his tongue and said, "Li Er, someone is not giving you face. In our North Continent, if this isn't the King Wen Quan, what is it?" Li Er said, "Someone." The white-clothed old ape finally turned his head. However, the white-clothed old ape's expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. He could not care less about the boorish Li Er anymore. Because the destiny of the continent's mountains and rivers suddenly changed. First, a 10,000 feet tall god in armor stood tall, carrying the martial destiny of the Aquarius continent. His figure was ethereal, and in the blink of an eye, he flew from the capital of Dali to the southern peak. He stepped on the void and floated towards the south. And that Cui Dongshan was stunned and speechless. Suddenly he started cursing Cui Dong for being a bastard. It turned out that there was another scholar with a blurry face who appeared from the Qi-Du temple. He was dressed in a green robe and his figure was no different from a normal person. However, with just one step he shrunk the mountains and rivers of half a continent. Suddenly he was 10,000 feet tall and directly appeared in the ruins of the old dragon city. He pressed down on the head of the ancient high god and smiled. If you are unable to resolve something, ask me for help. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.